there, so he does. Yeah. But my niece was with me, and I invited him to dinner with us. He's a nice kid. Yeah. Yeah. He's doing. He loves your daughter. Yeah. It sounds like the friend group was really nice. Yeah. It is. Yeah. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lynn Gray, Chair of the Hillsborough County School Board. I want to welcome you to Hillsborough County Public Schools. We serve more than 200,000 students. That includes children in preschool through our Adults in Our Workforce program.
Hi, I'm Dr. Stacy Hahn, the Board Vice Chair. Our district is the 7th largest in America, and our team is made up of more than 24,000 people working at nearly 250 sites across the county.
We are diverse and dedicated. Our board meetings are held in our board auditorium on select Tuesdays at 4 p.m. The best way to serve our students and our community is to involve you, the public, in what we do.
You are welcome to email or meet with any of our board members and follow our district on social media. Board meetings are covered live by Hillsborough Schools TV on Spectrum Cable Channel 635 and Frontier Cable Channel 32.
Meetings are streamed on our website at hillsboroughschools.org. Closed captioning is provided on all broadcasts, and past meetings are available in our online archives.
We are interested in what the public has to say. We'll include time for audience comments before we address our business items. Our agenda and any supporting materials can be viewed online in advance. They're posted 7 days before each meeting on our website at hillsboroughschools.org.
Our vision is preparing students for life, and that means all students, every day. Todos los estudiantes, todos los días. Thank you for your interest in education. With your help, we're making decisions that shape our community's future.
The board meeting of June 15th, 2021 is called to order. Good evening, or good almost evening. Member Hahn, good almost evening to you, and would you lead us to a moment of silence, followed by the pledge?
Yes, actually, it's a reflection. Dear Lord, as we gather in this place, may you shower your blessings upon each of us and prepare our hearts for the things that will be discussed. Help us speak with humility and have a common purpose which we can agree and come up with long-term solutions. Bless this meeting today, all those present, as well as the lives of those we will encounter afterward, and ready us to make every moment count.
Thank you.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Member Hahn. We have no withdrawn items today, and I will need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Snively, and I have a second by Member. Second.
You only let 30 speakers speak. The public has a right to speak. I was denied the right to speak. Why? Why was I denied the right to speak? Why are you touching me? Don't touch me. Don't touch me. This is a public hearing. There's people out there that want to speak. There's people out there that want to speak. Why am I being denied me that you bring a letter. Don't, I am the officer. Don't touch me. I am being denied the right to speak.
Okay, I have a motion by Member Snively and a second by Member Combs. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights are on. Please vote when your lights are on. Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you. Dr. Hahn is away from the dais, but it is unanimous. Thank you. Okay. Board members, let's go ahead and do it one more time. Adoption of the agenda. I need a motion and a second to adopt the agenda. I have a motion by Member Snively and a second by Member Combs. Any discussion? Please vote when your lights are on. It is unanimous.
No.
Member Perez, I'm sorry. Did you want discussion? Okay. Roll call. Let the record reflect that all board members are present either in the boardroom or by remote. Approval of the minutes. We have 3 minutes to be approved today. April 27, 2021, School Board Retreat. April 13, 2021, School Board Workshop. And last, May 11th, 2021, Special Called Board Meeting. I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Combs. Any discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Okay, there. It's getting there. Okay, all members have voted, with Vaughn attempting. Vaughn, why don't you just raise your hand, and that would be a consent. Thank you. It is unanimous. At least I got the word unanimous out. That was good. All right, so we're going to go ahead and board members, I would like to go over the formal format of today's board meeting. We are permitting up to 60 people to be present in the boardroom. Given the size and orientation of the boardroom, we can do this safely. As a reminder, this is a nonpartisan board, and we are always asked to consider our children's interests and needs first. To pave the way for efficient and effective agenda statements and/or questions, board members will have 3 minutes to speak, with 30 seconds for final thoughts. Afterward, the superintendent can respond. If you have further questions, you're asked to get back in the queue. Board guidelines. Member Hahn, would you do us the pleasure of reading the board guidelines?
Yes, thank you. As we begin this afternoon's meeting, let me quickly review the format of our school board meetings. Please silence all electronic devices. There are speakers in the room behind me that allow board members to hear the meeting upon stepping away from the dais. This meeting can be viewed with closed captioning on the live webcast, on cable TV, and on video monitors here in the auditorium. It can also be viewed with closed captioning in the online video archive.
Thank you. We have one item scheduled for time certain, and that is the 6 p.m. employee input. All right, now we're going to go over the public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens and values your input to the board. In order to provide the most comprehensive response to your comments, our staff will follow up with you and will keep our board informed about the responses. Our school board respects the public's right to speak to the board, and we appreciate you taking your time to be here. However, it is requested when you address the board comments, they are not directed personally against a board member or staff member, but rather directed at the issues. Any behavior intended to interrupt the orderly conduct of this meeting will not be allowed. Our civility policy is in place. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. We have allotted 1 hour this evening for public comment, and each speaker will have 2 minutes. I will now call up the first speakers. And here we go. So, Mr. Castano, Mrs. Castano, Ms. Verona, and Amberlyn Rhodes. Good evening.
Good evening.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Yes.
Good evening, James Castano, Hillsborough Public School Advocates. I'm here to advocate for our public schools. I'm here to ask and plead with Mr. Davis to please support and fix our public schools. And I'm asking everyone here on the dais to support him in that endeavor. Being in the military and the FBI for 31 years, I've been trained to look at indications and warnings and conduct analysis, and I see the big picture that Tallahassee has basically put in motion mechanisms to destroy public schools by creating a charter-friendly environment. I'm a conservative, I'm a Republican, and I'm a taxpayer. So when I see that, and there's only one pot of money, when I see that one pot of money for our public schools being stolen by the charter schools, and granted I'm painting a broad brush, but for the most part, charter schools do not outperform our public schools. Through a 25-year study, public schools have outperformed charter schools 100% of the time. I mean, there are a few charter schools that are very, very good and serve the community, but as a whole, they do not. I want to give over some points that I have issue with, seeing that this our taxpayer money that's funding these charter schools. One, they spend millions of dollars on pro-charter political candidate campaigns. So there's my taxpayer money funding someone's political campaign that I have no choice over. They're prone to fraud, waste, and abuse. You see in the paper time after time, at least in the past year, people going to jail or highlighting the fact that they're stealing, basically committing corporate fraud on our taxpayer money to enrich themselves by having corporate jets or yachts or box seats at a sporting event on our taxpayer dime. The quality of their teachers are not better than our public school teachers. Most of their teachers are not certified. They don't have the same credentials. They don't have a state certification. Finally, they spend thousands and thousands of dollars marketing and advertising to steal students from our public schools. Again, on our taxpayer dime. I'm just outraged because I went to private and public school here, and I see basically...
Final thoughts? Sorry, James.
Well, final thoughts, this is the day. Our group is the Paul Revere's, we're the Winston Churchills. We're warning of the pending doom to our public schools. Right now they comprise of 15%, and that's going to just climb. And eventually you're going to have to fire more teachers and close more schools and start closing schools, and that's going to be an issue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ms. Castano, Evelyn Verano, Amberlyn Rhodes, I'm just having to retract. We're on 2 minutes. My eyesight wasn't very good on that 3 minutes, sorry. And good evening. Thanks for being here.
Paula Castano. I worked in the counterterrorism division 7 days a week looking at large data sets. I professionally vetted terrorists on American soil to prevent terrorist attacks to all of you. I am here to tell you, from my professional opinion, unbiased, that we are not vetting these charter schools properly. We need to have a more discerning approach on the upfront of the applications before they pass through. I've also noticed some patterns that are really kind of interesting. I think all of you might notice these patterns already. An intimidating lobbyist who was charged and convicted of witness tampering and leaving racially charged, threatening voice messages is a former member of the Florida House of Representatives and part of DeSantis' campaign. He is tied into 4 charter schools on our docket tonight. Charter Schools USA and Academica schools. The Academica schools have been tied to OIG investigations. This was my prior career. I'm telling you to take a more discerning look tonight and vote no. Do not be complicit. It does not matter that you think your hands are tied to 1028. I've examined it. You have good cause to push back. We will have speakers tonight that will go into full detail for you on some of these investigations. An owner of 2 of the charter schools that are also on the docket, tied to Charter School USA, are not ESE compliant, are not ELL compliant, are not class size compliant, and they do not have teachers that have education credentials. That is good cause not to accept renewal of South Shore and Woodmont. They have had D and F scores, only recently getting a B score. I question that B score as a person who professionally looked at data.
Ms. Castano, final thoughts.
My final thoughts, I implore you tonight to take a stand. All of us as constituents will support you. We do not care what Tallahassee does. We do not care if we're fined now. We will look that you vote no tonight to some of these schools that you hear the data is not supporting that they should be passed through. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Verona, and then Ms. Rhodes. And following that, Leanne Klum, and following that, Hope Brilhart.
Hello.
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Madeline Verona, and I'm a mother of a rising 4th grader in Hillsborough Public Schools. And I want to speak about saving our schools, our public schools, and the way that charter schools are funded in the state choke out our public schools. And I believe that underperforming public schools are underperforming because they're getting less and less funding and not the other way around. So routing public monies to some types of charter schools when so many later end up closing after public monies they've received millions of dollars is really a travesty. It's a waste. And I know some charter schools that operate really well, but many do not. And one example which has relevance for us is Idea Schools, which is run by the School of Hope. The co-founder and former CEO of Hope resigned in 2020 after a scandal. He paid luxury box seats at a Spurs game for $400,000. And before that, he got in trouble for leasing a private jet for nearly $2 million a year. After they got negative press for that, the board canceled the lease for this jet. And now the executives just fly first class, poor things. So that was in Texas, but now Idea Schools are in our own backyard. 2 Idea Schools are opening in the fall in East Tampa, and they are recruiting outside F&D schools.
Final thoughts.
So they're hiring inexperienced teachers, and less than 65% of the students who enter the 9th grade with them end up graduating because they don't cater to kids at all levels of ability. So we can't have public schools funds usurped by these so-called nonprofits who have little accountability. And people talk about choice being... Yeah. So people talk about choice and charter schools kind of providing a choice, but I feel like us public school parents haven't been given a choice about dismantling our schools.
Thank you. Amberlyn, Leanne, Hope, and then Cynthia.
Hello, good afternoon. It's good to see all of you again. My name is Amberlyn Rhodes. I'm here representing the Hillsborough Public Schools Advocates Group. And I'm going to talk about charter schools. They are diluting our funding to public schools education. Only 10% of Florida students go to charter schools, but yet 50% of public schools' capital budget is going to charter schools. So they're extremely dilutive to overall funding for our public schools. So there are 3 schools that I recommend a voting no for renewal, or at least a consideration for shorter periods of renewals. The first school is Pivot Charter School. Their sister school in Fort Myers, Florida, had to close down in 2017 due to financial losses. This doesn't bode well for the school here in Hillsborough County. The second school is South Shore Charter School. The teacher turnover has been extreme, estimated to be 65%. In this last year alone, students are complaining that they are being taught by substitute teachers. And lastly is Kids Community College. The parents are highly, highly encouraged to donate to their enhancement program, while the founder and superintendent, is what he calls himself, is paying himself over $150,000 a year in salary. With that being said, also there have been issues in 2013, I don't know if you recall this, that Hillsborough County School Board was considering declining a renewal of their charter. I know that's been many years, but just wanted to mention that as well. In summary, these schools are failing parents, students, and teachers. We ask for your consideration to vote no for renewal, or at least consider shortening these renewal periods. I know your hands are somewhat tied here, but just consider it. Secondly, we recommend a Citizens Advisory Committee board that would help you with oversight of budget. These are parents that have kids in public education.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Lastly, I just want to say public education is not about politics or donation. It's about our kids. Thanks.
Next will be Leanne, then Hope, then Cynthia, then Catherine, and then Greg. Good evening.
Good evening. Leanne Klum, Glisson, Tampa Bay, and I'm the LGBTQ liaison for Hillsborough County PTA. In light of the appalling trans sports law, I'm here with an ask. But let me start with, it's human frailty that fear and hate stem from a lack of understanding. And I'm sensitive to the fact that if you don't know someone who's transgender, it can be difficult to understand. It's also important to know that no one chooses to be LGBTQ any more than we can choose how tall we are or the color of our skin. We know from data that our LGB students report far higher rates of bullying and violence than their straight cis peers. The rates for transgender students are even higher. Rates of suicidal ideation and attempts are exponentially higher. Like my transgender son once said, "Mom, no one would choose this life." So I asked Superintendent Davis to make a statement in support of his transgender students and athletes. And he's got the facts to back him up. The Florida High School Athletic Association for years has had a policy about transgender athletes without problems. This law sends a damaging message to transgender and genderqueer students, but it sends a message to all students that these kids are to be feared. With the rates of bullying as high as they are, can you imagine now how students will feel emboldened to further bully and harass these students? Making school safe and welcoming for all means they all stay in school and thrive and succeed, and that's a win for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Hope Brilhart and Cynthia Brilhart, Catherine Mooring, Greg Salbikian, and then Damaris Allen. Good evening.
Good afternoon. My name is Hope Brilhart, and I'm a Hillsborough County Public School student. Today you will be deciding whether you will renew and build for-profit charter schools, and I, a student that you serve, am asking you to please vote against these renewals and new applications. Why? Because your job is not to fund charter companies whose goal is to make a profit, but to educate students. Even the CEOs of the companies that own these charters have said it. They went into education to make money. These charter schools also have very little regulation. They have the option to turn away ESE and ELL students simply because the schools do not want to pay for the resources they need to teach them. Some of the charter schools that are up for renewal today are riddled with corruption, including owners giving political bribes to further their businesses, owners using contractors that they are financially invested in, and owners having their own family members on payroll. By voting in favor of these charter companies, you are giving taxpayer dollars to unregulated, corrupt businesses. Not to mention, over the past year, you have said over and over that you simply don't have enough money to keep public school teachers that are desperately needed in the classroom. Why on earth would you be signing new contracts with charters when you cannot sustain the public schools you already have? The only reason I can think of is that you are in favor of privatizing education and are purposely dismantling our public schools. Prove me wrong by voting against the furthering of these charter companies. Work for students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Cynthia Brilhart, Catherine Mooring, Greg, whoops, sorry about the lack of last name getting there, Greg Asalbikian, and then Damaris Allen, and then Allison Fernandez. Good evening.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you give money to a charter school, you are always simultaneously defunding the existing public schools. And that's the plan. Defund public schools, blame them for their failures, make the schools worse and less attractive by cutting teachers and popular programs, causing parents to jump ship to privates or charters that can be monetized. How is this happening? Greedy politicians with financial and ideological ties to charter schools are taking jobs in our government at all levels for the sole purpose of creating laws that benefit charters, and none of this is new. These same politicians are backed by talking points created by highly paid lawyers in think tanks who have been scheming for decades to achieve these goals. This is their end game. In Florida, charter business is booming. When you vote to fund a new charter or renew an old one, you are literally voting for taxation without representation, forcing local taxpayers to pay for schools that they do not approve of or have any direct or indirect control over. Who can we call to complain about their failures or their dangerous or possibly inappropriate curriculum or practices if we are deliberately kept in the dark about them without annual audits? I want public schools with teachers like the ones who spoke in this room the last time I was here. Teachers who have moved on, as they painfully recounted to you, because of a
Final
district
thoughts?
that as a whole is not valuing teachers or caring for the children we have entrusted you with. I have a child who's come to speak with you twice now. She's only 13, and she is afraid of what classes and teachers will be left after all of your cuts and all of your pro-charter choices. It does not have to be this way. Please stop diverting our tax dollars to corrupt charter businesses who admit freely that they got into the business to make money, not for the betterment of our children and our society.
Thank you. Catherine Mooring's next, and Greg, then Damaris Allen, Allison Fernandez, then Adelia Phillips. Good afternoon. I'm back from the evening to the afternoon.
Today I'd like to address the types of books available in school libraries. You ask children to be respectful of each other, of teachers, to be kind, not to bully, and then you make books available depicting hate, rape, incest, the occult, and depravity. When school library shelves have books full of antisocial behaviors, you are encouraging antisocial behavior. Very negative material repeatedly presented makes it seem normal. Many books with historical and educational value are entirely missing from your libraries. Instead, it appears over 3,000 copies from Dork Diaries are held in your libraries and marketed to young girls. These books are littered with phrases of the following nature. I wouldn't want your pathetic life. She's so ugly, she might break your camera by grabbing her wretched little neck and force feeding. Parents, I urge you to look at what your kids are reading and ask what educational value do these books offer your children. A quick search of high school library holdings resulted in finding the book Hold Me Closer, Necromancer. Quote, Auntie Lynn never tasted the sedative in her sherry, and she didn't wake up when he slit her open and stole her gift. As he knelt there, covered in her blood, his hand lolling to the side, but still holding the dagger, drunk on her power, he couldn't help but think she'd be proud. He'd become the perfect pupil. Douglas was no longer weak. Many have argued children should not be subjected to prayer in school. Yet then we find library shelves are stocked with books for our children that normalize antisocial and inhumane behavior. When a librarian selects these books for children who are not mature enough to drive, vote, or join the military, the parent and child's presumption is the book is suitable for their age, that it has been screened, and that it is good and acceptable.
Thank you. Next will be Greg Alsabikian, Damaris Allen, Allison Fernandez, Adelia Phillips, and then Josh Newhouse. Good afternoon, Greg.
Good afternoon. I'm here. My name is Greg Hasselbacon, and I'm here to address the situation with the mask mandate. I'm aware that Hillsborough County recently voted to make masks optional about a week and a half ago. But on the other side of things, I'm also hearing through parents relaying back to me that teachers are still trying to enforce this in their classrooms, even though it's optional. And I think it's just time we move on completely from that. We need to just completely get them out of school. These kids have been going through a lot over the last year and a half. Not even in school, just virtual learning. It's ruining their mental health. It's just abusive at this point, what these kids have been going through. And now they're sitting in classrooms. They've been sitting in classrooms with masks in 95-degree weather in the hottest state in the country, sitting there 6 feet apart, 5, 6, 7 hours a day. That's just not right. And I'm just concerned that this is still an ongoing thing. These students have been going through way too much, and the students need to come and start standing up. We've heard a few cases of students standing up all throughout the state. The students need to stand up, stand their ground, challenge these teachers. The parents need to start backing their students, because this is just abuse at this point. It's ruining their mental health. It's going to ruin their mental health for the rest of their lives, because what's going on in these schools is just not acceptable. And you cannot physically make a student wear a mask the whole time. I mean, 99.998% survival rate. The younger people are, the higher, the better their immune system is. So this virus doesn't even affect them virtually. I'm sitting here without one. You guys don't have a mask on, so why are these kids still being forced to wear these things? It's disgusting. It's inhumane. This is America, land of the free and home of the brave, not land of the oppressed and home of the enslaved. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Damaris Allen, Allison Fernandez, Adelia Phillips, Josh Newhouse, Pat Hall. Good afternoon, Ms. Allen.
Good afternoon, and I apologize. I'm actually Damaris Bridges now. It's just a bad habit. And so one of the things I want to talk to you about is charter schools, obviously. And I want to be really clear. I completely understand that the Florida legislature has removed all local control from you. We will be severely penalized if you vote against charter schools, even if you think it's in the best interest of our students. And that is very concerning to me. You can result in penalties in the DOE withholding funding. There can be legal fees. There can be reimbursements and things like that. That being said, what I would love to see continue, and I saw some of this previously in workshops, is robust conversation with very difficult questions, so that way the public can make an informed decision. So even if your hands are tied by our Florida legislators, parents still have the ability to tune in, and to understand the concerns that we may have sending our kids to these charter schools. A choice without information is no choice at all. The other thing I would like to talk to you about today is one of the pieces of legislation that you heard about today. And this month is Pride Month. And a lot of our students have had a really, really rough year. But for some of our LGBTQ plus students, it has been exceptionally difficult, especially if they've been forced to be home in an unaffirming household. As a part of Florida PTA, I advocated on a regular basis against this terrible legislation. And what I would love to see you do is to affirm these students, to make a proclamation affirming that we value them, that we care for them. Because if we're going to prepare our students for life, we need to let them know we care about them. It is important to note that one affirming adult changes the trajectory of suicide. It's 40% less likely. Thank you.
Thank you. And we'll get your full name corrected next time. So we have now Allison Fernandez, Adelia Phillips, Josh Newhouse, Pat Hall, and Lady Escalante.
Hi, Allison Fernandez. Good afternoon, board members. I'm actually here to talk to you about fiscal and budget issues. A lot of the comments that people have come up here and made just recently regarding their concerns about charter schools are actually happening right here in this district. And while you might not be able to renew a charter school, we can't not renew you. One of the things, and I would like to say I was an auditor with KPMG. You all do not need a forensic audit. The reason you are over your budget is two very simple reasons. One, you're not holding anyone accountable to the spending limits you've given them. Your budget is a moving target. There is no set measurement. And two, you are so far overstaffed and your staff allocations are completely incorrect. That's free. You have a piece of software that helps you allocate units to a school. Your school administrators hire people based on those units. Those units do not interface with your financial. So you could tell a principal that they have 60 units in that school, and you could think in your mind that that means that they're going to hire 60 units at $30,000 apiece. Meanwhile, that principal could hire at $45,000 apiece, and you've now overspent everything you thought you were going to spend. This is penny wise, dollar foolish. Buy the new software, upgrade your software so that your financial system can adequately prepare your administrators for what they need to know so that they can spend appropriately and hold people accountable to what you have expected them to spend. Do not rewrite curriculum because you think it will look better coming out of Hillsborough County. Use tried and true methods. Focus on educating students. And lastly, I'd like to say I've spoken with a lot of you, and I appreciate your time. And I know that a lot of my comments are really aimed more at administration.
Yeah, we're all done on
but
this.
you all are my conduit to administration. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Adelia, Phillips, Josh, Newhouse, Pat Hall, Letty Escalante, and then Angie Smith. And good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Dr. Idalia Phillips, the immediate past president of the League of Women Voters of Hillsborough County. The League would like to thank you for your service to the voters of our county. As you may know, League members are long-term advocates for public school education and the importance of quality education in the future for our county. In that vein, the League asks you today to prioritize the oversight of our students at schools that fall outside the education and support provided by Hillsborough County Public Schools. The League does not necessarily oppose charter schools. Some in our county are outstanding educational institutions. And the League understands that the board faces new restrictions when it comes to decisions on charter applications and renewals due to Senate Bill 1028. However, all charter schools are not providing the same opportunities for our students. As you know, one of the charter schools up for renewal had 4 Ds and an F before its last renewal, and despite those evaluations, received renewal status. Because of this, the board needs to provide ongoing oversight for all students. The League submitted several requests that the district collect data on students moving between our neighborhood and public schools and charter schools. Pinellas County began doing this years ago. For each school up for renewal, do you have data on students' movements between the schools? Upon returning to a neighborhood school, did the student...
Adelia, we're almost
Yes,
out of
thank you for allowing the League to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Josh Newhouse, Pat Hall, Lydia Escalante, Angie Smith, and then Candace Enriquez. Good afternoon, Josh Newhouse.
Good afternoon, School Board, Superintendent Davis, staff, those watching live or at home. Happy Pride Month to all, and happy early Juneteenth as well. My name is Josh Newhouse, and I am a concerned member of the community and an experienced former Hillsborough County Secondary School librarian. At the last board meeting, a member of the community shared her concern about the acclaimed classic book, The Bluest Eye, by Toni Morrison. This may surprise those who know me. I haven't read it, and I read a lot. As I may apologize afterwards, here in the short excerpt, I went to the source. I read the first 55 pages. Is it a good book? It's well written. It's poignant. It builds characters. I'll finish it when I have a moment. Is it an easy read? No. Is it graphic? Not especially yet. I knew I wouldn't have time to read it all before this meeting, so a little research. The graphic scene that was so kindly shared was a rape scene. Was it uncomfortable? Absolutely. Was it explicit? Yes. What happens next? Spoilers. Hold your ears, we need to hear us. They blame the victim in the book. Shocking, right? This book that attacks racism, sexism, and the existence of rape victim blaming, all of which sadly fall under the realm of nonfiction. Want my children to read this book? When they were ready, absolutely. However, and here is the plot twist. To my knowledge, no one is forcing any kid to read this book. It's a book on a curricular suggested reading list, and there are many alternatives. As a librarian, we discuss banned books every year, and it's about choice. Just so we have a very clear procedure. If a book bothers you, or your student, or a teacher, or a parent, choose not to read it. We even have a cite book challenge procedure. The first step involves bringing in people from the community, who are representative, parents, educators, and staff. 2, and here's the key, read the book cover to cover. They discuss, they vote, make an informed consensus on what to do with that book. The irony here is that bringing up the personal concern means people read the book. Especially more kids are going to read that book now that's been mentioned. But the problem is more so, they may not feel comfortable talking about it with adults. I'm almost done, thank you. With adults when they need to. Reading books relevant to them builds readers. Reading about topics that are uncomfortable can give voice to the voiceless. Remind kids they are not alone. And even if I'm rooting for change, I have one more line. Banning books was one step closer to another classic book, Fahrenheit 451, a.k.a. The Temperature Where Books Burn. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we have Pat Hall, Letty Escalante, Angie Smith, Candace Enriquez, Rick Warner. Good afternoon, Ms. Hall.
Hi. We began a study of charter schools in 2013. The details involved 20 to 40% of charters closed due to financial problems or poor academic performance, and they showed more racial segregation. Principal problem with charter schools is they encourage for-profit enterprises to misappropriate public funds that are allotted for education, allowing management companies to take 15% of the budget, developers taking 25% of the budget, and other profiteers to do business without oversight or control invites fraud, waste, and abuse. These shell and sham entities are used for major profits for people like John Hage, CEO of Charter School USA, who had 344 LLCs in Florida the last we checked. The largest law firm in Florida told me that constituted an FBI investigation. Charters in Florida has been a slow-motion insurrection, creating a separate, publicly funded education system paralleling our traditional schools. We have a number of excellent, innovative charter schools in Hillsborough County: Learning Gate, Pepin, Brooks DeBartolo, RCMA. But most others state they follow traditional curriculum. Those up for renewal: Woodmont, 3Ds and FNSC. Why? Long contracts benefit developers.
Final thoughts?
The county commission 2 years ago called charter school associates out for their request for a $35 million low tax bond. Matter Academy, related to Academica, wants approval while they just sold their 4 buildings in Hialeah Gardens for $43 million to their foundation so as to apply for bonds. These slick willies don't prioritize children's education, only profits.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Letty Escalante, Angie Smith, Candace Enriquez, Rick Warner, and then Z. Smith. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I come here today to tip my hat to all of the individuals who spoke out in person, via email, and phone calls against the draconian measures of masking our children in school. It is thanks to their voices that this much-needed change came about. With that being said, I did not come here to thank the school board for eliminating the requirement, because it should have never happened in the first place. While many of us appreciate the fact that our children will not be subjected to re-inhaling the waste coming out of their noses and mouths for hours on end, I want to add that upon reading the email sent to parents from Superintendent Davis on June 4th, I'm still very concerned. The email reads, "We will continue to work with our local health officials at USF and Florida Department of Health, Tampa General Hospital, in case a change in this decision is warranted." I fear that the school board still feels that this is a power that they have a right to impose on the citizens of this county. And I just want to say that if you think you can muzzle our children in the future without our consent, without any civilian pushback, you are mistaken. Furthermore, alternative school options have been made available to more Floridians through a recent law passed by the governor, which could result in a huge financial blow for you. The actions of this administration have sown much distrust amongst many parents who now feel that your intentions do not necessarily lie on the side of what is in the best interest of our children and their health. Instead, many of us have arrived to the conclusion that partisan politics may play a key role in the decision-making process. The mask standard has harmed our kids in more ways than one, and as more Hillsborough County residents take note of this, the voices of those demanding that elected officials respect parental rights are amplified. You exist for the purpose of providing them with a K-12 education, nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Escalante. Next will be Angie Smith, followed by Candace Enriquez, Rick Warner, Z. Smith, and then Tina Williams Brewster. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon. Let's be honest. Charter schools aren't just fair competition. They're businesses that use government funding to buy up land and real estate and make construction and software deals in the name of education. Despite this, we've given charter companies chance after chance to prove they can improve student performance. Decades of spending later, we have nothing to show for it. The charter experiment is bad business, plain and simple. Why continue to funding this when we're just avoiding a state takeover due to a budget crisis that was caused largely by charter spending? Spending on these schools has improved nothing and cost us millions. The consequences of failing to change course will be on all of us and you. Richard Corcoran was recently cut from the short list of candidates for FSU president. Why? Because they want someone dedicated to education, not politics and private interest. Make no mistake, this is just the beginning of your public scrutiny. You are and will continue to be held accountable to the choices you make between public and private interests, just as Corcoran is now. Don't choose rubber stamping in politics. Use due diligence. Don't follow vague recommendations. Don't cave to the threats from the thugs in the industry. Do what's right. Charter funding is hurting the district, and you have the right to say no. You should say no. Woodmont and South Shore, we mentioned a couple of them. Here are some comments on grade schools. These are just from parents. Quote, teachers cursing out kids in classrooms, zero communication, the school staff is overwhelmed. One parent said it needs to be shut down.
Final thoughts?
One more about South Shore, only serving 10% of economically disadvantaged students. So what's the point of a charter school that doesn't really need to be there? And it's not doing well either. Lots of substitute teachers. So the point is, let's stop this handout. Let's stop these charter schools from just like leeching off of us. Let's not rubber stamp things. Let's not cave into the threats from politicians like that. And let's do what's right.
Thank you very much. Next, Candace Enriquez, Rick Warner, Z. Smith, Tina Williams Brewster, and then Alan Brewster. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My daughter attended an amazing IB school here in Hillsborough County. There was one thing that I found really bothersome about the school. And it wasn't the teacher's fault. It came down to money, to logistics, to time. And when I told other adults my concerns about this issue, I was often laughed at. Like, there are bigger problems in schools right now, lady. Fast forward 3 years later, the issue that really bothered me, I wonder if you guys are going to laugh at me today as well, or will you hear me? At my daughter's school, she was in first grade, and in her class, and really all the classrooms, the children weren't washing their hands before they went to lunch. The teachers were squirting out hand sanitizer instead. I'm concerned that we are teaching today's kids that hand sanitizer is just as good as hand washing. It isn't. Let me make that clear today. Hand washing is the best thing to reduce the spread of communicable diseases. Even on the CDC website, it says, there are important differences between washing hands with soap and water and using hand sanitizer. Soap and water work to remove all types of germs on the hands, while sanitizer works by killing certain germs on the skin. Although alcohol-based hand sanitizers can quickly reduce the number of germs in many situations, they should be used in the right situations. Soap and water are more effective at removing certain kinds of germs. Also on the CDC website, where I got this quote, there's also an advisory for hand sanitizers containing methanol. We need to also consider, does excessive hand sanitizer use create antimicrobial resistance in bacteria, and what will that mean for our
Final
future?
thoughts?
What is happening to us as a culture when we aren't taking the time to teach young children basic hand washing skills? My solution is that we set up something very similar to the Zoo Tampa, which is like an outdoor trough type of situation where 6, 7 kids could wash their hands at one time outdoors together. This would be a very rudimentary thing that could be designed off the water system that's already on the side of the building. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next will be Rick Warner, Z. Smith, Tina Williams Brewster, Alan Brewster, followed by Julie Gebhardts. Good afternoon, Mr. Warner.
Good afternoon, board members, Superintendent Davis. Looking back at the April 13th board meeting, there were 24 members of the public and 16 employees that spoke. Each had their own unique perspective. The one thing they all had in common was a desire to provide a better learning experience for our students. Those speakers, nearly all of whom were critical of either the administration and or the board, are actually the best friends of the district. They have the essential passion to make schools better. The number of disagreements about how to spend money, where to make budget cuts, and even whether cuts are necessary is a clear indicator of the level of seriousness of the lack of adequate and equitable funding. And that is the underlying problem, the lack of adequate and equitable funding. The NEA does a study each year ranking the states in a number of categories. In the latest ranking, Florida's 44th among the states in total per pupil funding and 50th, I repeat, 50th in average salaries of instructional staff. Anyone who expects excellence in education will recognize that it cannot happen without better funding. The very real problem is the lack of priority placed on funding by the Florida legislature, and we must educate the voters so that they bring people who will prioritize public education to Tallahassee.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. Next will be Z. Smith, Tina Williams Brewster, Alan Brewster, Julie Gebhardts, and then followed by Shay Gebhardts. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is Z. Smith. I have a doctorate in physical therapy. My practice requires sorting through evidence to find valid studies to support my interventions. I use those skills to thoroughly research the subject that I'm presenting now. The district personnel appears to be encouraging parents to vaccinate their children for an illness that has 99.7% recovery rate. They are pushing experimental genetic therapies with possible side effects of blood clots, neurological problems, or death. The children receiving the injections are enrolled in a stage 3 clinical trial that already has enough evidence of high risk. If anything, they should be discouraging the practice. Each week, the vaccine adverse effects reports increases by 700%. This is documented on the CDC-funded database. There are more reported deaths and adverse reactions in 2021 than all vaccines combined in the last 15 years. This is a part of the experiment where the scientific method requires stopping the trial and conducting a thorough analysis of the data. They can compare the current data with that of the prior mRNA vaccine used for trials on COVID-1 that was 78% similar to the COVID-2, which is what we're calling COVID-19. That trial resulted in the death of all of the animals used in testing, all of them. Let's take that evidence, let's take the advice of many doctors and stop this experiment by not promoting vaccinations. I understand the fear of teachers, but the only feasible options are the safe and cheap medication therapies available for the treatment of COVID. It's time to explore the use of preventative protocols rather than risk the unknown. Please stop district personnel from encouraging toxic procedures on our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next will be Tina Williams Brewster, followed by Alan Brewster, Julie Gebhardts, Shay Gebhardts, followed by Jason Kimball.
Hi, good afternoon, board members, superintendent. I'm back. I hope you all had a wonderful school year amid all the trials. Today I want to come and bring before you, we're still on the subject of the lack of professionalism. Today, board members, I want to reach out to each one of you. If your constituents don't know you in their buildings, you don't need to be a board member. If you continue to ignore phone calls and don't even do the investigations, then just like we voted you in, we're prepared to vote you out. We all need to take accountability for the job that we signed up for. Too many of our children are failing. Our state has shown we're still at the bottom. As Mr. Warner so eloquently put, we need to elect people in Tallahassee that take funding our schools seriously, because this is the generation, the people that the students that we're educating now, they're going to take care of us. At the point they're graduating, our students are graduating, but at what level? They can't read. The science is abysmal. They can't add. So yes, they're graduating, but what are they graduating to? What are they graduating from? Only 20% of our students are even going to college. But yet we have this great inflated graduation rate. Our teachers are overworked and underburdened. Our students are overworked and underburdened. It is up to the people in charge. Let's all be accountable for the job that you signed up for. Education just doesn't stop and end at 3:25 or 4:30. It's for a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you. Alan Brewster, Julie Gephardt, Shay Gephardt, Jason Kimball, and Elsie Batsell. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. I also want to speak about the leadership in the schools. The administrators are pushing teachers out of the schools, causing them to transfer to other schools. Good teachers, good quality teachers, especially the teachers who work with students that's ESC. My daughter just recently was told by some of her teachers that they're leaving. They're leaving. And it's not because they want to, it's because they're being forced to. Once again, it's the leadership in the building. I'm not going to call no names. Carrollwood, Ben Hill, there's a problem there. Seriously. My daughter at Ben Hill posed a question to the principal about her or other girls being able to wear dark colored pants when they're on their cycle. And the response from the principal was, well, I spoke to other female adults about it, and they felt that it was too difficult to weed out who shouldn't be wearing the dark colored pants. That's some insensitivity to these young females. Once again,
final thoughts?
Poor administration, poor results.
Thank you. Next will be Julie Gephardt, Shay Gephardt, Jason Kimball, Elsie Batsell, and then Jason Ferger. And correct me, I'm sure I didn't do right by your last name.
Close enough. Julie Gebhardt.
Okay, good afternoon.
Afternoon. We're back with The Bluest Eye by Toni Morrison. Your authorized literature promoted in your classrooms, accessible to the students without parental consent. Let's review. Horrific detail is given about the incestuous rape of the main character. The book graphically discusses orgasms, prostitution, incest, rape, nudity, pornography, molestation, pedophilia, masturbation, sexual dreams, homosexuality, bestiality, and sodomy. You may remember from the last board meeting when I read an exceedingly graphic excerpt that horrifyingly described the pedophile in your book selection, one of the several pedophiles in the book. And you may remember being offended when I read this repugnant, despicable content. But quite honestly, the most troubling and disturbing part is far worse. How? How could it be worse than being inside the mind of a twisted pedophile? Well, on page 166, the author describes the pedophile like this, quote,
His sexuality was anything but lewd. His patronage of little girls smacked of innocence and was associated in his mind with cleanliness. He was what one might call a clean old man, unquote. Complimenting a pedophile is disgusting. I hope we are astonished and deeply troubled by this. I hope that we recognize the unimaginable threats to our children. I hope that someone with a title will do something immediately. I hope that parents are outraged by this atrocity. Anyone standing by this book, educators, administrators, school boards, whoever it is, needs to answer for supporting and advocating and promoting this unconscionable evil. Parents are waking up in Hillsborough County, and we need to unite and stand together. It's not too late. The time is now. I'm grateful for Board Member Snively, who has worked with me, and I've been privileged to interact with her on this, and she's been an advocate. Please, Board, step up and remove this and every other book like it from every sphere of our schools.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next will be Shay Gevharts, Jason Kimball, Elsie Bessel, and then Jason Ferger, followed by Jonathan Riches. Good afternoon, Shay.
Hello. I wanted to bring forward this book. It's called In the Time of the Butterflies by Julia Alvarez. This book was recommended to the sophomore class at Newsom High School and is available in at least 26 high schools in Hillsborough County. I wanted to read a quote from page 53 regarding this married couple in the book. It says, "Every night I gave him my milk as if he were my lost child, and afterwards I let him do things I never would have before. Come here, mi amor," I'd whisper to guide him through the dark bedroom when he showed up after having been out late in the fields. Then I was the one on horseback, riding him hard and fast until I'd gotten somewhere far away from my aching heart. Title 46, Chapter 847 outlines what is illegal in regards to sexual conduct and pornography in public schools. Section 1 defines harmful to minors as any description or presentation of whatever kind or form of sexual conduct or sexual excitement when it is patently offensive to prevailing standards in the adult community as a whole with respect to what is suitable material or conduct for minors. Were you embarrassed or uncomfortable when I read about this grown man drinking his wife's breast milk or their sex positions? I'm a Generation Z adult, in the same generation as these high school kids, but legally obligated to display how this content is patently offensive to me. As a Gen Z, I'm repulsed by this content and hope that none of the kids in Hillsborough County are exposed to this again.
Final thoughts?
If you were uncomfortable, this is a felony, outlined in Section 12 of Chapter 847. The penalty for having this book in a public school, according to Chapter 775, Section 82, is a term of imprisonment up to 5 years. This book in these schools is a criminal offense. Whoever was responsible for approving this book is required by law to serve a prison sentence.
Thank you very much. Next will be Jason Kimball, Elsie Bessel, Jason Ferger, Jonathan Riches, followed by Christy No. Good afternoon, Mr. Kimball.
Members of the board, I hope everyone's doing well. My public comment is going to pertain to the superintendent and the email that he sent out regarding the mask policy. So I understand that masks are going to be optional. The email essentially said that we will continue to work with our local public health experts and monitor conditions across our community in case a change in this decision is warranted. So I've been communicating with the superintendent. He's very receptive. He actually gave me a call yesterday, and I hope to continue working with him to address my complaint. But I don't know if the superintendent or the board is aware of a recent appellate court decision. It was the Florida State First District Court of Appeals. Perhaps maybe your attorney, Mr. Porter, can consult with you regarding that. But they essentially upheld Section 23 of the Florida Constitution. It was a case, Justin Green versus Alachua County. And I think that the superintendent's email, which was sent out before the decision was made in that case, they essentially upheld the Supreme Court's interpretation of the Constitution, and it was a very informative ruling. I think that the superintendent should kind of update his language to reflect that decision. And my second complaint would be is I think that there needs to be a standard for consulting with healthcare practitioners for future pandemics. There is a real danger that there will be a future pandemic just based on animal studies that have been conducted on prior vaccines that were in development for coronavirus strains. So I mean, it's very real possibility that we may be facing an even worse pandemic. I mean, we'll see what happens, but I think that we should be going into that much better prepared and more informed. And I think we need to try to eliminate arbitrary decisions and have more of a guideline as far as who to consult with, how to weigh professional opinions. And I look forward to working with the superintendent on that. And if we can't get anywhere, I look forward to addressing the chair to address those complaints. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Elsie Bassell, Jason Ferger, Christy No, Allie Legg, and followed by Nicholas Wimbish.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I'm Elise Batzel with Stearns Weaver Miller, a law firm here in Tampa, and I'm happy to be with you tonight. I've come tonight actually to ask for your help. There is a de facto moratorium on development in South County related directly to the inability to get schools sited in South County. Our law firm represents a number of developers and property owners in that area, as well as all over the county, that are concerned about this area. Our firm was intimately involved in drafting the original prop shares that allowed the school board and the county and the development community to work together to allow development to go forward and to help pay for that school capacity where you have constrained capacity. But as many of you know, that system is now very broken because the county will not approve the school sites that your staff is bringing forward. The exhibit that I just passed out to you shows the high school areas across the county. Again, the reason that we are in this de facto moratorium is that we are not able to enter in these prop shares and go ahead and pay our proportionate shares. So what you're looking at in red represents 233,000 acres. That's 33.5% of the county where we today cannot move forward with development permits. That's a huge issue for economic and development community in this area. It's becoming not only a school siting issue for the county, but it's also an economic development issue. Yes, ma'am. So we will come back to you. There will be more of us, but we would just ask that you do have that joint meeting with the school, with the county, and to try to help solve this issue.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we will have Jason Ferger, followed by Christy No, followed by Allie Legg, Nicholas Wimbish, Susan Rains, and last, Christina Edwards. And good afternoon, Mr. Ferger.
Good afternoon. My name is Jason Ferger. I am a stakeholder. Today I'm here to offer a couple ideas and a couple comments. On Friday, April 23rd, during the emergency meeting, barely 6 feet away from me was the third highest person in the district, and I'd assume the third highest responsibility. I watched and documented for more than 2 hours multiple text messages sent and received, and you guys will soon be getting the results. Perhaps an audit of all district cell phones to determine what is being used and what's not being used, as well as maybe a refresher on the Florida Sunshine Laws. I watched the last meeting as a parent came before you and spoke about that book. If you don't think for a second that the district enrollments will be affected by that, you're a fool. Secondly, the fact that Kim Bays need to be told to go talk to that parent, and anybody that was named had a chief in their title or a regional superintendent didn't trip over themselves running after her is clearly astonishing. I cannot believe that none of those people ran after that woman and wanted to talk to her. But I digress. The last thing I want to talk about is something that I spoke to most of you about, not everybody personally, but it's the Orange County and Broward County. What they have is called a school board auditor. This position is independent. Independent is the key. The board selects one community business member. Orange, for example, has VPs from Darden and Disney on their committee. The committee in turn hires a school board auditor, not the school board, not the superintendent. It's independent. And I believe that's the system that's the missing checks and balances that we have here in Hillsborough. Every contract in Orange County has what's called a non-funding provision because, funding changes every single year. Today, there are more than 217 million reasons why taxpayers deserve this type of position that is independent and helps determine where our tax dollars go. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferger. Next will be Christy No, Allie Legg, Nicholas Wimbish, Susan Rains, followed by Christina Edwards. And good afternoon, Christy Noe.
Good afternoon. Actually, good evening now. My name is Christy Noe, and I'm here with Collaborative Educational Network. And I want to just say that I was a graduate of Gaither High School here in Hillsborough County, and I began my teaching career here in Hillsborough County and was here for 8 years before I left and then went to Collier County to be a principal of a charter school. And that was back when we only had 33 charter schools in the state. And so I just want to let you all know, you guys are my home. This is where I graduated from. And I think that, you have something before you tonight to vote on the charter schools. I think that the legislation was passed to give some flexibility in exchange for accountability. And I've heard a lot of speakers today talk about how charter schools aren't accountable, but they are. They have to have performance standards, financial standards, all of these other things that they have to meet. And so I would say that your office here, the district office, does a great job. We have clients that we work with throughout the state. We don't work with management companies. We're the independent charter schools. And there is a difference, and I think people need to understand that. So there are lots of charter schools, and the one that I'm representing tonight, Patel Elementary School, is an independent governing board. And so a lot of people just throw all these charter schools together and think this is what they're doing, they're making money, and I don't think anybody should ever make money off of kids. But I do think that there are some really good boards and groups of people out there that want to have an option for their students and provide something innovative and different. So final thoughts. I look forward to working with you all. I want to thank the district office, Chintzia and her team. It takes a lot of time to read charter applications. It takes a lot of time also to monitor and make sure that they're successful, and if they're not, they shouldn't be there. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we'll have Allie Legg, Nicholas Wimbish, Susan Rains, and Christina Edwards. And good evening. It's official.
Good evening, everybody. So it has been brought to my attention that there's an association or special interest group that may use their collaborative contract to possibly strong-arm this board into mandating the COVID-19 vaccine for school entry next year, being that the mask mandate has been rescinded. This would open up the board to legal ramifications, as this vaccine is emergency use authorized only. Okay, it is still in trial phases, and those trial phases do not end until 2023. Section 564 of the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act, codified at 21 U.S. Code 360 BBB-3, Section E, requires the public have the option to accept or refuse administration for an experimental product. Both FDA and CDC guidelines and guidance regulations reflect the statutory prohibition from mandating an individual receive a product that has only been granted EUA. While manufacturers and administrators of this vaccine, doctors, are not liable for injury or death that may occur with this experimental vaccination, under the PrEP Act, this board and all of you individually and this association that may push this are not protected. So you are open to liability as far as legal action goes. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It is also important that when this is presented to you, that you choose a family-centered option, family choice-centered option, and not an expert-dictated option, as it is parental choice on how we go about the health care of our children. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Nicholas Wimbish, Susan Rains, and Christina Edwards. And good evening, Mr. Wimbish.
Good evening. How are you?
Fine, thank you.
All right. I'm here to talk about an issue today regarding the mask mandates for next school year. Obviously, it's been rescinded, of course, but there is kind of a catch-22 going on as well, because in the letter sent to the parents of Hillsborough County on June 7th, it stated from Superintendent Addison Davis, "We will continue to work with our local public health experts at the Florida Department of Health, of Hillsborough, and Tampa General Hospital, along with USF Health, to monitor conditions across our community in case a change in this decision is warranted." So a lot of parents in the community obviously feel that's a caveat to that this could change with the policy, and that's concerning to parents. As someone who grew up in Tampa and is friends with many parents in the community, and I'm also involved in grassroots and the causes I believe in, and it's concerning to me as a citizen. I don't have any children. I hope God willing will someday, but I can't imagine having a child right now in the school system with all this back and forth decision making. And if you remember, this is a valid concern, because back a year ago in 2020, it was decided around, I think it was around June.
Final thoughts?
Yep. That masks would not be required on children in school, but then in July, the Hillsborough County School District reversed course, as you all know, and parents are anxious and concerned that it may reverse course again. So please consider the children first, and thank you for your time, and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Susan Rains, and last, Christina Edwards. Oh, good evening, Ms. Rains.
Good evening. I am the parent of a child that attends Woodmont Charter School within Charter School USA. Let me start by saying I am the product of the public school system, total, from kindergarten through college. My oldest daughter is a product of the public school system from kindergarten through college. So yes, I have a college-age daughter. When my youngest one came along, Woodmont was the choice for us. And looking at the options available at the time, it offered options we couldn't find in any other schools in the area, both private or fully public. The school has risen to the occasion time and time again to provide the best education for its students. Over the years, it offered a curriculum that continually tried to meet the needs of the students while pushing them to excellence. They offered elementary Spanish to my first grader and a fun STEM class that turned learning to code into a fun type of electronic game that my daughter actually could get excited about while actually learning a skill. They even offered a 21st century after-school enrichment program, separate from after school, that was no charge to school families and included learning activities and enrichment, not just after-school babysit. My youngest child has attended this K-8 school since she was in kindergarten. She's now about to enter 7th grade and ended the last semester with an A report card. I've witnessed my child.
Final thoughts? Oh, keep going, I'm sorry.
Grow and learn. This school, at a number of years ago, had a grade letter of a D, but in one school year, went from a D to a B. Let me repeat that, in one school year. They've continued to maintain excellence. The curriculum is proven time and time again. Its administrators and staff.
Ms. Rains.
And
finish your thought. Finish your sentence, please.
Their administrators and staff have tried to get their students to reach a level of excellence that I haven't seen, and it fits the needs of our family. So it's mainly the reason I keep my child there. It's also why I'm here to support them today, and I request that you approve the contract renewal for Woodmont Charter School. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last, we will have Christina Edwards. Good evening, Ms. Edwards.
Good evening. Thank you. I, too, am a product of Hillsborough County Public Schools. I had my two children. They were never going to public school because of what I experienced. However, my son attended Florida charter schools for 4.5 years. My daughter, 2.5 before I took them out and enrolled them in Hillsborough County Public, where they are thriving. To summarize the charter school failures we experienced, my daughter graduated kindergarten without knowing her letters. My son almost failed 2nd and 4th grade due to blatant disregard for his 504 accommodations. Finally, with no professional input from any human service worker, A CSA school board member lectured me on what she believed was a lack of discipline in my home. I urge you to put our taxpayer dollars into schools that I believe are working to put our children first, public schools. On that note, I would like to remind you that it is the job of the school board members to protect our children from the indoctrination of damaging political movements such as the Black Panther Party. My daughter came home with this book called One Crazy Summer. She's 4th grade going into 5th grade. This book outlines the positive events that came out of the Black Panther Party movement in Oakland, California in 1968.
Final thoughts?
I encourage you to please thoroughly examine all book material before it comes out. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our public comments, and we are reminded that at 6 o'clock we have our employee comments. We are going to go ahead and move into recognitions and proclamations. First will be the Juneteenth National Freedom Day. This proclamation will be read by Member Washington, and Member Washington, please share.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Juneteenth represents the first day celebrating freedom in America for all Americans and the last known celebration for the ending of slavery. On June 19, 1865, America, with its former slaves, celebrated a new birth of freedom, naming it Juneteenth. African Americans nurtured Juneteenth while serving in America's wars and conflicts, exemplifying courage, patriotism, exhibiting patience with grace in the face of draconian laws and severe inequality. Over the course of time, through many trials, emerged Juneteenth. Liberation event flourished across the nation, inspiring its citizens to honor their freedom through music, storytelling, education, ceremonies, and celebrations. 46 states and the District of Columbia have acknowledged Juneteenth as a day of observance to be recognized necessary for freedom. And also I would like to have the Children of Vision, Ms. Tanya Lewis, and also Workman Design, Mr. Gerald Vickers. Would you come up, please?
Good evening, Ms. Lewis.
Good afternoon, good evening. Good evening, board members. I want to ask each of the board members to come down. I'm with Children with a Vision, 28 years here in the community. Mr. Gerald Vickers is with Workman's Design, and we want all the board members to come front and come down, please.
Short way to go.
Superintendent Davis, you also as well? And Mr. Porter as well. These shirts were designed by Workman's Design, Mr. Gerald Vickers, and we are gifting these shirts to you in memory and commemorates of Juneteenth that's coming up this Saturday. Ms. Lynn Gray. Ms. Jessica Bond. Ms. Nadia Cole. Ms. Karen. As again, my name is Tanya Lewis, and we're with Children with a Vision, 28 years in the community. And Mr. Gerald Vickers is with Workman Design, who designed these shirts, and we are gifting these shirts to the school board members in commemoration of 1865 Juneteenth that will be this Saturday. Ms. Stacy Hahn? Melissa? Ms. Addison Davis? Mr. Porter?
Mr. Henry Washington. And we would like to take a picture with
I can wear it with more than one outfit, right?
Yes, sir. First class.
Miss Gray, you may put those in the back.
Put them on the radio. I got tired of sitting down.
Well, that was a wonderful surprise, and again, thank you, Ms. Lewis, for the wonderful, generous spirit that you always have. I think right now I need a motion and a second to approve the Juneteenth National Freedom Day. Do I have a motion I have a motion from Member Perez, second by Member Combs. Will there be any discussion at this point in time? Member Vaughn?
Am I on?
Yes, you are.
I just want to, again, thank you so much for those beautiful shirts. And I'm just so glad to see this proclamation come forward. I think that right now, what's going on at the state level is really important, that we're talking about what's happened in history, and that we're honoring the day that our all Americans were free. So I just wanted to say thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And I believe we have Member Washington.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you also, Ms. Lewis and Mr. Vickers. You've been serving the community for a long time, doing good for the community, and we really appreciate all that you do for the community in Tampa, Florida. And I also want to make note, I will be reading a full proclamation for Juneteenth National Freedom Day on Friday, June the 18th at the Tampa City Hall at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
And thank you, Member Washington. And we are very much reminded that our black students of color, of course, they need to know the history, they need to know the pain, the suffering that is part of their heritage, as well as the wonderful leaders that have gotten to the point of actually having high notoriety. So history is such an important revealer of the nature of what our students hopefully will become. They need to respect the history, and as hard as that is to review. Thank you, Member Washington. Thank you, Ms. Lewis and Mr. Vickers, for being so very generous and relevant to the issues of today. Next, we will have the adoption of the proclamation of LGBTQ plus Pride Month, and I believe, I'm sorry. We have to vote. Okay. If you all will go ahead and press the button here for yes or no, and it's unanimous. Okay. Next, LGBTQ plus. Member Perez, would you present the proclamation? Thank you.
Thank you. Board members, before I read this important proclamation, I want to tell our students, all our students, but in this case particularly our trans students, that we support you, we empower you, and we stand behind you. I know many of our students and parents feel targeted by the actions taken in Tallahassee that singled out our trans athletes. These students stand in their truth, and we need to support them. Superintendent?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So tonight we will recognize the importance of equality for every learner and employee within the school district, including the LGBTQ members, and also we just identified the impact and courage members of the African American community had on creating freedoms that we enjoy today and freedoms that we will continue to fight for as we move forward. Please understand that a diverse community is one that is identified as a strong community. And as we stand together, sometimes may be difficult, but as we continue to create the safest, disruption-free, vibrant educational environment in Hillsborough County, we'll continue to thrive and support every learner within our school district. So thank you.
Thank you. And with that said, the proclamation reads, "The School Board of Hillsborough County supports the rights of every student and employee to experience equality, equity, and the freedom from discrimination. We welcome and accept people of diverse backgrounds, and our district believes a diverse population leads to a more vibrant community, which contributes greatly to our schools and culture. The lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities contribute to the educational, cultural, civic, and economic success of Hillsborough County Public Schools. And while we as a society at large are slowly embracing new definitions of sexuality and gender, we must also acknowledge that the need for education and awareness remains vital to the end discrimination and prejudice."
Thank you, Member Perez. I need a motion and a second to approve the LGBTQ+. I have a motion by Member Combs. I have a second by Member Vaughn. And do we have any discussion? And discussion, Member Washington, followed by Member Vaughn, followed by Member Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just here to support what Mrs. Perez says. We are here for everyone, and we want students to be successful no matter who you are or what you do, because it's very important to be together as a team in Hillsborough County and work as a team together to make the school system successful. So whatever it takes, we're here to do it. And I appreciate it. Thank you, Mrs. Perez.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Vaughn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Member Perez. I echo your sentiments. We had a speaker earlier who spoke about increased suicide rates, increased bullying of our LGBTA and trans students. And she said that it's really important to hear that there are adults who value and affirm and respect you. So to see so many of my fellow board members making that declaration, and Superintendent Davis, that our schools are to be inclusive and that we want environments where everybody feels valued and respected is really important right now. So I just want to say thank you. Also, whoever gave us these pins, thank you very much at the dais. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Perez?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I gave everyone one of those pins. But also here in Hillsborough County, we have, when you see someone with the badge, the ally badge, is letting you know that they're someone safe for you to speak to, and that you could approach them and speak to them if you need anything. There are more than 64,000 homeless trans students, but they come to school on a daily basis because they feel that the schools are a safe place for them. They're sleeping in the street, they're living in the street, but on a daily basis, they come to school. That says and speaks loudly to our school systems and our teachers and who we have surrounding them in our schools. So I just want to, let our trans students know and our LGBT community know that we're here for them, and whatever they need, please don't hesitate to come to us. We're here. Thank you.
Member Perez, and absolutely there is a growing need for sex education, sexual identity, gender identity, and for students to understand and appreciate that not all students are alike, and not all people are alike, of course. So I always say that education is the best equalizer, and so we will continue to make sure that we're very cognizant of the LGBTQ plus. And thank you, Member Perez, for bringing this forth. Thank you, Board, for also advocating and supporting. We're going to go ahead now and vote. All of you that are in favor of the LGBTQ month, Pride Month, will you please vote now? It is unanimous. Thank you, Board. Next, we have the recognition of students with perfect attendance from kindergarten through the 12th grade with the support of Suncoast Credit Union. So we are anxious, Anne-Marie, Courtney, go ahead and let's get these wonderful students in front of us.
Good afternoon, board members, Mr. Davis, and the members of the cabinet. Today, we recognize 6 students who have shown a great commitment to their education through a demonstration of perfect attendance, kindergarten through 12th grade. James Womack once said, "Commitment unlocks the doors of imagination, allows vision, and gives us the right stuff we need to turn our dream into a reality." I do not know if these 6 students we will recognize tonight had a dream to earn perfect attendance from kindergarten through 12th grade, but I do know they made it a reality. Research shows that attendance is vital to the success of the classroom. These students have attended 2,340 consistent days of school. That's 180 days of school for 13 years. Yes, let's pause for dramatic effect. This is truly an accomplishment in maintaining diligent work ethic and choosing to stay on course. Each of our graduating seniors with perfect attendance, kindergarten through 12th grade, will be presented a brand new laptop, and our partner, Cindy Hilton from Suncoast Credit Union, is kindly providing each student with a $500 scholarship. At this time, it is my honor to introduce to you these extraordinary students. Our first student is Chididu Thaw Ananobi, and I got that right. I did say Newsom, yes. Okay. Our next student, oh, Mom and Dad. Go ahead and stand where we talked about. Okay. All right, our next student is Christiana Dirks from Plant High School. And her proud parents. And brother. Who is on track to be here in 2 years with the same award. Scoot back just a little bit. Perfect. And over a little. There you go. Great. Our next student is Alejandro Lopez from Jefferson High School. and his proud mom. Our next student is Rebecca Rodriguez from Brandon High School. And her proud family. When we were in the green room, we teased her that she had quite the paparazzi. Our next student is Nicholas Salvo. Unfortunately, Nicholas had won a trip that he was unable to take last year because of COVID, so he is on that trip with his family, and we will celebrate when he returns. But let's give him a round of applause. And our final student recognition this evening is Corbin Trottier from Plant City High School. And his proud family. Students, as you begin your journey beyond high school, I am confident that this accomplishment forecasts the many successes you will have in your future. A special thank you to the parents and families of these incredible students. Your support of your child's commitment to their education is greatly appreciated. Thank you also to the high school principals who came tonight to honor these 6 students, and they're here in the galley with us. Another heartfelt thank you to our partner, Suncoast Federal Credit Union, for their generous scholarship, and our partners in education for the new technology these students will be using in their future. Congratulations, graduates. Board members and superintendent, if we could gather for a picture real quick. Thank you so much.
And parents, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. And thanks, Anne Marie Courtney. Thanks, Suncoast Credit Union, is always being with us and partners with our district. Such a wonderful occasion. Since this is an information item, we do not have to vote, but we have another special recognition. And I think we're going to go ahead right into that. That is the 2020/2021 High School State Baseball Champions. And Mr. Robinson will present this recognition. Yay.
Good afternoon. We had the pleasure of being able to present to you state champions previously at the recognition meetings. But since that last recognition meeting, we've had another team win a state championship. So we appreciate the opportunity to present them here tonight. We have the state champion baseball team from Bloomingdale High School. Here to make a few introductions, we're going to start off with the proud principal of Bloomingdale High School, Mr. Marcos Rodriguez.
Good evening, everybody. Yeah, I'd just like to echo the positive comments that have been said thus far. This was actually the first time in school history that our baseball team won a state championship, and what a year to do that. We are extremely, extremely proud of our coaching staff, of our players for sticking through it and for making all the way to the state finals and winning the state championship, and to be the first in school history for us. So once again, congratulations to all of you guys. A true testament to the hard work you put in this year. With that said, I'd like to introduce our head coach, Chris Wilk, and introduce the players.
Well, thank you very much to our school board. Thank you to Mr. Davis. The support we got along the way was awesome. Probably the best moment for me, and I know it was big for the players, was the morning of the state championship game when I received a call from Mr. Davis and kind of pumped us up a little bit and got us ready to play, and that was really, really cool. Thank you to Mr. Robinson, Ms. Burchell, and of course my administration at Bloomingdale. They're the best. Just supporting us all the way. So thank them very much. And at this time, I'd like to introduce most of my players. Start with senior Donovan Dubison. Another senior, Marlon Bowen. Senior David Eckes. Junior Carlos De Jesus. Sophomore Alex Vasquez. Senior Joe Skinner. Junior Jack Owens. Junior Drake Harmon. Junior Chase Chappell. Sophomore Trey Wilson. Senior Gabe Garrett. Sophomore Dawson Harmon. Sophomore Bobby Rossi. Junior Trey Clinton. Junior Jake Nolte. And Junior Colby Shelton. I have a very, very amazing support staff and my coaching staff. One of them was able to make it today. He's been doing this for a very long time. Coach Frank Lombard.
Board members, if we can ask that you all maybe stand behind them so we have some parents that might want to take a picture. Thank you. All right. Right out that door. Right out that door. Great job.
Yes, thank you, coaches. Thank you, Mr. Robinson, and you guys are awesome. Great competitors. You'll do wonderful in life. Just keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and we look to bring forward quite a few state champions next year.
Ah, yes. Yeah. Tell them to put the hair down. Okay, next we're going to go ahead and do the consent agenda. Board members, I need a motion and a second to approve the. Yeah, we're okay. I need a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. I have a motion by Member Combs, and I have a second by Member Washington. Please vote when your lights are on. And with everyone, Member Washington voted, Member Gray, Member Hahn, Member Combs, and those who are not here were Member Vaughn and Member Perez, and Member Snively. It's unanimous. All right. We're going to go ahead now and handle our our superintendent comments tonight. With all this excitement, I think, well, you're going to have a lot to face up to, Superintendent Davis. So at this point in time, I know that you have a PowerPoint, perhaps? Or-
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay. Thank you. You're on.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so very much, and thank you for all the speakers that came tonight just to speak about public education and our stance as a organization. Please know that we're there with you, and we openly have some work to do from a legislative perspective due to the fact that charter schools, why we're here to continue to support choice. Our job is also to protect and compete from a district management perspective. But tonight we get a chance to, in my superintendent's update, want to recognize some new principals that we have will lead the way for our 21-22 school year, be able to provide an update on the learning solutions and also the mask mandate for next school year as well. Discuss third grade FSA scores, and at the same token, highlight graduation for the class of 2021. So let's get right into it. New principals. As the continued excitement off of a state championship for Bloomingdale, let's go right into it and recognize some of the new leaders that will lead the work in this organization. When I call your name, if you'll please just stand up. Actually, what I'd love for you to do is to come up here and be recognized. The first one from Brooker Elementary School would be Heidi Copeland, who is the AP at Mintz Elementary School. Yep. Also for Greco Middle School, we have the current assistant principal who will now lead this work as the principal transitions to another county. This will be Wendy Rauld. Please come up. Really tough to fill the next one. At Hunters Green Elementary School, one of the greatest principals, had a chance to retire. Try to bring her back. I talk to her a lot. She really holds me accountable. Davis, when we're going to make this decision already. This person, no. This person, yes. Okay, maybe. And finally, today we get a chance to recognize someone that will not only fill her shoes, and they will lean on her so very much with Kay, but this individual will galvanize this community, and that is the assistant principal at Clark, Nicole Libby. Please come up. And listen, and I'm just telling you, she texted me today asking me how other schools did in the district. She's trying to not competitive on her way out at all. Also, we have an opportunity for Kingswood Elementary School to find a new leader. I have a new leader that's currently the assistant principal at Kinley. Has done a really good job with Mr. Russell, and that is Cameron Shetfield. Please come on up. Excited. And then trying to find the right leader to really take on the work at Lomax Elementary School. We got a leader that continues to be recognized in this organization that truly wants a continued challenge. She's done some really good work at Woodbridge Elementary School, taking on some really new initiative with the transition to Lomax Elementary School, and that is Sarah Jacobson Caps. Please come on up. In addition, trying to, replace Melody Murphy, who transitioned from Riverview Elementary School to Jackson Elementary School to take on a new challenge for us. It was easy and simplistic to find a leader that is committed, understands the community, understands the body of work, and that is Mrs. Teresa Medill. Please come on up and be recognized. Current AP moving up. And then for the final announcement tonight is to find a new leader at Riverview High School. Riverview High School has such a camaraderie with their community. They're related to their staff. They are truly entrenched in openly trying to find a leader to continue to fill the shoes of Danielle, and also Mr. Gunder is to find a leader that was there as a former APC, transitioned to the district, and now being able to go to lead, and I believe he is the right leader. That is Mr. Brian Sparrow. Please come on over. Now, while I say it's the greatest excitement at the time when we turn the keys over to each of you, while you start July 1, you start today. This task is going to be difficult, but know that everyone that sits out here today in front of you and behind you is here to support you in this work. Congratulations to each of you, and I look forward to being a partner as we continue to accelerate Hillsborough County. Thank you and congratulations. All right. And thank you to your family, because, we're going to have a cot at the school now. Thank you for your willingness and support. So thank you. All right. As we transition, as we noticed, over the last couple of weeks, we identified some movement related. Oh, wait, do they actually transition? Oh, wait for a couple seconds. They're like, we're out of here. I'll go back. I don't believe Tammy's here. All right, as individuals transition out, there is another leader. I don't believe she's here tonight. Sorry, I know she's not here tonight, but we have another leader excited to transition from elementary school to middle school, and being able to look with their kids, to be able to dedicate their time. And that is Mrs. Tammy Brooks, who's the current leader at Buckhorn. She'll be transitioned to Mulrennan Middle School, so we get a chance to recognize her for her continued hard work and dedication. Woo-hoo! Thank you. And then also we talked about a week and a half ago, sending a communication out to our community members. It's Mrs. Holt back there causing trouble. Mrs. Holt.
Time for some referrals.
That's right. One thing we're doing is we identified next year for the 21-22 school year is really drilling down to identify what learning solutions that we will offer in Hillsborough County. We have made it very clear that simultaneous teaching, also remote learning, has been very complex and difficult and taxing on our teachers, taxing on our leaders, taxing on our parents. So being able to transition next year openly to implement brick and mortar along the way with Hillsborough K-12 virtual, those would be our two learning opportunities. For everyone, we send that communication out to our community for every one of our e-learners. What we have done is send a survey out to those parents as well to identify and ask them what their appetite will be for the next school year. We've asked them about return to brick and mortar, about how we've done it in a safe, social, and successful manner. At the same token, being able to send Hillsborough K-12 virtual information along with a uploaded video that we've identified to show the great experiences that has happened in Hillsborough K-12 virtual, to be able to draw back our students back to our district managed schools. As you can see through this survey, 98% of the students that we have surveyed thus far have identified that they will be coming back to brick and mortar, which is a celebration. At the same token, 1.5% will be transitioned to Hillsborough Virtual K-12, and then a 0.5 being able to select another learning solution. The survey will remain open for June the 30th. We'll continue to make certain that we push that out to our families so that we can continue to better support our schools. And the big rationale for completing that survey is so that we know how to properly staff now versus chasing this information in the first 5, 10, 20 days of the school. And then the same token, one thing that we did, we surveyed we surveyed parents, we surveyed our leaders and our teachers, and overwhelmingly the survey came back that when we asked them whether or not they wanted masks to be, whether or not they wanted masks to be optional, the majority of our constituents said that we should not require masks. Therefore, looking at the trends of what's going on with our community as vaccination continues to grow legs and within our community, we've elected that we will not be wearing. We made masks optional for starting on June the 7th, transitioning through summer school, and at the same token, being able to transition to the school year for the 21-22 school year as well. We did in our letter identify that we will continue to work with medical experts as we are educationally we, we're on the educational side. We want to make certain we continue to watch trends. And if any different trends are demonstrated within our community through COVID-19 to this pandemic, we will continue to revisit that and keep the community informed. But as of right now, masks will be optional as we start and launch the 21-22 school year. In addition, we just got this week released yesterday, third grade reading score results. And I'm openly proud to identify that we've only demonstrated a 1% loss. As you got to look at, a number of our students stopped learning related to a face-to-face opportunity in March of 2020. So being able to look at and identify the number of reading strategies and skills and standards that were not taught face-to-face that our students missed. We were trying to really make certain that we're stacking our standards, accelerating learning this school year. And while we never want to lose ground, we need to understand that the conditions in which our students will learn were very complex this year. Students, with quarantine students coming in and out, with disruptions with quarantine administrators, with quarantine teachers, and at the same token, we had a number of financial woes where we had to move teachers from one school to the next. It was a very disruptive year. And I would tell you, after talking to many districts throughout the state, a number of our districts made a loss significantly in this particular area in FSA third grade performance. And 1%, while we never want to lose ground, is contributed to the hard work and dedication made and the testimony to everyone that has played a vital part to connecting with our children in the school district. We will start to see an upward swing now. We have, as we come back to face next year, but really wanted to show that we continue to move the needle. In some of the celebrations, you look at transformation. They had 25 elementary schools in transformation. 13 of the 25 schools moved up, increased in third grade literacy, which is a celebration. And if you look at the number of schools that are with our external operator, 6 of the 8 either maintained or increased, which is a celebration, which is our most fragile schools within this organization. Then the same token, this is some of the, we got 50 schools that made increases in level 3. These are some of the schools that had the greatest movement. If you look at DeSoto and Foster, and remember, Foster is one of the schools that has been identified as one of the greatest underperforming schools in the state, a 22-point increase in third grade. And that is the hard work and collaboration we continue to have with our teachers, our leaders, our support staff, students, district staff, and also MGT, to be able to have that focus. And the same token, we see that 47 of our schools decreased in number of students are earning level 1, which really shows the concentration that our small group instruction is working, our instructional framework is being implemented, in the hard work of our teachers. So congratulations to the schools who continue to make that movement within our school district. And then openly, one of the biggest things we talked about is being able to target students who need us the most during the summer so that summer learning loss does not continue to grow. So being able to give you updated analytics of where we are as of today, as of yesterday, the numbers were, over 10,000 students are taking advantage of the continued learning that we are offering in Hillsborough County Public Schools. This is a number of boot camps, third grade literacy camps, STEP camps, migrant programs, ESE camps, to be able to offer our children a safe place to continue to learn. As of today, while this is 10,387 students are actively engaged in summer school, as of yesterday, we had another 400 students that attended today. And schools are going to continue to make phone calls to our students in need to get them on our campuses to make certain we're offering every opportunity and every avenue to excel educationally, emotionally, and socially throughout the summer, so summer learning loss doesn't continue to be exacerbated and that students are in front of our high qualified skilled teachers along the way. And then the last thing I have is graduations. One thing we truly needed in Hillsborough County is to get back to some normalcy. And the last graduation that we had in person was in 2019. So to be able to bring our students back to make that connectivity, we had over 14,000 students that graduated in Hillsborough County over the last few weeks. And we had, over 1 million viewers watch that through our taping of our live, through our Facebook. and which is equivalent to watching 312 minutes that our students who are our community members watch our students walk across the stage. This is we continued a great tradition that I got a chance to experience for the first time. New board members got a chance to experience the first time. Maintaining board members got to continue to pass the baton or be involved in this process. We got a chance to meet a unique senior at every one of our schools, and we posted those on some of our social media accounts. The stories will blow you away about how some of our students have accelerated through some very traumatic times to be able to fulfill not only their obligation through having a high school diploma, but some of our students transitioned to be able to have earn college credits as well. And it was a really special time for me and the board members to be able to do that. And many thanks to our medical experts, our TGH, along with USF Health, Florida Fair, State Fair, to our safety division, and also Colleen Fawcett. If you get a chance, make sure that we see Colleen Fawcett. Make sure you get a chance to see Mr. Culpepper. Thank them for what they've done to be able to set this process up. They did it in a really nice manner. So hats off to everyone to allowing us to move from 2 to 4 tickets. It was a really nice event. Our principals and their staff did such a graceful job, and it was a great celebration needed. So I just want to highlight that and thank everyone for being a part of it. And as we transition to close the school year out and start planning for the 21-22 school year. So thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis, and indeed, what a year it has been. And thank you, Ms. Colleen Fawcett and Corey Culpepper. It was a great graduation, and it was quite a success given the conditions. We're going to go ahead right now and move right into our employee comment. Mr. Porter, you wanted to go ahead and say something
quickly, Madam
first.
Chair. We were made aware that there was a potential technical glitch when you voted on the consent agenda, and just so that the record is clear, if we could have the board re-vote on that, and it would require a motion and a second to approve the consent, and then a vote.
Okay, I have a motion.
We need a motion.
From Member Washington. I need a second. Second from Member Snively. Please vote when your lights are on. This is for the consent agenda. Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you. At this point in time, we're going to have the employee comment. We will now take employee input. Even though we hear public comment at the beginning of the meeting, it is sometimes difficult for employees of our district to attend meetings at 4 p.m. There are many ways for employees to make their voices heard, including through various union representatives, emails, phone calls, one-on-one conversations, and public comment at the beginning of the meeting. The board does want to hear from our employees. With this section of our agenda, we are creating another avenue for employees to speak to the board. We are setting aside 30 minutes for employees of the district to speak to the board about any issues that are on your mind. This is not intended to be a discussion about specific agenda items on tonight's agenda, but rather an opportunity for you to speak to the board about any issues related to your job or the district. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. I will now call Rob Crete will be our first speaker, followed by Heidi Glick. Good evening, Mr. Crete.
Hey, good evening, honorable board members, Mr. Davis. It is great to honor students tonight, those with the perfect attendance, the team. I mean, that's awesome. It's always fun to be here for things like that. But hey, the past 15 months have been the most challenging our district has ever endured. However, we have done some great things and impactful things together, ACTA and the district, to mitigate some of these obstacles that the pandemic has brought, including protecting our most vulnerable employees where possible, creating the most logical protocols, and even altering the school calendar when we needed to. But as we continue our collaboration gearing up for 21-22, let's work on a plan right now to do the right thing and to use a fraction of our ESSER 3 funds, like many districts around Florida are doing, to offer the same bonus to our hardworking, underpaid ESPs and non-classroom instructional personnel that the state is giving classroom teachers this year. Our education support professionals and non-classroom instructional personnel heeded the call and returned to our schools just like our classroom teachers, yet have been ignored by the governor's plan to reward some and not other professionals. Our ESPs are vital to our schools. They're vital to our students, and they're vital to our communities. And yet they remain our lowest paid employees. Together, I am confident that we can find a way to do the right thing by these employees and use a fraction of that federal money that can be used in this manner. Our ESPs deserve this and more, and I know that we can figure all this out. So let's figure a way to get to the table and to discuss what we could do for all of these professionals. Last, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Davis. I'd like to thank Dr. Whalen. I'd like to thank Mrs. Shotwell and the HR department for working with us to find employment for all of those educators that would have otherwise been laid off by the last round of cuts. Although not a perfect plan, we worked together to offer these professionals an opportunity for continued employment that was important to us, to me, and of course to the employees and their families. So thank you very much for all of that. We look forward to further collaboration and problem solving, and let's all have a safe and productive summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crete. Ms. Heidi Glick? Good evening.
Evening. Heidi Glick, Alonzo High School. We all know the best high school in the county. We're well over 90% graduation rate. I actually came tonight to say thank you. To thank you, Mr. Davis, for working it out so that those employees who we thought may not be able to find employment in the district were able to stay. I think that was very amazing. I also wanted to thank you for the workshop this morning. It was very, very educational. Thank you to all of the people that made presentations. I am even more scared about being a public school teacher than I was before, but only because the state doesn't like us. And the last thing is I really want to extend a heartfelt thank you to you, Mr. Davis, for what you did for one of the employees at Alonzo High School who was cut, and especially since it's Pride Month. You do have a heart, and I do want you to know how much I appreciate you and how much everyone at Alonzo appreciates what you did for us. And that's all I have to say. Have a great summer.
Thanks, Mrs. Glick, and you also. I think right now we're going to go ahead and move on to a more complex set of agenda items. The following items will be heard for discussion, and there's a slew of them. So here we go. C601, C602, C603, C604, C608, C609, C611, C612, C622, C625, C627, C628, C702, C1001, C1002, C1003, C1004, C1005, C1006, C1007, C1008, C1009, C1010, C1011, C1012, C1101. And the caveat is we did move the charters up because of two main reasons. Number one, the public has a very specific interest. Obviously, we had many public speakers. And secondly, the impact of the decisions tonight with regards to these charters will impact our public schools. So there will be plenty of discussion, no doubt, from board members on either side. We're going to begin, though, with 625, which is the budget amendments, and this will be highlighted. Superintendent Davis? We're going to go ahead with the finance, then we're going to go for the 627 VPK, and then right to the charters. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. Tonight, we do regular budget amendments that we get for the monthly financial statements. And I'll let Mrs. Johnson and her team go through where we are financially.
Good evening, board members. We'll be presenting the board the budget amendment for May, up to date for 2021, and also we're going to do the projections for the next fiscal year for our cash flow and also our fund balance projection for June 30th, 2021. I know it's hard to see, but I'm going to go through the budget amendment real quickly. As you can see, column 1 is our adopted budget as of September. That's when you adopt the budget in September. We always put this out there. And our current budget is for April. We adopted that last month. And our current budget for May is being adopted today or amended today. The 4th column is what has actually changed for this May, this budget month. It's budget. It is not actual moving of expenditures. It's moving budget. So as you can see in our federal through state, we have an increase in Medicaid, so a reimbursement of $2.2 million. And also we made a reduction in our local fees as far as hosts and those programs that usually when we in brick and mortar, we get more collection for participation. And also, as you can see, the expenditures, we have overall impact of 300 increase in revenue for our general fund. And also the expenditures, we're moving budget around to allocate it to where they're going to actually be spending this actual increase of the budget. The next column is the year-to-date actual. It gives you a preview of where we fall out, how much revenue we collected to date. Today we collected $1.4 million of our projected $1.5 of amended budget for May. We have a balance to collect, a projection of $30.1 million. In our expenditure for our year-to-date actual, on the next page, you'll see we project today we spent $1.5 million. That's $18 million over our overall revenue resources to date. And give us a fund balance. Our projected fund balance from last month was $118 million. So our current fund balance this month is $100 million. So our monthly cash flow is the next. So we're going to do the month of May. This is our actual plus forecast because we have to prepare this report before we officially close all of May. And as you can see, we collected $98 million in this month of May, and our projected expenditure was $161 million, leaving a deficit of $63 million. But we had a fund balance of $84.5, and our deficit spending was $63 million, giving us a fund balance projection of $121 million. And if you look at the forecast for June, this just forecast, we're showing that we're projecting we're going to collect a revenue of $101 million, and we're going to spend $197 million closing out June. And we're participating a deficit of 95.7, subtracting that from our fund balance of 121. Our cash flow for 121. We're going to have cash on hand around 25.7 for the month of June. So also, we're going to compare the fund balance, which is the next page. This is our actual fund balance for the month of May. We received revenue of 84.7, expenditures $152 million. We show a deficit of 67.4. Fund balance, we had a fund balance from previous month 167.6. The deficit spending of this month is 67.4, giving us 100.2 fund balance. And you see forecast for June, we are projecting we will receive revenue of 63.7, and our projected expenditure in the month of June is 131.1, giving us a deficit of 67 million. Subtract that from the 100 million fund balance, give us an overall projection that we projected when we were doing the cost-cutting master fiscal recovery plan of 32.8 million. And then you'll see the last column is the strategy that the board has adopted to close the gap that would give us a projected fund balance of 81.4 million. The next slide is just showing the fund balance projections throughout the fiscal year. As you all know, our timing of our revenues at any year, you're going to see the same bell curve because we don't get our federal, our tax collection till the month of November or December. So we're just projecting, but this shows what happened in this fiscal year. So hopefully June, when we close June, our projection is going to be 32.9 before we do the fiscal cost recovery plan that was approved by the board. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. We have a question from Member Hahn.
Thank you, Member Gray. I see the strategies column. Do you have a breakdown of each strategy and the savings for each? Because it says 00000, and then it just says strategies to increase fund balance, and it says 24 million. Do we have a breakdown somewhere that you could provide the board at some point, either tonight or tomorrow? I don't know if you have it with you tonight.
We got the listed strategy at the bottom. If you can see at the bottom of that, the monthly fund balance report, it's got an asterisk to show you. Strategy to increase fund balance. It has an asterisk at the bottom of the monthly fund balance report.
Yes.
The dollar amount is.
Okay, so I have, yeah.
The 24, we have a strategy to increase fund balance. Strategy number 1 for the expense transfer to ESSER 1, IDA, staff at adult feeding site who now.
No, I do see that. I appreciate that. I'm just saying, so you have expense transfers for ESSER 1. Can we get a list of those expense transfers, like a detail, and then, for each one of those strategies? I know what the strategies are. I just would like a detailed under each one. Does that make sense?
Yes.
What I'm asking?
Yes,
Okay.
We'll give you the list.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, also, I just thought we would, and perhaps Superintendent Davis can explain this a little bit better, but the referendum monies that we are gaining, estimated about 10 mil a month. Can you share the progress report on the referendum monies, or Mr. Farkas?
I can. Yes, yes, ma'am, through the chair. So right now the community's invested over $243 million in the referendum half cent to be able to address the $1 billion of deferred maintenance. And hats off to the community, and also hats off to our executive committee to continue to drive this work. To date, 80% of that money has been awarded to local businesses. We have completed around 330 projects, and 70 projects will be in progress. And we're planning on being able to complete around 1,700 projects within over the next 10 years during the referendum, which is equivalent to, right now, we've had 203 AC projects, we had 63 roofs that we've addressed, and then $23 million with safety and security, along with 25 with technology upgrades. So this continues to be a focus. We have 14 major summer projects that are taking place now, and sorry for those that have had to be able to transition out of your school this summer, but we wanted to get started as soon as we can. It's an amazing some of the work that we have done, and it's estimated around $73 million will be invested into these projects as well. So hats off to this work. We appreciate it. Mr. Farkas, anything you want to add? All righty.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis, and it's remarkable the amount of delayed maintenance we've had all those years, and how many years it's taken us to even get caught up. But at any rate, I appreciate that, and I know our Oversight Committee works very, very hard to make sure the monies are spent astutely. I believe Member Hahn has another question. Member Hahn?
Thank you. Just another quick question for the superintendent. We've talked about this in the dais before, myself and other board members, about wanting a landing page that identifies all the expenditures for ESSERs, and I'd like an update on where we are in the creation.
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. We have kind of built it right now, and got a chance to review it yesterday with some of the cabinet members who were filtering through, and it should be up and running. Mr. Bunkley, I don't want to put a timeline on. He's looking at me. Very soon, but we have some elements we want to be able to adjust, and we'll engage the board as soon as we can get it done. But it's in progress, almost finalized. I don't want to give a date because
Maybe something by the next board meeting?
Oh, absolutely. Well, okay. That's the 29th. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Yes, ma'am. We will have it done.
Okay. Thank you.
2 weeks notice.
Okay, and thank you, Ms. Johnson and Stephanie Heaton, Susie Garcia, for again giving us a very critical update on our finances, and especially the public appreciates it. So I need a motion and a second to approve 625. our monthly financial statement. I have a motion by Member Combs, a second by Member Washington. Superintendent Davis, well, I think we're going to just vote when our lights appear.
Yes, ma'am.
That's it? Okay, it's unanimous. Thank you, Board. Next, we're going to go into 627, and that's an MOU between the School Board of Hillsborough County and Cornerstone Family Ministries to operate a VPK, voluntary pre-kindergarten, class at Morgan Woods Elementary. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is an MOU between the Hillsborough County School Board along with Cornerstone Family Ministries to operate a volunteer pre-K kindergarten class at Morgan Elementary School. This is a relationship that has been continued to grow in the town and country, opportunity to, and really for us as a school district to connect with our community, and the same token be able to expand pre-K within our schools. We know that we only get a certain number of dollars that we generate from the Board of County Commission to be able to generate for reimbursement for pre-K. And as we look to continue to expand this initiative, this is a way to be able to continue to build a private public relationship, to be able to get children into our schools so they can interact with our leaders, with our teachers, with our organization, to be able to recruit students back and maintain them within our school. Right now that we know that we're going to expand 144 seats in our blended learning classes in VPK, and we will be adding an additional 6 through Title I through our VPK. But this is an opportunity to increase the numbers of students to exposure within our school district. So we know that right now that the pre-K readiness rate, kindergarten readiness rate is at 52%. The state average is around 57%. And the more we can get our students accustomed to our organizations to be able to be involved in that process, the more opportunity we have for them to gain access to our facilities and keep them with our school district. Mrs. Brown, anything you want to add? All right.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve C627. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I have a second by Member Snively. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Do you have any discussion or comments? Okay. Member Combs?
Thank you, Chairwoman Gray. I have several questions regarding this MOU. So I would like to ask Mr. Farkas through. Can I ask Mr. Farkas? Okay. So first of all, you know, as I see, and I received an email from the superintendent just a couple days ago, really talking about the expansion of VPK, because we know that teaching 3, 4, and 5-year-olds is really critical. That early education program, I really would like to see the expansion, and we've talked about having a task force and doing it internally. So I wanted to ask Mr. Farkas, the one issue that I have with this MOU is there is no facility usage cost of that. So what would be the facility usage and the playground usage cost of that on a daily basis?
I don't have the exact dates they're using, but if we use a typical school year, it's about a $29,000 rental cost for the entire year if they were doing the normal pre-planning and doing one classroom for the entire year.
Okay, so this organization would not be paying for that, is that correct?
I believe, and Ms. Brown may best speak to, I believe they're paying a partial for that.
Yes, the organization is paying for custodial services as well as electricity.
Okay. And I just want to let you know that I did the total of that. If they just use the facility usage alone, would be what we're going to lose is $15,701.70. If we include their playground use, the loss for our district is $28,301.70. So my question to you, Mr. Farkas, are there any other private organizations receiving that free facility usage for our district at this time?
I don't believe so. I mean, Ms. Brown may be able to talk from a community partner standpoint, but not for especially in the VPK arena that I'm aware of.
No, ma'am. Through the chair, they're not. This would be the first pilot that we want to be able to implement, and this is another way to be able to grow our VPK program for children, to get children engaged, and to be able to focus on the foundational skills so they can be successful intellectually, socially, and behaviorally within our district.
As someone who has actually rented facility usage in this district a decade ago, I know that we have many people paying facility usage. Can you approximate the number of people who are actually paying facility usage at this time, Mr. Farkas?
Unfortunately, no. I mean, we have it in the business office. We track all those, but we're actually moving to a new platform to gather that information. I mean, we have tons of rentals. It's been down, obviously, during the COVID year, but hundreds, I would say, and that's just my estimation.
Okay, so we're talking hundreds. Okay, so I wanted to talk about three things. And I don't know if I have time, but really the loss of opportunity to expand our program. The idea when you are seeing that we are really spending a lot of money right now with the Early Start program, with the new administration, they're looking at spending $1.8 trillion in the next 10 years for education, for Early Start. And we're looking at just choosing one Cornerstone Ministries to allow that. I mean, I feel like we're opening that up to everyone. And also, if you look at, like Dr. Hahn said earlier in this today, every dollar counts. I agree. Why are we going to lose over $28,000 in facility usage by allowing this organization? And what stops it from having 10 more organizations? Or really, I know that Snively, I know Karen Perez, myself, we all have private businesses. And I know that Member Perez and I have a private business that has to do with education. What stops me from coming back here 2 weeks from now and bringing an MOU to you so that way I don't have to pay for facility usage? I looked in the Morgan Woods area, which is my district, District 1, and the average rental for that cost is $1,200 a month. That is a savings of $14,400 for a private company. As someone who's had a business for 10 years, I can tell you my biggest overhead is salary as well as facility usage. I spend thousands of dollars every month on that. Why are we allowing an organization, a private organization, to have facility usage for free? And I'd like to get back into the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Next, we will have Member Vaughn, followed by Member Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have given this agenda item a lot of thoughts and spent a lot of time asking a lot of questions about it. And I'm on the fence because I'm concerned about allowing private daycares into our school. Specifically this one because, one, I don't see anything spectacular about the curriculum that they're offering. Essentially, they're using the same curriculum as we offer. They are offering a little more professional development for teachers, but their teachers are not certified necessarily and are paid a lot less. I don't really know a lot of great things about this organization. If we're going to offer private opportunities to come into our into our public schools to be feeders, I'd like to see some bold ideas and initiatives, like when we talk about charter schools, filling in holes, something that approaches reading different so that we can give our students some advantages. As well as, I think this is a missed opportunity as far as charging full facility fees and other fees, because regardless of whether this private daycare is going to make any money off the money that they get from the state, they do offer aftercare then at $100 per week per child, and that's money that they're going to make and profit while they're not even paying our full facility usage. And I know that, as we spoke with earlier, Dr. Hahn compared, and we talked about how now charter schools are going to allow relationships with private daycares to provide feeder opportunities into our charter schools. And I know that we have to think about that in order to be competitive and get our students into our public schools. But I just don't think this is the right partnership based on the missed opportunity to charge some more money and make a profit, and just to really see some outstanding ideas as far as inventive reading opportunities and curriculum if we're going to do a partnership. One question I did have was the only thing again that I heard was that they were going to offer more professional development, that was kind of the standout that was going to make this more aggressive than what we could offer. And I don't remember specifically what that was going to look like and how that was going to give an advantage. So if you could remind me of, the professional development that they were going to offer our teachers.
But they're not actually offering our teachers professional development. What it is it's a partnership. And so any professional development that our schools offer or they offer will be done jointly. It will also be an opportunity for there to be communities of practice where teachers who are in the pre-K space will work together to problem solve together, work on strategies together to meet the needs of all of the students that we serve. Our goal here is to get to 80% of our students being kindergarten ready by the year 2023. That is a bold, bold, and aggressive goal that we've set for ourselves. We recognize that we cannot do it alone. There are a number of kids that are served out in the community that are not served by our schools, but what we want to do is to ensure that any child that comes into our kindergarten program is ready for kindergarten. And this is just one way. This pilot is for us to determine or try to find out if this is a model that could be replicated, that would even be something that we would consider. So we're just simply asking to be able to try this, to see if it works, to see if it ends with increased academic performance or outcomes for our kids, as well as whether or not our teachers grow and develop as well. So I don't have the specific professional development opportunities that will be specifically offered, but they will be offered and they will work on them together.
Thank you. And while I appreciate what you're saying, and I love an idea to try new partnerships, I personally don't think this is the right fit, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Hahn, and then followed by Member Combs, and then Member Washington. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Gray. So I was really excited to see this agenda item because I have worked in the world of partnerships for many years in education and early childhood. I just want to address some of the concerns of my colleagues. One, around the facilities price. There is a fee we are charging them. And I will just say that I know Mr. Farkas spoke about, answered the question about facilities costs, if anybody was receiving them for free, and he specifically answered in regards to VPK. There are organizations, there are after-school programs that are not getting charged a fee for space and facilities, or they're being charged much less than what we have charged other individuals based on the partnership, and this board has approved those. So if you can provide some information to my colleagues around that, and appreciate it, that we're outside of VPK. In regard to the quality of this program that's being offered, I focused on the outcomes of the program. They have some really beneficial outcomes to students that they've offered. Their VPK is at 100% in all domains, which is very impressive. So though you may want to see a different type of curriculum, I will say the curriculum that they are using is highly effective with young learners. As far as what Ms. Brown shared about our bold, this is bold, this is innovative. This is a partnership. A partnership is very different than a customer, which I think that, it seemed like you were referring to them as a customer when you were talking about facilities. Partnerships are very different. And I'll just go over a few reasons why, because they are typically a win-win situation. So though we may not be charging them the full facilities price that you may charge somebody else, this is not a customer. So some of the win-wins are for our teachers, the communities of practice. This is a phenomenal aspect of this partnership that we truly mostly see when we work in the teacher preparation arena. It really provides educators and leaders who share the same passion to come together and engage in learning. Whether we're providing the PD or they're providing the PD, it's an opportunity for our teachers and their teachers to learn together, and that helps provide resiliency when you're a teacher, so it helps with attrition. It ensures that the private VPK practitioners are embedding skills that will give our students the best chance in kindergarten. It's also a win-win for our students. Our students will transition smoothly from the program into our kindergarten classroom. They'll be on our campus. It'll be a less stressful transition for parents. That's always a stressful time for parents to go from VPK to kindergarten. and the parent engagement. It will help with the school's Title I parent and family engagement plan. If we can get families engaged in the early childhood years, then once they transition into our K-5, that's huge. We can keep them engaged, and that's an important part of student academic gains.
Member Hahn, would you like to get back in the queue because it looks like you have some really good information?
Yes, I would. I'd just like to close and also saying that the public-private expansion is going to be very important. This is not privatization as we're alluding to here on the board. This is a partnership. At the same token, we need to work together as a board to advance our VPK classrooms. But to get to that 80% that we want to get to, because we're at 52, that's really a shame. We need to work together to advance these innovative partnerships as well as our own classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Indeed, these are very strategic points, and I hope that I'm making a list. Ms. Brown, I hope that eventually you will come back into this conversation and really give it your full attention, because you can see these board members are very, very responsive and have done a lot of research. I'm going to go ahead now with Member Combs. Is that you again? Yeah?
Yes, it is.
Okay, Member Combs and Member Washington, Member Perez. I apologize.
I just wanted to make a couple comments. I am very, very strongly believe in early education and pre-K education, but the idea of providing one classroom that doesn't charge facility usage, where we are at a loss of $28,000, that is truly opening up Pandora's box for anybody else. So I would expect other MOUs to come in that would also support education and support a partnership, and they should also not have to pay facility usage, because we cannot allow one nursery, one VPK, allow that and now not allow others. When I spoke to Cornerstone Ministries, they told me that they actually looked at other programs, ones that you know, La Petite, places like that, and they decided on Cornerstone. So the idea that we're going to allow a loss of $30,000, because I truly believe that we need to expand VPK, but we can do it within Hillsborough County Public Schools. Once we allow this partnership, what is the motivation to continue for us to expand? Why wouldn't another small nursery come to us 2 weeks from now? How do we differentiate who we allow in and who we don't allow in? And what about those non-private, those organizations that are currently paying facility usage? Are we looking at liability? Are we looking at legal ramifications? Are we going to lose millions and millions of dollars to allow one organization? That's $30,000. Take 10 schools next year. That's $300,000. What about all the other private entities that aren't allowed facility usage? As someone who's owned an educational industry company for many years, I think I should fill out an MOU next time, 2 weeks from now. And please give me some classrooms where I'm only paying the custodial fees and electricity. You're talking about $28,301.70 for one classroom that is not coming to our district. If you add 10 classrooms, that's $300,000. If I'm out there right now and I'm paying facility usage for anywhere in this district, then guess what? I'm going to contact the district tomorrow, because guess what? You can come here, you can use our district, and we're just going to provide you custodial fees and electricity. Everything else is for free. So we need to look at really growing our program internally. Why don't we put this off a year? Why don't we try to expand our own pre-K program here in Hillsborough County, and then look at having a small private entity come in? And if you allow that entity to come in, there should be 4 or 5 coming in next 2 weeks.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Washington, followed by Member Perez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Brown, let me ask you something. How much are they paying for the electricity and the custodians? Do you have any amount?
Yes, sir. They are paying $13,538.
And that and that's for the whole year.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think, and I'm just looking at it from the point of students because I'm all about students. And I understand what Ms. Combs is saying about the money. But we need to have partnerships because we talk about partnerships all the time. We really do. And we need to get as many partnerships as we can. Do we have Mr. Shelf here, anyone that's about the program? If y'all wouldn't mind for a minute, because Mr. Shelf, how you doing? I'd like the gentleman to come up. And the reason why, because he worked with me at Sulphur Springs, and we put in many programs over at Sulphur Springs School during my time, and you helped me at Chamberlain when I was the principal at Chamberlain. So can you just explain briefly, and I'll turn my minutes over to you for a few minutes, okay?
Member Washington, I appreciate what you're doing. Just understand that other board members were not allowed to.
Okay,
board
no
members,
problem.
And so
No
we're
problem.
not really being fair to other board members.
I understand. Okay, I understand.
Thank you.
But I just wanted to support. I just wanted him to know that this gentleman is part of the program and he does a hell of a job, and I want y'all to know that. And because he helped me at Chamberlain, and he also helped me over when I was the area superintendent of District Area 4 with other schools. So I go on the side of the students. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Perez?
Yeah. Do you know what the current enrollment list is right now for this program?
Currently, we are in the process of recruiting students for the program, and right now I think we have 4 students that are currently enrolled, but this is for the fall. And so the recruitment will continue through the summer.
Okay, and how often will they provide you feedback on the program and the student success in this program?
Because this is a partnership with the Kahn Foundation and the Great We Grow in Town and Country, we will have ongoing meetings. Currently, we have monthly meetings right now with the Kahn Foundation and 2 of our schools in Town and Country. That would be Town and Country Elementary as well as Morgan Woods. And so we will continue those types of meetings throughout the school year to monitor progress and to make adjustments as necessary.
Okay. So how long have you been in conversation regarding this program?
This particular program, we just started the conversation this year. So we probably started this conversation maybe in January. I will tell you that we have been working in Town and Country with the Kahn Foundation for the past 3 years. And so we've got a really good partnership with Chef and the Kahn Foundation, and he has been proven to be a very strong facilitator of this type of work.
Okay. It just concerns me that you've been speaking for, the year, and we're going into the middle of June, and you only have 4 students. And, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. We were actually really taking, stepping out on a limb a bit to even recruit students now before approval by the board. So until we had approval by the board, until there was an agreement, an MOU that had been drafted and approved by legal, we were cautious about moving forward with recruiting students.
Right, I get that. But sometimes, you have a conversation with the community, see the interests. You just kind of take a survey, but that survey was not completed.
So through the Rosa Valdez is the actual preschool itself. Cornerstone Ministries is the company. So there was a survey that the principal put out in her community to see who would be interested. And so, but that survey didn't go out until probably a month ago.
And once the pilot is over, will we take over this program, or what's going to happen?
Because this is a 1-year pilot, we will make decisions about what the next steps will be, but there is no expectation that we will take this over. This is actually Rosa Valdez with Cornerstone Ministries, so family ministries, so we won't be taking it over. But as Ms. Combs mentioned earlier, there is a task force that is being created so that we can explore ways that we can continue to increase access for our students who are 3- and 4-year-olds, but specifically 4-year-olds. So we'll work on that. I will say that we have been trying to find ways to expand. That process has been slow. I will tell you over the last 5 years, we've increased those seats it was a goal to increase by 400, and we were able to do that in a year. But we did that through thinking very creatively about what models we'd use. And we did something that I think is really helpful for our students when we keep students in mind, and that is to create expand our blended classrooms, which are our typical peers that are VPK, as well as our pre-K ESC students. And that's really, really good for kids. And so our goal here is to do something really good for kids with being in mind, keeping in mind that we have to. It is not an option for us not to improve our kindergarten readiness. We cannot continue at this rate. We've got to think and be bold, and we've got to look for ways that we can help our students be better ready when they enter kindergarten.
I just don't want another idea being thrown on the table and then not all the plans in place, and it just something else just falls through after a year. We do have some schools that are, not at capacity that, you had mentioned that, looking for VPK programs in those schools. And, if there's a pilot program, put it into those schools where the students already can come into those schools along with their siblings. But having a pilot program that only has 4 students right now, it's just, I'm just a bit concerned about that.
Thank you, Member Perez. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am, and thank you, Ms. Perez, and thank you, Mrs. Brown, because the biggest thing is I do firmly believe if this is approved by the board tonight, which we hope it is for students, that when you open it up, this will fill really fast. We cannot, we have a problem we never have a problem filling our seats for VPK in this district. The issue becomes it's all about being able to have dollars to be able for that expansion. This is why we're going to expand the blended model for 144 seats this year, because this is all we can afford. And at the same token, being able to leverage federal money with Title I dollars to be able to expand 6 additional units within VPK. So this is a way, another opportunity that we can be very creative about having the private-public partnership to be able to help with some of the reoccurring costs with employees and to be able to get children back on our campuses and have that partnership. If we recruit 5 of the students that are in this program next year, that brings over $39,000. If we recruit 10, it's $79,000. If we recruit 15, it's $118,000. If we have 20 kids, we look at 20 kids, it's $158,000. Those are 3 teachers potentially being able to bring back to our school district by having this type of partnership within our schools.
Thank you for that clarification. And indeed, for kids, because we haven't even approved this agenda item and we haven't marketed the agenda item, so that's why there's not many children on board yet. I think, and I'll look at this historically, and Member Combs, you bring up some excellent points. We have had so many attempts at early learning coalitions to a point of nausea. We have tried, they have formed, and they have gradually dismantled. In other words, we have joined these coalitions in the attempt to get our children educated pre-K. It has not been successful. And what has happened on this agenda item, I think, it's put together with all of these charter schools. And then in parentheses, that's privatization. And I think what we're looking at is that this is another example of it. But when you look at Idlewild and Grace Point and all those partnerships that we have, we fundamentally partner with them and we exchange. We don't really pay. They don't really pay us that much, but they just give. This is a high needs organization. They're dedicated, from what I read, to the high need population. They're very passionate to help those kids that have less opportunities. And we're equally as passionate to get our children by 2023, but we have to get our children reading ready. This is like a dire situation. Ms. Brown, I don't like pilots. You and I talked about it. I have a pilot now at the Trauma National Dropout Prevention at Palm River. If we had the money, we would make that pilot grow. But if we didn't start something, what happens to those children that have been traumatized? And we all know that COVID certainly put the icing on the cake. If we don't start thinking creatively and stop bridging this with privatization, because it's not the same. It's a partnership, and I don't know how else to say it. I guess I'm not looking at it from those angles. One angle I thought you might say, some of the board members, is that, oh, it's religious, so there might be a problem of prophesizing. But indeed, we have religious affiliations, and they do not. I taught at Jesuit. We never prophesized, and I can go on. And another religious school, but that's not even the argument going on today. But anyway, I am going to listen to more comments. Ms. Brown, again, you need to fulfill the void that seems to be occurring. And I'm done talking because my time's up. Member Vaughn, then Member Hahn, and then Member Combs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm confused. We're saying that this is different than privatization. However, I watched meetings for years and years and years, and we've talked about partnerships with charter schools and the reasons why we needed to expand because of South County or other rural areas not being able to offer schools in those areas. And that's how it starts, right? It starts with this partnership. But essentially what I'm hearing, and I could be wrong, is that we're allowing a private, faith-based daycare or VPK to come into our school, use our classroom, use our custodians, use our electricity. I still haven't gotten a clear answer on food distribution. I think they're bringing in their own food, but our cafeteria people are going to prepare that for them.
Actually, they're going to be a part of the expanded summer food program where it's free for all children under the age of 18 that we are currently using during this time of COVID. The federal government has expanded that.
And is that once that ends, is there a plan?
It's expanded for 1 year. This pilot is for 1 year.
Yes, through the entire school year, sorry.
And so from what I also hear, I know you said that it's not that I don't like their curriculum, that they have a great curriculum, but it's just our curriculum from what I've been told. So it's not that I don't like our curriculum. I would just like to see if we were doing an expansion, something, what I see our relationship when we talk about partnerships is allowing organizations to try things that we aren't. When I talk about charter schools and partnerships, it's giving a think tank outside of our school area to try things and a partnership to bring things that are successful back to the school so that we can start to implement that. Allowing just another organization who's using our curriculum to come in and profit, which they will if they have after school care. They will profit from, and they charge more because we're talking about the kids, but families will be faced with exponentially more amount of money that they'll have to pay for aftercare. We're talking about, offering, access to marginalized communities, but they're going to have to pay more. So I'm just confused how this isn't slowly privatizing. I mean, I've spoken with the gentleman. He was fantastic, very nice. But from what I understand, they want to expand this program to 20 or 30 schools in the upcoming few years. And to me, this is just another charter school road that we're going down. First, it starts with partnering with charter schools who are offering the same thing. Now we're going to be partnering with a private daycares in our public schools, offering the same curriculum, maybe some more professional development. So I'm very confused about why this is something that's bold and innovative, but I'm sure Dr. Hahn will share some points of why she thinks so. So thank you very much.
Dr. Hahn, Member Hahn.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Well, let me just say this. And I want to thank Member Washington for talking about kids, because we are currently serving 10 to 12% of the VPK population in our schools. We cannot scale up fast enough to get to the 80% we should be at. It would be impossible, and we would lose thousands of kids along the way. This program, this partnership, is one way to do that. Of course, we continue to need to look at how we can expand our public school VPKs. We are in a financial crisis right now. It is very difficult for us to expand quickly or extensively at this time. There is a task force in place right now looking at other revenues like school readiness dollars, VPK, and a third source for a viable model to expand public school VPKs. This is a pilot to see how this works. Who gets to decide if another company gets approval or not for an MOU? We do. The teachers that will be teaching in this program will have fully certified teaching certificates. This is really a way to expand our programs to make sure we have more kids who are kindergarten ready. We say we want to do things for kids. We say we ran for kids. This is going to help kids. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is for kids. It's costing us $0. They are paying us for facilities, maybe not to the extent that customers pay us, but there are partners, and I went through the win-wins. So I would like to call the question at this time and vote on this agenda item.
So calling the question requires a second, and you vote immediately on that without any further debate. If you want to vote on, it's been seconded by Member Snively, so you need to vote. If you want to end debate and then vote on the item, you vote yes. If you would prefer to continue debate, you would vote no on this motion. It's not voting to approve this or not, it's voting to Mr. Washington, you just came in, there's been a motion to call the question, and so you're going to vote now on whether the question should be immediately voted on or not, and then however that goes, the substantive vote will follow.
Okay, the vote is on the floor. Do you want to continue or vote?
Yes would mean to vote.
Yes would mean to vote.
Can you, for Mr. Washington, I made a motion
Call the question.
to call the
That
question,
means
which is to end the discussion and immediately vote on this agenda item.
Yes, so all you're voting on now is whether to end discussion.
Okay, we're
Want to end
voting.
discussion, vote yes. If you want to continue discussion, vote no.
Okay, we're voting on ending the discussion.
Thank you.
And it is unanimous with 2 noes, one from Member Vaughn and one from.
Okay, so
It's not unanimous.
5-2.
It passes. Member Combs. I have unanimous in my brain.
Okay, so now,
all
Madam
night.
Chair, what the appropriate thing to do is the board needs to vote on agenda item 6.27 to approve the MOU.
Okay, board members, please vote when your lights are on.
We had a motion and a second on that one.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Board members, please vote when your lights are on. Mr. Porter? Can you restate what they're voting, just to be very careful?
Sure. There's been a motion to approve item 627, which is the MOU between the School Board of Hillsborough County and Cornerstone Family Ministries to operate a voluntary pre-kindergarten class at Morgan Woods Elementary. If you're in favor of this MOU, vote yes. If you're against the MOU, vote no.
Okay, board members have voted, and it is not unanimous. We have, I'm being trained,
5-2.
we have a no by Member Vaughn and a no by Member Combs, and the rest are in favor. Thank you, board, and we have definitely a great conversation. It's a very important conversation. Ms. Brown, I think in the future, when we bring up something of this nature, please feel free to comprehensively explain, or any of us, so we can move on a little bit more quickly. But thank you also for your passion, because I know it's all about what you believe in, and I know we all appreciate that. We're going to
Did a great job, Ms. Brown. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So now I'm sorry. Yes, you did a great job. Okay, here we go. We're going to go ahead and begin with the long list of the charter schools. And the next one is 628. This is the addendum, number 5, master agreement with Hillsborough County Public Schools, Succeed LLC, a wholly owned subsidiary of MGT of American Consulting, LLC, for external operator services. And And let's see, we need, actually, Superintendent Davis, did you want to highlight this?
Yes, ma'am. 628 is the addendum for number 5 master agreement with Hillsborough County and MGT, which is our external operator. As we know, when schools historically have 3 or more years of DO or below, then we are statutorily required to either close the school or transition to an extender operator. So this is in Hillsborough County, as you know, last year we had 2 extended operators, and one that was from Indiana, one that was from the local area. And we decided beginning the school year to take all 8 schools that qualified, that we identified as moving and get approval from the state to move to an extender operator to put them under one umbrella. This school year, as we know, it's been very complex with all the disruptions. However, as I stated earlier in my presentation related to FSA, 6 of the 8 schools that have been identified using the extended operator at MGT either maintained or showed movement. And of that, 1 maintained and 5 made movements. And this is only one indicator, but it just shows the overarching partnership. And I have to give Shay McCray continued credit for working through this process with the state and also MGT to review and vet all the addendums to make certain that what we're asking the MGT, our extended operator, to do aligns with statutory requirements, and that we're making certain that it's fair and equitable for ours. So this of the 8 schools, it could range from $2.7 million to $4.1 million, depending on the incentive that's built into this contract, which the state has reviewed. And when we look at this process, why today it's identified as SAI dollars, we do have the availability to move this and transition this to ESSER funds to be able to alleviate general fund dollars moving forward. Ms. McCray, anything you want to add? Yeah.
Don't be shy.
I would just like to say that that MGT has been a great partner. When we were managing 2 different external operators, it's very hard from a district perspective to manage 2 different ways of work. And so as we tried to come together and come to a unified way of work for the Transformation Network, MGT has been a great partner in that. And we've worked very well together this year. And so like he said, over 75% of their schools made progress, and the Transformation Network had the highest percent of gains as well in 3rd grade. So we were very excited about our outcomes this year, and it was the collective effort of our district team as well as our MGT team.
Thank you. Board members, I need a motion and a second to approve item 6.28. I have a motion by Member Washington. I have a second by Member Snively. There is a question by Chair Gray and Member Vaughn. Member Vaughn, let me let you go first. What is your question and/or comment?
Thank you, Chairwoman Gray. Is this an optional provider, or is this mandated by the state who we use?
It is an optional provider. We can identify who we want to use moving forward. I do know that when I went to ask in January 2020 or March 2020 to ask for the schools to come back, it was January 2020, right after I signed, asked the schools to come back. I had conversation with the Department of Education through the Chancellor, and the Chancellor identified that MGT had really good results and recommended them for our usage within our school district.
And I know you said we don't have school grades, but you've shown an extended movement. Is that based on inter-district grading or Achieve 3000 test results? How are you measuring that?
No, ma'am. That's through the 3rd grade literacy ELA proficiency was just released by the state on Monday. And the big reason they released that early is because this is the gatekeeper for retention. So being able to get that information out for us, that's the first wave of data that they've indicated through the state assessment.
And you said they made substantial gains. Is there a percentage? Is there a way to quantify that? What kind of gains did they make? Did I miss that?
No, it's okay. Through the chair. Right now, Folsom increased 5 percentage points in 3rd grade literacy. And this is all going back to comparison to 2018-2019. Foster increased 22 percentage points. James increased 10 percentage points. Kimball increased 4 percentage points. McDonald maintained. And then we had an increase in Sulphur Springs at 12 percentage points.
Okay. And then since we don't have school grades, I know you're saying there's going to be a range based on, is that what you're saying? The 2.7 million or the 4.1 is depending on the grades. So without the grades, are we paying the 2.7 or what are we currently paying for next year?
For next year, go ahead, Shay.
So yes, you're correct. So the base price for the services that we are contracted is at the $2 million plus dollars. And then if the schools get to that C mark, so if they actually reach, get their goal, then we do incentivize and they get to that $4 million range.
Okay, and I want to clarify, I see it here as a 1-year renewal.
Yes,
Correct.
1 year.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And my only part of the discussion was that I just wanted to have you share the update, which you just did, Foster and Oak Park and those gains. And also, we did have Fallon. That was not a very good external operator, correct? So this one is much better?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. The ability to have individuals that are local, to be able to problem solve, decision make, to be at the table, I think it really helps us be successful. I will tell you, this relationship has gotten stronger over the last 4 or 5 months because we're just at the table, just problem solving, determining what services need to be provided, what professional development, and making certain that we are preparing our children to reduce the summer learning loss and starting to anchor what our activities and focus will be for the 21-22 school year.
Thank you for that clarification. Board members, I need a motion and a second. We have that one. I need for all of us to vote at this point in time when your lights are on. And let's see if I can say the word unanimous. Yay! The vote is unanimous. Thank you. Our next agenda item, 1001, application denial for Hillsborough County Acceleration Academy. I think, Superintendent Davis, you may want to perhaps, let's see how it goes. You have 2 denials. Perhaps we can do those together. Mr. Porter, is that possible or not?
No, I think these are all individual cases, and each one is based on its own merits, and so I would recommend that you handle each of these independently. They're different than other items, and I think it's important that each one be heard separately and voted on separately.
Okay, thank you. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight 1001?
Yes, ma'am, through the chair. 1001 is application denial for Hillsborough County Acceleration Academy. This is this is an academy that came to want to truly address to offer grade level assistance to students from grades 9 through 12 and those who are out of the cohort of graduation that may have potentially dropped out in Hillsborough County. However, within their contract, they offered to have a 230-day contract for students. But we currently have 2 current charter schools with West University and Seminole Heights that offer kind of the same mentality. However, there were some questions related to the overarching application, one being able to make certain that we prove seat time. In addition, there was a non-disclosure agreement, which we haven't done in Hillsborough County for not to duplicate the services that are currently being offered. And there were some underlying ESC services questions that through the applicational process that our team questioned. So, Mr. Durang, Dr. Durang.
Yeah, and on top of that, the management company was asking 95% of the FEFP from the governing board, and we don't do that in Hillsborough County either. So we had statutory reasons to deny the application.
Thank you, Dr. DeLange. Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I think we have Member Vaughn, you had pulled this item. Would you like to make a comment, question?
No, I just wanted all the charter schools so we could discuss it.
Okay, I need a motion and a second for 1001. I have a motion by Member Washington.
And just to be clear on the record, this is a motion to deny based on the superintendent's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Porter, for that clarification. This is a motion for denial. Again, I have a motion by Member Washington. Yeah, a second by Member Vaughn. Please vote when your lights are on. Oh, I apologize. Mr. Davis? Superintendent Davis.
I'm sorry. One thing I will say that Acceleration Academy, while they are not a charter school, they really do some good work throughout the state of Florida and throughout the nation, being able to address students that may have dropped out for some other reason. So there may be conversations about what they can do to help us and to help the community when we may have students that are 21, 22 years of age that not have fulfilled their obligation through high school diploma, and it may be a potential partnership that we look in, and that's their really openly their wheelhouse versus being a charter school.
Thank you. Will there be any other discussion at this point in time? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Yes is to deny it, actually. That's a very good point. Yes is to deny, opposites. And the motion is unanimous. Thank you, Board. Going now to the second denial, 1002, application denial for Excelsior Prep Charter School. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, this is the application for denial for Excelsior Prep Charter School, which is currently will be asking for them to transition to expand to a 6 through 8. They currently have a K-5 in the University Mall, and in that process, there's so many statutory requirements that they do not meet through our process, and also looking at their history of what they offer from a K-5. They have a history of poor grades. And why the 18-19 was an F and last year was COVID. They, from our perspective, they just don't hit all of the markings to be approved from our expectations as they transition to expand to a 6 through 8.
Thank you. I need a motion and a second to approve this denial. I have a motion from Member Combs, a second by Member Washington. Will there be any discussion? Please vote when your lights are on. And it is unanimous. Thank you, Board. 1003, this is an application for approval for Cato Classical Academy. Superintendent Davis, you'll highlight this item, and I think we have two members that have pulled the item. So, Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. This is application approval for Cato Classic Academy. This is where the Cato Classic Academy will focus on teaching grammar, logic, and also have a rhetorical approach. This is a non-management company. Through their application process, they meet all the criteria for a 5-year contract, and this will be at the South County, whether it be in Riverview or Sun City. They will launch as a K-8 in their first wave, in their first year, and they're targeted to have around 476 students. And then as they transition to end of year 5, it'll be around 728 students. This particular school, or a charter school, withdrew last year, and they're returning back to come to be able to review their application. They meet all the requirements, and they will impact Apollo Beach, Ruskin, Belmont, Reddick, Dobie, and Shields.
Thank
Go ahead,
you.
Chincy.
Oh, sorry.
Sure. Also,
Dr. DeLange?
this
Go ahead.
does not have a management company. Their governing board is independent, and it's the first time to open a school.
Thank you for that explanation. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Snively. I need a second by Member Hahn. Will there be any discussion? Seeing none. Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Okay, we have a 4-3, 3 dissenting. Member Combs, Member Vaughn, Member Perez have dissented, but it yields a positive pass with 4 saying yes. Thank you, Board. And we're going to go to the next one, 1004, which is contract renewal and consolidation approval for Kids Community College Charter High School and Kids Community College Riverview South. Now, that's going to be something we have to be very careful, because that's a complicated one. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is once again not a management company. This is a contract renewal. So openly, the Kids Community College Charter High School is up for renewal. They're 912, and so they currently have a community college, Riverview South K-8, which is really thriving. They have 2 Bs and an A of their last grades, and they service around 568 students. What they are asking to do is not only renew the 912, but also merge to become a K-12. As the 912 serves around 178 students. Openly, we look at this. This is a renewal. They did get renewed in 2016 for a 5-year renewal. Openly, when we look at these particular schools, there was a corrective action plan designed in 2018 for the high school for 912. due to the fact about financials. Since the corrective action plan, they have proven competence along the way, and our team has been holding them accountable to make sure that they are, crossing every T and dotting every I, and they're in a so much better place related to being fiscal responsible. So this is taking the two schools and merging them together, and they will have and take on the MSID number in grade of the community college Riverview South K-8, which will become the K-12.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C 1004. I have a motion by Member Snively,
Bless you, bless you.
and I'll need a second before we can have discussion. I have a second by Member Hahn. Discussion, Member Vaughn and Member Gray. Member Vaughn, you can go first. Oh, I have everything written here. Secret notes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. As we consolidate these charter schools, when we talked about earlier at our workshop that each individual charter school pays us an administration fee of a percentage, when we consolidate it, does that mean that they go from paying us 2 administration fees to 1 once they're consolidated?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
That was easy. Member Combs?
I wanted to comment about Kids Community College High School. One of the big issues that I have, which is kind of a loophole, is that when these charters apply, they received a charter school program grant, like a startup grant. So what happens is when these charters apply, they often apply as 2 private entities, right? So that way they can get all that initial funding, all that additional money, and then, come up a few years later and you see the high school is not performing well with the DCC, and they're up for renewal. So then they combine together. So they've already have that initial money, and so that's why they're doing it, separately. And I think that the public needs to know that. That's why they're applying separately, is because they can get additional funding. And then you turn around and you're paying that 5%, for a few years, and then you consolidate. Was the high school fiscally responsible at the beginning of this year? Were they, Dr. DeLange, were they financially in trouble at the time?
They were in we have put them in a corrective action plan in 2018, and we're still monitoring. They are out of the red, so they are in the black right now, but we will still continue to monitor.
So what happens with that corrective action plan once you combine together?
They will be submitting financials as a K-12. Their enrollment, of course, will go up because the enrollment of the K-8 is higher than the high school. So the financials will be combined and submitted as one school.
So the school could have failed, the high school could have failed, but through this loophole now they can consolidate and just move on. Is that correct?
Well, they still have to be fiscally responsible, but as one entity, they will have one enrollment. So basically one school, the K-8, will balance perhaps the enrollment of the high school that had fewer students.
So now they'll pay 1 admin fee, but they receive 2 startup costs. Is that correct?
No, the startup cost, the CSP grant is for brand new schools. So the schools that are applying right now can apply for a CSP grant. And the practice sometimes is that they submit 2 applications, one as a K-5 and one as a 6-8 as new applicants. Then they receive the federal grant, the charter school program grant, separately, so 2 of them. And then upon renewal, after the 5-year standard contract, they come back and request a consolidation. That's a regular practice and allowed by statute.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Combs. Dr. DeLange, can you share with me for clarification, if we have a record here of a DCCC, how does that support choosing them over their neighboring schools like Spoto and a few other schools that, well, actually one of them, Riverview, is gaining, well, no, Riverview had a C as well. Rogers had a B, and Riverview High School had a B. How are we, I know that there's a rationale. I just want to make sure I capture it correctly. How can we support those grades, that school, if the nearby schools are doing a little bit better?
Well, I can say that's a lot of opinion, and I think parents are better to answer that. But I can say that schools, when they open and they receive their first grade, school grade, they only have 2 cells with no growth data. So it is very common for them to get low grades as a first-year school, and then they tend, when they receive growth data for their students, they usually come up. So that's, I think that the D to the C, that is the reasoning for improvement. As far as, parents choosing neighboring, a KCC high school over neighboring high schools that are performing perhaps better, that's up to a parent.
Sure.
It's a parent choice.
Yeah, and that's kind of rhetorical. I'm just trying to think through this, but I am concerned with the academics in comparison, and I'm looking at you, but I can look at the whole room. I'm also concerned because Riverview is where I grew up. There's a lot of, my son lives there, and we have a lot of Hispanic, economically disadvantaged. We have migrants. We have a lot of English language learners. With the statistics that were provided, we only have 3.93 ELL, students with disabilities 8.99, and serving only 32.58 economically disadvantaged. I just wonder if this school is really serving not only the diversity but the needs of the community, and I'm weighing that also with the actual academics. So I'm just sharing that to everyone that's listening, and I will stop right there. Member Snively?
I will just, again, it's a subjective opinion about what attracts people to a charter school, but I do think that there is a unique family community climate at KCC, and a lot of the children who maybe attended the younger grades are moving up into the 9th through 12th grade, and parents, I'm just speculating, it's a bit anecdotal, but I would think that the parents who have had their children there in elementary school and want to continue that, to be a part of the KCC family, are looking, to move their children to the high school levels to keep them there at KCC. So it's a smaller school, but the enrollment, continues to be stable. And if we could concentrate a little more on creating that same type of climate with our surrounding traditional public schools, then that would be a choice for parents as well, better choice for parents as well. So I would say, hey, let's look around to the surrounding high schools and make sure that we are dotting all our I's and crossing all our T's around KCC as well. But for the choice that parents are making for the needs of that particular community, I do think that KCC is meeting those needs of those parents and those families. And that's why people are choosing KCC. I think that's why people are choosing KCC, to be part of that family environment.
And there's one thing we don't like to do is break up the siblings, break up the the trajectory. That creates instability. I would hate that for my own grandkids. And I still, now let's think, how much is this renewal? How many years is this renewal?
5 years.
Well, why don't we consider, and I might have to make a motion that we consider looking at this give it another 2 years and then reevaluate. I would consider that as an option. Mr. Porter?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just need to speak on that. So the statute is not really clear on what the length of an extension could be. It anticipates 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years. So there would be a potential risk if you chose to continue this or renew it for less than what the DOE recommends. I'm not saying you can't do it. If the board chooses to do that, we'll do our best to defend that based on the criteria that is in the statute and also your reasoning behind that. But keep in mind that a charter can be terminated if the criteria are not met during the course of the run. So there is, I just need to identify on the record, there is a slight risk if you choose to renew this for less than 5 years. Again, if you want to do that, we'll find a way to defend it, and I think you can articulate reasons why, but there's a potential risk that needs to be on the record.
Yeah, Mr. Porter, I appreciate that. And what happens now is that the board may be considering a little bit of worry, concern, as they should. And in my mind, that we're being evaluated as a public school each and every year, and actually DOE with the 1028 is being evaluated. I only think it's fair to evaluate the charter schools if we are able to, and if we do not get a penalty, fiscal penalty. You're not sure if that would cost, I mean, you're in doubt whether we would get a fiscal penalty?
It's not clear from the statute, but I will point out that the statutes provide the ability for the district to terminate a charter if there are reasons that are identified that deal with the health and safety of children. So that's something that you always have to keep in mind too, that you, even if you approve it today, you can't terminate it if certain criteria are met.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Member Washington, let's hear from you. And I have a feeling, I have to look at the board if there's any consensus for a 2-year for a re-evaluation. We'll find that out quite shortly. Member Washington, I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Delaney, that action plan is for how long?
Until we decide not to remove them from the action plan. And the reasons why they're still on an action plan is because they overprojected and they received a PPP loan. So those are all reasons for them being in the black. It helped them remain stable and operating well. However, we want to see them operating without any kind of extra help financially.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Taking a risk, I'll make a motion, and help me out, Mr. Porter, to have versus a 5-year renewal, a 2-year renewal for. That
would be, you're making a motion to amend the motion on the floor. And so that would require a second, and then the board to vote on that amendment. So you need a second to approve this for 2 years, or renew it for 2 years. And then you need a second. And Member Hahn, if you could run that, since she's made the motion. She passed the gavel to you to make the motion.
Oh, here you go. Don't hit me with it.
So we have a motion on the floor. Can I have a sec from Member Gray? We need a second to revise the agenda item to a 2-year renewal from a 5-year. I have a second from Member Washington.
So that you can have discussion on the amendment, and then you would vote on the amendment. If the board wants to renew it, but for only 2 years, you would vote yes. If you don't agree with the 2-year extension, you would vote no. But you can have debate on that first.
Okay, so discussion.
I need some clarity on if it doesn't go, if the 2-year fails, does it revert back to the original
main motion,
agenda
you would still
item?
need to vote on the main motion, which is to renew it for 5 years.
Okay, sorry. Do we have discussion? Member Vaughn.
Thank you. Member Chair, Member Gray, I just want to say I appreciate the direction that you're trying to take as far as a compromise and giving it a shorter term. I'm going to go ahead and vote no, not because I don't appreciate what you're doing, but because I don't want to support this charter school at all. But I just wanted to clarify that, I do appreciate that you're trying to give it a less term and really give it a longer evaluation term instead of kind of giving it a 5-year carte blanche. So I did want to say I appreciate that and let you know why I was voting no on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Snively?
Thank you. I guess I would just want to understand how we would articulate to the DOE the change from a 5-year to a 2-year, because we can still evaluate year to year or take action as statutorily allowed. So why would we go from a 5 to a 2? Are you just trying to send a message, or is there actually some type of substance behind that particular reduction in term?
Yeah, that's a great question. Dr. Delange?
Well, if I could speak to that. So one of the reasons that would allow the board to not renew this would be, it's found in the statute, is failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management. And what I've heard the staff say and what I've heard Member Gray articulate is that although they have been under a plan to try to improve their fiscal situation, and they have done that, there's still some concern on the part of the staff. So what I've heard Member Gray say was, or what I'm interpreting her saying is that because there's still some concerns about the fiscal viability of this organization, that you could choose to not renew it and base your decision on that, or because there is still some concern about the fiscal viability of it, that maybe a 2-year renewal would be more appropriate than a 5-year renewal. And I don't want to put words in your mouth.
No, but the fiscal and the academics, but I appreciate the question. I want to, it's like having both worlds, but reevaluation to me is indicative of best practices, and I don't see this as being a win-win school at the moment, but it could be. And for the reasons that you gave, the continuity of education is why I'm going for the 2-year versus no. That's just so you understand, that's where I'm coming from as well.
Okay, so, well, you mentioned fiscal. Okay, so let's talk about that first, because if in 2 years, let's say we renew it for the 5-year plan, but then in 2 years, they're not out of the weeds as far as finances go. What is our responsibility, our obligation, what is our ability to handle, to address that with them?
That's why we put them on a corrective action plan financially, because we want to monitor them. And if we, after giving them due process and allowing them time to improve their finances within a span of, a couple of years, then that's when we would then send a 90-day letter saying you're not financially viable right now, and we're going to start the closing procedures.
So we could do that even when we renew it for 5 years?
That is correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. So we still have that ability.
Right.
Even if we renew it for 5 years. And then you also mentioned academically. And so what were your concerns academically?
So we have a DCCC, and we have surrounding schools that have, one's a B, high school, and the others are CC. I'm going by my memory. And what I'm saying is, why are we going to another venue when we have supportive or public schools have a mean average of a higher academic? So what we're saying is, when we have a corrective plan, does it last 5 years? I guess this is a philosophy in my mind. Best practices, we shouldn't wait that long for correction to be had. I think we should look at it as a board.
Well, respectfully, we can do that after 2 years. We don't have to wait 5 years to do that.
Well,
that's what.
Sure. Usually,
Dr. DeLong
the
just said.
telling signs that the school is not doing well and is ready for closure is when they start not to pay their bills and not to pay salaries. So that is the red flag. So until we, look at the books, the financials every month and quarterly, and look at the yearly audits, and we see that they are improving, then there's no reason for closure. When they stop paying their bills or have a hard time paying their staff, that's when we really start the closure process.
So if it's 2 years or 5 years, it doesn't really matter?
Doesn't really matter, no.
Okay, because we can take action no matter what. So that's the point I was trying to make. And then academically, they're improving every year since 2016, 17, 18. They're on track to continue to improve academically speaking. I also don't know what Spoto High School is, or what the closest surrounding schools are. Probably Riverview High School.
They have
and
a B.
Spoto High School.
Yeah. Spoto has
Spoto.
a C. Riverview has a B, and
Spoto has a C.
Okay,
so
Spoto has
Spoto's
a
a
C.
C.
Riverview has a Moranen. What was the other one? Moranen has Rogers has a B. So the mean average, what I'm saying is, your surrounding public schools that are established have a mean academic average that is higher than choosing a charter school to provide for these kids, minus the ability to serve the actual population of ELL, socioeconomic groups. I don't think there's I have the statistics. Actually, we all have the statistics. So what I'm saying is, why are we robbing Peter, the public schools, to pay Paul when Paul is not the most optimal situation? It's almost, and plus there's a corrective plan. So that's
Right. No, I get it. I respect your opinion on that, and I would say this. Why are we not educating our community about the great schools around this particular school? Obviously, if they knew that there were schools performing better around this particular school, perhaps they would choose to enroll their children there. So in my opinion, I'm looking at it maybe as a devil's advocate, we need to do a better job of advertising and marketing our schools if the surrounding schools are doing better. But at this time, this particular school is the choice of many parents. For whatever reason, a parent decides to choose KCC, whether they are, whatever the amenities are that they're looking at, whether it could be academic, it could be, the whole child. But, that's the parent's choice to choose where they send their children. We could do a better job then of letting those parents know about the surrounding schools. But at the end of the day, this is the school that some parents have chosen to send their children to for whatever reason. And
they can continue to do so. But I think we also get into the subject area of 5-year, 10-year, 25-year. Should not we be, okay, I'm almost done. Should we not be cautious with the amount of time, the generous amount of time to reevaluate? So I'm just being cautionary, but you and I, Member Snive, I respect what you're saying, and I also, I'm also told to stop talking. Go ahead, Mr.
Madam Chair, I
Porter.
think we just have to honor the 3-minute speaking time.
Yes, so.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. Member Combs, Member Vaughn, okay, my
I
lips are
think
sealed.
Member Hahn is still running the meeting right now until we.
Oh.
Member Combs.
Thank you, Chair Gray. I'm also going to vote no for the 2 because I'd like to vote no altogether for the consolidation. I think it's really important, when we talk about we talk about family, and I think it's really important that we have to inform parents about what's going on. Sometimes parents don't know what's best for their child, or they see a beautiful school, and there are some wonderful charter schools in this district. There are some great charter schools that are coming up tonight that I am very happy to approve, and I'm very proud. People who are invested here in Tampa, who believe in Tampa, who believe in our students. I have an issue when you're going to approve a school that took that initial startup fund, don't do well financially, have issues financially, are not doing well academically, and then we talk about families. I mean, we have to make sure that we're doing what's best for children. And sometimes that means saying no to schools and taking a stand so that way parents can make a better choice, so they can realize that you're just not going to, that we're not here to make profit. We're here to educate and make an impact on our students. If we continue to approve things when you have schools that are academically inferior, financially not being successful, and then we say, well, it's just because of families. No, we have to do a better job at advertising ourselves, but also advertising the schools that are not doing a good job. So I firmly want to say no, because we need to take a stand, so that way we see if the school that received all this money can stand on its own.
You're
I'm
still
sorry.
charged.
Thank you, Member Combs. Member Vaughn.
Thank you. So we're saying that we can close the school at any time, but why would we renew it when it's already in peril, saying that we're going to look for basically when they can't pay their employees anymore as a sign that they're not able to sustain themselves? And secondly, we just spent a whole time talking at a workshop about how the state is going to make it harder to close these schools with a whole new guideline and parameters of proof that we have to submit and a whole other set of criteria to close a school. So essentially we're saying, well, let's wait on this until they can't pay their employees anymore, and then let's see if we can justify the new set of criteria from the state. So I'm just confused about that. But the other thing is, I hear we constantly need to do a better job at advertising our schools. Well, anyone who's in business understands that marketing costs money, right? And so when we're talking about a financial crisis and being able to compete with schools that have, a budget that is limitless to go into pediatrician offices and community events where there's pit bull playing and all sorts of different ways where they can have the money to market their schools, and we're in a financial area where we don't even know if we can pay our support staff. I think it's unrealistic to talk about needing to do a similar job as far as marketing and advertising is concerned. So those were just my comments. Hopefully we're getting to the end of this. No more. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. I wanted to go last as out of respect for my colleagues. Just some clarification. So legally, walk us through the process if this is denied tonight, because we talked at the workshop today about being able to tie denials to state statute. We don't want to get into a lawsuit. So I know when we spoke, it was my impression that there was state statute that supported this renewal. So could you make some clarifying remarks, please?
That is correct. So by statute, they are allowed to consolidate. That is not in question. The 5-year contract is the standard contract. Usually, anything less is very provisional. When the schools are close to failing. This is not the case. KCC right now, although we have chosen to keep them on a corrective action plan, they are no longer in the red. So I'm not sure if we went to appeals with this, we would win because they're no longer in the red.
Okay, so
If I could speak to this too, though, because I don't want to interrupt you, Member Hahn, but I think it's important. The statute provides reasons for non-renewal or termination, and this is the current statute. The first thing is that underscores everything. If you decide not to renew this, has to be student achievement. That has to be the fundamental thing. But then the statute lists several reasons that you can base a non-renewal on, and I want to read them to you so that the board understands. Failure to participate in the state's education accountability system created in Section 1008.31 as required in this section, or failure to meet the requirements for student performance stated in the charter. Number 2, failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management, which we referred to earlier. Number 3, material violation of law. Or number 4, other good cause shown. So if the board, if ultimately decides to make a motion to deny it, I would encourage you to tie that vote to one of those 4 criteria that I just listed.
So we would be denying renewal and consolidation?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I say something?
Yes.
I'm sorry. So the other question I would have is that, well, those are the criterion, and I'm asking from a risk perspective and also to Dr. DeLange, is that 18-19 was a year where fiscal responsibility wasn't identified. So what about, of the last 2 years, have they presented a financial landscape where they're in a good spot that we can identify and validate that or not? When did it start and when did it stop?
Right. So since 2018, they have shown improvement. And I also want to add that when we put charter schools in a corrective action plan, that we have to notify the DOE because the DOE wants to know when the charter schools are in corrective action plans and when they are taken off. So we provide the DOE with updates on these schools that we've put in a corrective action plan. But KCC has improved. So any school that we have on a corrective action plan, we are looking for improvement year to year.
Member Hahn, Member Perez.
Member Perez.
Yeah, I have a quick question. You mentioned that they took out a loan that helped them get into the black, and that's the reason why they're in the black?
Not the only reason, of course. It helped them. It helped them, of course, have this, substantial amount of money as an end-of-year budget, basically. But they're not the only one that received PPP loans from the federal government. They're one of many. But having said that, that of course helped the many schools that received it.
So, Member Hahn, where we are, there's what the board needs to vote on is the amendment. And the amendment, if you vote yes for the amendment, that means you would be in favor of a 2-year renewal. If you're against a 2-year renewal or you're against the school, then you should just vote no. But if you vote yes, that means you're for the 2-year renewal as suggested by Member Gray. So
This is just for the 2-year?
Yes, not the main motion.
Okay. So.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. When your lights appear, please vote.
Ooh, well.
Okay, so that failed. So what that means is that the main motion is on the floor, and that's to approve the superintendent's recommendation for consolidation and renewal for 5 years.
So discussion on that, or we go right to a vote?
Yes. Yeah. Okay, I think we discussed our heads off. She's not going to give it back to me. So let's remove all those scores there. So the vote on the board members, it's now time to vote whether you approve or not approve the Kids Community College renewal. We've had discussion. Please vote when your lights are on. Yes or no? And we have Member Washington, Member Vaughn, Member Perez, Member Gray, Member Combs saying no.
The motion
yes.
fails, and what I would suggest is that there be another motion to affirmatively deny, and if you could please state your reason why what you're basing your denial on. So the motion failed, but that just sort of leaves it passively hanging, so I think there needs to be affirmative action for a denial.
Well, the two big reasons, this is speaking for myself now, are the.
Let's get a motion on the floor first, and then if that would be okay, just procedurally.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor.
No, we need one to deny, and then I think then you can talk and to give your reasons. So.
Okay, we need a motion on the floor to deny the application for Kids Community College. I have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second by Member Vaughn. We have a second by Member, okay. So now there's discussion.
So again, I want to remind the board of what the causes for non-renewal are, and this is what you need to base your decision on. Academic achievement for all students is the most important factor when determining whether to renew or terminate. The sponsor may also choose not to terminate if one of the 4 criteria are below are met. Failure to participate in the state's education accountability system created in section 1008.31 is required in this section, or failure to meet the requirements for student performance stated in the charter. Number 2, failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management. Number 3, material violation of law. Number 4, other good cause shown. While you're contemplating that, I'll remind you that the statute also requires that we give a 90-day notice. So during your action tonight, if this motion to deny passes, we'll have to give 90-day notice articulating the reasons for that. That will allow them to appeal if they want to, and then that process will need to follow its natural course. Okay. But it won't be an automatic, they won't shut down tomorrow. There'll be a 90-day window and then an appeal if they choose to appeal.
Okay, so the wording, which I know I should have a better memory, but you just said about a paragraph. I'm going to give you 2 reasons. Make a motion regarding student performance and lack of fiscal fiduciary performance. And those are the 2 reasons that I began with. Those are the 2 reasons I'm going to end with. And that's the motion. So at this point in time, that's the motion on the floor. So
already a motion on the floor. I think I was just asking the board members to sort of articulate the reasons why. So thank you. That's very helpful, Madam Chair. And if you wanted to add anything, Member Vaughn. Okay.
Member Washington, did you want?
I just want to say yes. Mine would be physical management.
Okay. Member Hahn. She didn't vote. Okay. Jumping to Member Perez.
Yes, it would be academic achievement and fiscal management.
Thank you. Member Combs.
I concur, same.
Okay.
And I think what I've heard, though, that even though staff has identified that the financial situation of the school has improved, the district has still chosen to keep them on a corrective financial plan, and I think that underscores the board's motion.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Porter. And at this point in time, or do we have okay, we're all done with that particular agenda item?
You need to vote. You need to vote. So
Let's
the
go ahead.
vote is to deny.
Vote is to deny. Back on it again. I thought we just did. Mr. Porter, didn't we already vote on that? Denial?
You voted, the motion to approve failed, then there was another motion to deny, and you've been discussing it, so you just need to vote on the motion to deny.
So if they vote yes, that means it's denied.
Correct.
Okay. Members, if you vote yes, it's denied. If you vote no, it's not denied.
So it's a 5-2 vote to deny with members Hahn and Snively voting no.
I can see why a lot of these charter schools keep going, because this is a complicated situation to argue. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Washington?
Yeah. So they still have 90 days. They have a 90-day period to appeal.
Well, no, we have 90 days to provide them the reasons for
The reason why.
Then after that, they can choose to appeal if they will.
Oh, okay. And that appeal, what's the timeline on the appeal?
They're set forth in the statute. I can provide that for you.
Okay.
If that would be helpful, I can provide the whole list of what that looks like.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Excellent question, Member Washington. And now we're going to move on. I'm sorry, Member Snively?
I just had a question. Are they able to move forward with the consolidation throughout the appeal process, or?
Well, no, you denied that.
Okay, I just wanted clarification for that. It's not like they can move forward. So, so 90 days to give them a reason that we denied their application for renewal, and
Correct.
then they can appeal it.
As articulated, both with the backup that staff provided and the discussion tonight at the board.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. Superintendent Davis, you had a remark? Go ahead.
No, through the chair, I think Ms. Snively just answered my question. I just want to make certain that we recognize we denied a school for renewal. So now the high school 9 through 12 that's improving academically and improving financially is denied, and that we will send them a letter based on the decision. Just want to make sure. That's okay.
And I think that would be best also to be worded in an official format, an email, because we need to all understand what we just did. Thank you. And next, we're going to go ahead, if it's okay with the board, we're going to pursue upstream here because, let's see, we're almost at 8 o'clock, 10 of 8. The night is young. 10:05, application approval for Dr. Karan C. Patel Elementary School. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is approval for the application for Dr. Patel Elementary School. This is a new school from a K through 5. They have a 9 through 12, which is off of Rawlston Road in the Temple Terrace area that has 450 students. This is be a new program that's all about educational program focused on the whole child, and they'll be able to include social emotional learning, leadership development, and the same token project-based learning as well. So this is we'll start the first year from a K2 to have around 90 students, and then transition to the 5th grade to be able to have 652 students as well at the end of the 5-year span.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve this particular Karan C. Patel Elementary School. I have a motion by Member Snively, a second by Member Combs. Any discussion? Oh, I'm sorry. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. You go first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say that we mentioned this morning, and somebody might have mentioned today, that in our discussion about charter schools, there is a difference between independently managed and for-profit managed. And I don't want everyone to think that whoever is voting no is just adamantly anti-choice and against charter schools. I've stated several times that I do believe there is a place for charter schools within our district as think tanks to try out something new, and as long as they're eager to partner with our district and bring the things that are successful in their schools back and share it with the district so that we can also incorporate those things into the curriculum. I have had an opportunity to meet with the Patels and learn about the project-based theories that they have in their school, and they have assured me that they're very eager to partner with our district, even going as far to say as they'd love to meet with Mr. Connor and set up a meeting and talk about the project-based method, the whole child method, and why that is working for their schools. So I just wanted to add that caveat that, as Member Combs said, there are some that some of us may approve because they are independently managed, and we do find a value and an eagerness to partner with the district. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Discussion will continue with Member Combs, and indeed we had a large amount of we actually met and opened up the school. Member Snively, I can't remember, Member Hahn, if you were there or not, but we helped open up the school. We were very impressed. Member Combs? Oh, I'm sorry. Member Perez was also there. Member Combs?
Yes, I just wanted to say the same thing. When you really look at why charter schools started in our country, it was really to fill the need of someone local. If you look at Learning Gate, if you look at Pepin, if you look at Brooks DeBardlo, if you know Dr. Patel, you know he's always supported public education and now is a charter school. So that was the concept of the charter schools. It's not this entire different type of charters that we'll be talking about later today that are really not necessarily impacting students, but really impacting, making a profit. So a charter like Patel is what we're looking for. If you're going to be a charter, then you're looking at project-based, you're in an area, you've shown that you've supported our community, we know that you're going to be here, we know you're not going all over the country. So I do want to say, I want people to realize that I'm not anti-privatization. I've owned private businesses for most of my life. So it is the idea of making profit that doesn't go to our students, but is going into someone's pocket. And I know Dr. Patel is probably putting a lot of money, even of his own pocket, into our schools. And I want to say thank you. And I support this.
It's his son's inheritance, I believe, if my memory serves right. And that actually puts a smile on our face, but it's the truth. So let's go ahead and we have our motions. Any discussion? We've had that. Let's vote when your lights appear. And it is unanimous. Thank you, Board. Application approval. This is 1006 for the Everett Hebrew Language Academy. Addison Davis, Superintendent Davis, highlight.
Yes, ma'am. This is a approval for a new charter school that's going to be housed in Hillel Academy on Fletcher Avenue. This is for the Everett Hebrew language. This will be focused on a K-5 for dual language that's focused on global citizenships. This is it will impact schools that with Carrollwood, Forest Hills, Twin Lakes, Mort. The first year, they will ask to transition to 188 students from a K-2, and they'll transition to have at the fifth year 348 students. This is not a management charter school.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Snively. I have a second by Member Vaughn. Would there be any discussion? Okay, the only discussion I had was that my son went to Hillel, and I want to approve this school as well. So please vote when your lights are on. And it is unanimous. Thank you, Board. Going to the next charter school, we have an application approval for Matter Academy Hills. Superintendent Davis, is it Matter? Is that how you pronounce it?
Matter.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am. This is for a approval application for Matter Academic Hills. This is, currently they do have a management company. It's Academia. They have, overarchingly, they have 9 of the 30 K-5 schools that they currently have in the state of Florida are deemed high performing. This will be location in the Plant City area, Valrico area, the Hopewell area, and they want to transition to a K through 5. This will be traditional curriculum that will be implemented. They will start out in the first year from K3, and then we'll transition to K5 with 768 students that will be in this particular school. And overarchingly, when you look at the team's recommendation, they had no weaknesses related to their application. And met all requirements.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Snively, a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? Let's see. Member Vaughn, you are first. You did pull the item.
I'm sure you said this, but you did say this was a managed one, correct? Okay, thank you.
Member Combs?
Thank you, Chair Gray. I'd like to distribute some articles regarding this charter, and I made enough copies for every school board member as well as Superintendent Davis and Mr. Porter. So I have 2 articles, if we could just pass them around.
Chair. Pass this down. I have all this. Member Combs?
Yes, okay, so I know everybody received this. We've talked a lot about charters today, and what concerns me is not the local charters, it's the CMOs and the charters that are expanding and what's occurring around the state and around the country. So I've provided 2 articles, and I've also highlighted key points. The first one is Academica under federal investigation, and I highlighted all the key points that talks about the transfers of the money and the funding and the real estate. So you can see from the Miami Herald, and on the first page, it talks about how the auditing Academica is a broader examination of school management companies nationwide, and I identified several apparent conflicts of interest between Academica and the charter schools it manages. And you can look at some of the keys, the transfers of money from Matter Academy and Academica. And if you look at the second page, it talks about the real estate companies that are tied to the Academica executives. Then you're going on to talk about lobbyists in Tallahassee and how they're connected to Academica. And then finally, even the Florida legislature and people who are sponsoring bills against or for charter schools and exactly what their overall goal of these charters are. So I think it's really important that we see this. And then I also pulled another article that talks about from the Washington Post. So it's not just a local article, it's a national article talking about Florida's charter school sector and what a real mess it is. And this article from the Washington Post in 2019, if you look back, it really focuses on several CMOs all over the country, but one of them was Academica, which is tied directly to Matter Academy, and it highlights the nonprofits, the pass-throughs, and it also talks about at the very bottom the for-profit management company, as well as the board's role in not being able to manage those schools, and it just talks about the overall profiteering and the different individuals who are involved with this. So that way, I think it's very important that the public and the taxpayers are realizing that when you are spending your money, that not 100% of that money, the FTE, is going to the child. A lot of times it's real estate, and people are profiting millions and millions of dollars on this, and we need to be aware. And do we want to approve a charter like this? So I highlighted all of that to save all of you time, so you can glance over and just see all the key findings.
Thank you, Member Combs. I'm going to ask a question to Dr. DeLange. I'm looking at page 15. in addition to previous comments made by Member Combe. I'm just trying to get clarification. It says partially meets the standard with regards to student recruitment and enrollment. What does that indicate? I know I'm supposed to know, but can you just say it in charter school words?
Sure. These are non-statutory weaknesses. The application did mention a lottery, but in Hillsborough County, we just like to know what that process looks like and what maybe application they're using. You know, what lottery application that they're using. So they did mention a lottery system. So it's non-statutory.
Okay, my other comment again, and I guess this is a repeat. I'm looking at the high-performing schools in the area. In Snively, we have a lot of these schools are A, C, but we have Semino, Dover, Fishhawk, Jackson, Lincoln, Lithia, Nelson, and Robinson. You know, there are some C's, but the mean average seems to be, and you can just split hairs, either a B minus or a B with our surrounding schools. Why are we putting a charter when we have schools that are seemingly able to afford a very satisfactory or above average education? That would be my question. I think we have to be very careful. Again, I say robbing Peter to pay Paul. It's extraordinary what's happening, that schools are really absorbing what seems to be a great public school opportunities. I just have a problem with that, but that's all I'm going to say on it. I'm just going to go, how's their fiscal situation? I don't have an audit here. Their previous fiscal orientation.
You go ahead. They are really high performing indirectly throughout the state. They could actually, you know, through all the other schools that they currently have, could probably get a 15-year agreement with the academic performance, their financials, their leadership.
The DOE has deemed them a high-performing system. So because they've got 3 or more schools and they have many that are performing highly, they are deemed a high-performing system.
Well, thank you, and that counts too. Then I'll just go with the former concern, the surrounding schools. Member Washington?
Yeah, you were about to add something.
Well, I just think it's an important aspect of this particular charter application is that it has been identified as a high-performing charter school, and the statute makes it it puts additional standards in place in order for you to deny it. There's a higher standard, and you have to state reasons by clear and convincing evidence of why it's not appropriate to approve the application. And those are set out in the statute. So it's not just a renewal and it's not just a normal application. It's a high-performing charter school. And that's something that the board needs to take into account.
Good point. And actually, Dr. DeLange, we talked about the legal part is critical now that we're getting into 1028. Is that what you're alluding to, that we also have additional language that would support?
No, this is under the current statute.
It's under the current, okay. Member Washington, your question, then Member Vaughn.
Yeah, so is this related to what Mrs. Nolly was talking about? Are these related to this particular school? That was my question.
No, well, these schools don't exist yet. It's the company.
That was the question.
Yeah. So maybe you could explain, but I think academia is is involved with them. But this school is new to Hillsborough County, so it doesn't exist yet. But I think you could probably explain.
That was my question, Ms.
Umbrella that it falls under. So that's the issue. It's not an independent. It's one of the CMOs where they have somebody overseeing them, and that's where the issue is. Because there's a lot of profit being made on students based on that. So even though the schools are nonprofit, the CMOs are for profit, and they are profiting not just on students' FTE, but they're also profiting on real estate. So this is the issue, and this is why it's been under investigation, and that's why people are looking at that.
But it's still a performing high school, as far as I'm concerned. It's performing high, these schools are?
Legally, their designation is a high-performing charter school. That's the legal designation. And they're treated differently than other charter schools.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington, Member Vaughn, then Member Snively.
Thank you. I did want to get more clarification on this. So we're saying they fall under the umbrella of Academica, which we're saying is under investigation from the Department of Education's Inspector General, that essentially there's a conflict of interest between the charter school management company and the charter schools. Is that right? What does this investigation mean?
I'm not familiar with the investigation.
Okay.
So through the chair, is this the first article, I believe? This is,
Yes.
okay, I remember this happened in 2014.
Do you have any thoughts on this?
No, I don't know where, I don't know.
So I guess the question lends itself to, if there is a conflict of interest, if these schools are technically not-for-profit and they're running under a not-for-profit license, however, there is a conflict of interest where the management company is making a profit, how does that not become a reason to deny these charter schools as a conflict of interest if they're under investigation at the federal level?
Well, a couple of things. One, I think, as the superintendent pointed out, the article appears to be from 2014, but that's not those are not articulated reasons in the statute for denial for a high-performing charter school.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that based on the track record of this particular charter school in the other districts where they are, and that the fact that there is no statutory reason to deny this application because they haven't met any of the criteria listed in Florida law, that it seems that we'll have to approve this particular, at least I'll be voting to approve it. But my question is, looking at the area schools, how involved, and it's more of a general question, but how do we collaborate or do we work with charter schools when they don't have a location, an exact location selected? How do we work with them to make sure that they are trying to put a school in the place where it's most needed?
So Amber Dickerson has been very helpful. So when they do reach out to us, if they, they offer, where can we go to help the district with capacity, then Amber tells them where the areas that are most needed, and some do listen to that, and some have already probably picked a location. In this case, they have not, at least to my knowledge, they have not picked a location, and that's why the area targeted in the application is very wide. It's just in the east side of the county.
Okay, that was just my question, because I think that could be something that we address with the state legislature. That's been a thorn in my side after a particular charter school opened right in the middle of a very high-performing area that it wasn't intended to move to a certain location based on the application. We approved an application for one zip code, and they ended up in a completely different zip code. And so I think that maybe we could work with communicating with our legislators about the importance of placing these schools, or at least having a location set on the application, and making them stick to a particular location or area. But I would hope that we could work with, once this is approved, that we could continue to work closely with them to really put this where it could help with either capacity issues or low performing schools in the area. So that's all I'll say about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. And Superintendent Davis, I would take very seriously what Member Snively is saying, the idea that this is possibly next to a very high-performing schools is contradictory. It's very hard for us to approve. I get what we must do when we have great schools. So I would say with Ms. Dickerson that she definitely needs to be on this planet of explaining what her rationale is, because if that's a determinant, a person making a determination, then I, for one, and I'm sure Member Snively, this is her district, and Member Perez, we would need to know her rationale. That would be my suggestion.
Well, yeah,
I mean, that if that be part of the decision-making.
Collaboration.
Collaboration. Okay, we're going to call it collaboration. Thank you. Member Snively and Member Vaughn, then following by Member Perez, and then we're going to vote.
Thank you. I just had a question. We were talking about how they admit students. How are we overseeing that they're not using some formula that allows them to cherry pick students to keep their high performing grade level, number one? And number two, I was just looking at the numbers here because they're going to be opening, there's two from the same management company here that, if combined after 5 years, would be looking at retaining 1,362 students after 5 years, which I could be wrong, but I think that comes to close to $10 million it would be taking out of the district annually. And this is, again, all based on the fact that they're identified as high performing, making it more challenging to challenge whether they'd be a viable option for our community. So I'm just really trying to understand how they maintain that high performing, if there is any fidelity put into the process of admittance to make sure that they're not able to somehow, only admit the best and brightest. Do they have, feeder preschools, or what does it look like to kind of maintain that high performing label?
So we have an annual site visit protocol that the charter office uses, and the lottery is a part of the criteria. So staff members go out every year to each and every single charter school, and they check the lottery system. They ask what application they use. A lot of them use lotteries, I believe it is called, and we ask the questions. Obviously, we're not there when it happens, but the results have to be made public on their website. And when asked to an explanation of their lottery system, they are very open to articulate that to anyone. In fact, a board member has asked to go to visit a school to talk about their lottery system, and there was no doubt about that. That they're very welcome. All of you are very welcome.
So, Member Vaughn, are you satisfied with the answer? Okay, we're going to go to Member Perez, and I think it will be time to vote. Member Perez?
So, board members and superintendent, I have a concern. Just in 1997, the charter idea was, created because they saw, they saw charters as a valuable way of correcting the downward trends in the school to prison pipeline that was really wrecking, the communities, for generations. So I'm listening to the conversations with where the areas of, we have B schools, A schools, where these charter schools are going up. I'm a bit confused as to where these charter schools are seeing that these school to prison pipeline availabilities are all the way in Snively's area, and how they're going up in those areas. I'm just curious. How do we get from assisting our students in the school to prison pipeline to all of a sudden coming up and smack in the middle of communities that have A, B schools? I'm just very confused. Can somebody help me understand this?
Yes, Mr. the Chair. Overarchingly, when the origin of charter schools were really to be able to create choice for schools and school districts that really couldn't address students who were underperforming. And, it has evolved through legislative language that allows charter schools just to become competitive as choice, being able to place where, wherever they want to be able to provide educational service to children, which openly, puts more ownership for us as a district managed school district to be able to make certain that we are connecting with our communities. We are telling our positive stories. We are making certain that we have the greatest customer service. So it has evolved, and language just allows that choice to be a part for a parent to decide what best educational experience they want for their child.
Not maybe what you wanted to hear, Member Perez, but it's maybe evolved as you might want to exchange another word. But at any rate, all right, yeah, let's go ahead and.
I just want to spend about 10 seconds also talking about when we look at that, the evolution of that, what you're also seeing is kids have to have transportation to and from there. Predominantly, most of the charter schools don't offer transportation, and if they do, it's very limited. It might be a few buses, so that doesn't allow education for everyone. Also, if you look at the ESC and ELL, even when we talk about some schools that are coming up, a lot of them have not followed the IDEA, Individual Disability Education Act. Often they don't follow the 504, the IEP needs for students. And if a child doesn't do well, here this morning we talked about student conduct and giving students a second chance and making sure kids are successful. In those charters, they can just tell the child to leave, receive the FTE, and then send them off to our school. I think that's really important. With all of that and additional money and getting a PPP, private loan, these charters are still not doing as well as public schools. And so why do we continue to support them and not do a better job educating the taxpayers? That's a big issue.
And it is the Florida legislative at the moment has really tied us in a knot, especially if they deem it high performance. So at this point in time, board members, please vote when your lights are on.
So the motion failed 4-3, and again, I'm going to ask you to make an affirmative motion to deny, and I'm going to remind the board that the standards are different. This is not like your other one that you denied. This is not a renewal. This is an application for a high-performing charter school, and you need to base your decision with clear and convincing evidence on one of the following criteria. I'm going to read them to you. So I would ask that the maker of the motion articulate the reasons why you're denying this. The application of a high-performing charter school does not materially comply with the requirements of the statute, of this charter statute. Number two, the charter school proposed in the application does not materially comply with paragraphs 9A through F. Number three, the proposed charter school's educational program does not substantially replicate that of the applicant or one of the applicant's high-performing charter schools. The applicant, or number four, the applicant has made a material misrepresentation or false statement or concealed an essential or material factor in the application process, or the proposed charter school's educational program and financial management practices do not materially comply with the requirements of this section. Those are the only reasons you can deny a high-performing charter school. So again, you're going to need a motion on the floor to deny that and tie it to one of those criteria.
Okay, I need a motion on the floor to deny and be prepared to have a criteria. I need a motion. Do I have a motion?
Ms. Vaughn asked me to repeat those, and I'm sorry I'm reading, but this is important, and I think it's best to read right from the statute. You have to demonstrate by clear and convincing evidence, which means it's highly probable that it's true other than not, and then untrue. Number one, the application of a high-performing charter school does not materially comply with the requirements of the charter statute. It's paragraph A. That the charter school does not materially comply with the requirements in paragraphs 9A through F. Number three, the proposed charter school's educational program does not substantially replicate that of the applicant or one of the applicant's high-performing charter schools. So what that means is, while this is, they're not any currently in Hillsborough County, they are in other districts, and they're suggesting that they're proposing that they're going to replicate what they've done in other districts to maintain a high-performing charter school status. Number 4, the applicant has made a material misrepresentation or false statement or concealed an essential or material fact during the application process, or the proposed charter school's educational program and financial management practices do not materially comply with the requirements of this section. That's what the legislature has said you must base your decision on to deny a high-performing charter school.
Can I ask a question?
Thank you. Superintendent Davis, yes.
Can I ask for a few-minute recess to talk to Mr. Gibson and Mr. Porter just for a minute?
Absolutely. And I think we need a recess. So let's recess for a few minutes.
Just need a few minutes.
Let's 2 or 3 minutes because this is a long night. He doesn't like my voice.
Okay, now it's on.
Board members, staff, we are now going to reconvene. If you'll please take your seats. Please take your seats. I know it's getting late, but we do have to have closure.
Madam Chair, the superintendent and Mr. Gibson are not back from their discussion.
We are waiting for Attorney Gibson and Superintendent Davis to reappear. Board members, if you will take your seat. Member Combs, Member Vaughn, if you'll take your seat, we are going to reconvene. Superintendent Davis, we are awaiting your presence, and Attorney Gibson. We have some new information. I believe Mr. Porter will now correct the record.
So I misunderstood the application. This is not a high-performing charter school. It's a high-performing charter system. I believe that's the technology or terminology. That doesn't put it in the same category as making it much more difficult to deny. So I apologize for any confusion I created with that. I misunderstood what was being represented. So you just need to base your decision on the reasons that you've articulated if you want to deny this. It's not the higher standard of a high-performing charter school.
Okay, let's go ahead, Mr. Porter, and renew the motion that should be had on the floor now.
Yeah, just a motion to deny, and I think if the board members articulate the good cause of why they want to deny this, then I think that will suffice.
Okay, a motion to deny with good cause. I need a motion and a second.
I'm so moved.
Okay, Member Vaughn, do we have a second? Second by Member Combs. Now we have to initiate the cause.
Well, I think if you want to articulate that, I think that would be helpful.
Sorry. I'm concerned about this charter school because of its previous dealings, being under investigation, even if it was years ago, not identifying a location, the amount of students that it's looking to obtain, and what that means for our school district. So those are some of my reasons. Do you need more?
It's up to the board.
Those are my reasons.
Those are satisfactory. Thank you. Member Washington?
Are those satisfied reasons?
Again, the staff has identified that the applications met all the criteria in the statute. So you're trying to articulate reasons why they don't. Again, there's a risk that we're going to get challenged and that we're going to have to defend that. And that makes it difficult. But I think the board has a right to not approve it if you feel that it doesn't meet the criteria. And I think that's what Ms. Vaughn has done. But again, this is a creature of the statute, and the statute provides the criteria that you're supposed to approve this on. Staff has identified that they've met the statutory criteria. So that's sort of where you are.
Oh, okay.
Again, I can't give you more guidance than that. The statute assumes that you're going to approve it if all the criteria are met. There was a motion to approve, and that failed. And so now, as a motion to deny, you need to show good cause of why you're denying it, and that should be tied to a statutory criteria, but it is what it is at this point.
Mr. Porter, please rephrase, though, that it went from one level of approval to another.
Right, but it's still a charter school. It's not a high-performing charter school.
Not a high-performing.
Yeah. Correct.
I didn't deny it, though.
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So I'm going to concur with Member Vaughn. I have similar concerns.
I concur with Member Vaughn, and I have concerns with, again, too many high-performing schools, public schools, versus an unknown entity.
And I am with them, the academic achievements, since it's not a high-performing school.
And I concur with everything that everybody has said as well.
Okay, Board. Oh, sorry. Member Snively?
I didn't really get a turn since I didn't deny it, but I have a question. Because there's nothing in the statute that makes this ineligible for approval. And so obviously that puts us at a risk for litigation. I was just curious if anyone might know the history of litigation for this particular company, if they have been denied by other districts in the past, if they have gone to litigation when they've been denied, do they have the capacity because they are a different type of entity? They're not independent. They might have the means, the greater means to litigate our school district and what that might mean financially for us. Dr. Kemp might have also some insight on that as well, but yes.
Sure. I do not have that information about Academica. However, I would like to take this time to apologize to Mr. Porter and clarify that this Matter Academy is a high-performing system designated by the DOE, but they did not apply in Hillsborough County with the high-performing charter school application. The high-performing application is less than a regular charter school application because they're deemed high performing. Why they didn't do that, I do not know. The only reason I can assume is that they can only apply to replicate their high-performing charter schools so many times in a year, and they chose to apply here as a regular charter school. So we do not know whether this is a existing operating charter school right now. So we do not know whether it's going to be high performing or not. It's the application that we're talking about, high performing or not. So the application itself, like a high performing application, must meet the statutory requirements when being reviewed. In this case, this application, well, both applications for Matter, did meet all statutory requirements. Does that answer your question?
Partially, yes. But I am concerned about the fact that they met all the requirements and we're still denying their application. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. And at this point in time,
Yeah, you're free to vote, yes.
board members, please vote in terms of approval or not approving. Oh, I'm sorry.
This is affirmatively to deny.
This is, okay. Yes to deny, no to not. No to approve.
Or not, no, when,
Yes to deny, right? Yes. My goodness.
okay. So the motion to deny passed with members Washington and member Snively voting no.
Okay, board members and Ms. DeLange, Dr. DeLange, also, please, because of the hour of the evening, that we don't put hypotheses, but we answer with facts, because at this point in time, we can get very confused. And I appreciated Member Snively's question, but we have to make sure that we have the answer. And I would say that to any staff member. These are organizations that we should be very careful before we approve or not approve, and we need the facts front and center. So with that being said, let's go ahead. We're now at a very similar situation, actually. Application approval of Matter Academy Hills Middle School. And this is 10:08. And Superintendent Davis, can you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is approval for Matter Academy Hills Middle School. This is the 6 through 8 side of the elementary that was originally asked for. This is, once again, if you look at all middle schools through Matter Academy throughout the state of Florida, they all are A schools. They want to start out in the first year in 6th grade with 154 students, and as they transition into their 5th year to have full 6-8 with the 594 students, and this will be a traditional educational platform aligned to the best standards.
Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 1008. I have a motion by Member Washington and a second by Member Snively. Will there be any discussion? Excuse me, Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. You are up first. There's no discussion on this item. Anyone else? Member Snively.
For what it's worth, they have quite a track record of all A's on their previous 6 through 8 schools. If you look at the detail on the agenda, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 A schools there. And again, if I think I know where this is going, but if it does get approved, again, I think there are other areas of the county that need this school as a middle school more than the area that they are prospecting, in which they're prospecting. So that's all I will say about that.
Thank you, Member Snively, and I agree, because here again, we have a similar situation with great schools. And, well, we have 2 average schools, but the others are A and B. So, board members, at this time, and Mr. Porter will need your assistance. We're going to go ahead and vote. And vote when your lights are on as to approve or not approve this school. And the non-approval, Nadia, well, let me make sure I have it right. Shake Washington, Member Snively, and Member Perez, and deny?
It looks like
Approve.
the motion failed 4-3 with members Combe, members Gray, members Vaughn, and members Hahn voting no. Is that correct?
That's correct. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm trying to see a screen far away, but it's right in front of me, so it's easier to read. Thank you.
Again, I would ask the board to then make an affirmative motion to deny and articulate your reasons why you're not approving this, because again, staff has shown that it's met the statutory criteria, so you need to demonstrate by good cause why you're denying this.
Okay, board members,
So moved.
we have a second?
Can we use the same reasons as we did for the previous
The
one?
board. So
I'd
you
like
base
to-
it on this application. Each application is different, and you need to base your denial on the criteria set forth and the information you received on this application.
It's the same company, so I'm using the same, I have the same rationale and the same criteria. Okay, so I'm concerned because of their history when it comes to whether there's a conflict of interest, even though it was a long time ago. Especially when we talk about a leadership retreat at a Bahamas resort and the fidelity of this, as well as the not identifying where they're going to place it, as Member Snively has concerns with, as well as the capacity for both schools and what that means to our school district as far as that's concerned.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Washington? Oh, you don't need to say anything. Member Hahn?
I concur with Member Vaughn.
And also, I concur with Member Vaughn.
I concur with Member Vaughn.
Oh, Member Perez? Okay, I'm sorry. All right, board members, please vote when your lights are on. And Mr. Porter, please restate the vote, please.
The motion to deny. So if you want to deny this application, you would vote yes.
Okay, we have the one dissenting, Member Snively. The rest are yes to deny. And that's the end of that particular one. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Porter, to meet all the standards? Okay, then we'll move on. The next one, 1009, contract renewal approval of Pivot Charter School. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item.
Yes, ma'am, to the chair. This was originally, application was approved in 2010, and and the school has had 2 5-year renewals since 2010. This will be the 3rd renewal to a 5-year commitment. This is a charter school that is grades from 6th grade to 12th grade that has around 220 students. Openly, their performance has been last 3 years has been 3 C's, and before that was a D. And they impact a number of schools related to Junta, Dowdell, Brandon High School as well. This school was openly financially. They continue to have oversight because they were historical some problems financially, but overarchingly we have seen improvements in that particular area through their offerings. But this will be the 3rd time for a 5-year renewal.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve item C, 1009, the Pivot Charter School. I have a motion by Member Snively. I have a second. I need a second motion. Well, if we don't have a second, then the motion dies. Yeah, we need a second. We should. Okay, yeah, we need to always discuss, so thank you, Member Hahn, for doing that. Now there's a discussion. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Please begin.
Before Member Vaughn speaks, it might be helpful for the board to understand this is a renewal, and again, the standards are different now. So if you want to deny or not renew, you have to base it on one of these 4 criteria: failure to participate in the state's education accountability system as required in this section, or failure to meet the requirements for student performance stated in the charter. Number 2, failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management. Number 3, material violation of law. Or number 4, other good cause shown.
Can you repeat that, Mr. Porter? I'm sorry, but
Sure.
we can only write so fast.
Failure to participate in the state's education accountability system, or failure to meet the requirements for student performance stated in the charter. Failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management. Material violation of law. Other good cause shown.
Thank you. Okay, board members, we have discussion. Member Vaughn?
Yes, I was just wondering, similar to where Member Gray made a motion to make a shorter contract, they were given the option to have a shorter contract and then no. So the only option was a 5-year contract on this renewal?
Yes, ma'am.
I thought we said that we had tried to negotiate a shorter contract on some of these renewals and that was denied by who we were trying to negotiate with.
They're coming up.
What was that?
Those schools are coming up.
Okay, so this wasn't one of them. Okay, that was my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Any other discussion? At this point in time, you will. Oh, I'm sorry. Member Snively?
Sorry, I thought I pushed my button. Sorry. So based on the statute and the reasons that Mr. Porter just listed, are there any that apply to this particular charter school, or are they meet all of the statutory requirements?
For contract renewal, they met all the criteria. With a couple of recommendations in the financial section, because they were in 2018, they were in a financial deficit and were put on a corrective action plan, and they're slowly getting out of it. So the DOE is aware that they're improving, and we keep monitoring them.
Improving financially.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. I see a problematic in the academics. We are looking at a performance of a average, perhaps below if you did the mean average. We had a D, C, 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 and I find that to not be in harmony with a innovative, exemplary model of a charter school. Dr. Delane, what schools are they competing with in the area that they're putting themselves in for the renewal, or where are they located at?
They are competing with Junta, Dowdell, and Brandon.
And those are C schools?
Currently, Junta is a D, Dowdell is a C, and Brandon High is a C.
Okay, so we're looking at, again, not really again, low performing. The board might have some more comments before we vote, but I just wanted to make sure that on the record, I don't see this. I think we should invest our monies more in the public school to make them raise the grade versus, get into another charter school. I will not support this. Member Hahn?
Yes, thank you. Can you please expand on the financial plan a little bit more? Because I'm looking up, it says needs improvement on the budget specifically, or not needs improvement, but.
So the recommendations were to ensure that the school work within the budget or amend the budget to accommodate for line items over budget, And the other recommendation, so it was a partially meets for both items. Recommendation was to ensure that the school continues to review expenses to avoid ending deficit and exceeding budgeted line items. But currently, the school is working to decrease deficit fund balance, and that's basically based on the 2018 corrective action plan that we're still monitoring.
Do you have their current fund balance?
Yes, ma'am. So they started, we put them in a corrective action plan in 2018 when they were in deficit of $191,000. And right now, at the end of the 2019-2020, I don't have, or maybe I do. By the end of the 2020 school year, they were 101. So that was a difference. They came up almost $90,000.
In 2 years.
Let me see where they are right now. I may have that information. All right, April 30th. The last financial was April 30th, and we're looking at 101 deficit, 101,000 deficit. So they remain on a corrective action plan.
So in 2018, it was 191,000.
Yes.
2020, 101, and this year, 2021, still at 101.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And how long is the corrective action plan in place for typically?
Until they're out of a deficit.
Which is
So indefinitely?
I guess the measure, the standard of measure for a deficit, financial deficit for closure is non-payments of debts.
Non-payments of debts.
And salaries, obviously, salaries and debts.
But if they're operating in a deficit, then wouldn't they have non-payments of debts?
No, they're still paying. They're still paying their salaries, and they're still paying their vendors. They're just slowly.
This is just their fund balance. You're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Member Hahn, that was a good question. Are you wanting to conclude?
Thank you.
Okay, Member Hahn has concluded. Board members, at this point in time, please vote when your lights are on. Oh, did you have another question?
Did we offer them a 2-year renewal?
No, we did not.
So,
Oh, you wanted the 2-year.
well, no, I'm just thinking that I know, that, you said that the plan goes on indefinitely until they can improve their fund balance, but I was just thinking the 2-year renewal would give us, really a stop point, to say, okay, a timeline. Say, look, we want to see improvement. And we sympathize. I mean, we're in a very similar situation. We're struggling with our fund balance. So, I mean, that was just my rationale for saying, if we offer a 2-year and have a timeline to see improvement. I mean, we haven't seen improvement, but we have been in a pandemic. There's been extra expenses. So, I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on that.
Well, we did try on the other school, but point well said, and I would be open to that. Member Perez?
The problem is they were since 2018, they've been at a deficit of 191,000. That was long before a pandemic was even imagined.
Oh, I agree. And they were slowly coming out of it, and then the pandemic hit. I'm just saying, I do sympathize a little bit. We're in the same situation. I understand, but I asked about the 2-year renewal to see if we could have some type of timeline for the plan. What makes me nervous is that it's open-ended. So they could not make improvement for 5 years, and then we're back in the same situation.
Have they provided you with a recovery plan for themselves?
I'm sorry.
Have they provided you with a recovery plan themselves?
They do. That's part of the corrective action plan. I don't have it with me, so I don't have the details, but I can certainly, share it with you.
Because this has been going on for 4 years now. So, what's not to say that it's not going to take them another 5 years, or I'm just saying,
And it's they did have enrollment issues a few years ago, but since then enrollment has increased, and that's why we've seen improvement. They've had a change of principalship, and Mr. Schindler in the past couple of years has done a phenomenal job in improving and retaining students, of course. So those are some of the reasons why they show improvement.
Okay, great questions, Member Perez. Board members, I think it's time to vote yay or nay for approval of the renewal. And let's go ahead and vote at this time. It is almost unanimous. There are noes, with one yes from Member Snively. I didn't mean to make it sound like that, but that's what we're seeing at the moment. Board members, I know that each of you are trying your best to really think and be thoughtful. So just hang in there a little longer. We have a few more.
I would just suggest again,
And we're denying it, so now we got to start that process.
I
Go
think
ahead.
that the record reflects what the reasons are. I think there just needs to be an official motion to deny, and I think you could incorporate your comments from the discussion.
Okay, official motion. Let's make a motion for denying. I have a motion by,
Push your button.
press your button, Member Vaughn, a second by Member Washington. And at this point in time, we will vote for.
If you want to deny this, vote yes. This is still the same one. So if you want to deny it, vote yes. If you want to be Ms. Snively, vote no. So.
Okay, we're getting easier. So go ahead, vote when your lights are on, board members.
They're not articulating the reasons for denial.
As I said, I think the reasons were articulated in the discussion of the main motion, and I think those can be incorporated into the reasons. So.
Yeah, Member Snively's having low self-esteem issues right now because of what's going on. Sorry. So, all right, board members, we got to get our act together here. We are almost unanimous with the exception of Member Snively. All right, let's go to the next agenda item. Keep it together. This is 1010, contract renewal. This is another renewal. Think renewal. Approval for South Shore Charter Academy. Now, get the grades out, get your things out. Addison Davis,
Yes, ma'am.
Superintendent, will you go ahead and highlight?
Yes, ma'am. Is this 1010?
Yeah, this is
Okay.
1010, almost by the clock.
I'm
It's
sorry.
1010.
I was looking at Ms. Combs' stack of documents over there.
Oh, no.
So this is a South Shore Charter Academy. This is for renewal. The original application was in 2015. They opened up in 2016. The first renewal, they've already had, this is their first renewal of 5 years. They are in their B school. They're located in the Riverview area. They currently serve as a K-8 as 1,154 students that they serve openly. They have had in the last 3 years, you look at their grades, while they're a B, last time graded was a B, they were a C and an A prior to that. And they are, there are areas that we continue to focus on, making certain that they are serving ESE students properly, following IEP for compliance, and at the same token being able to communicate in an efficient and effective manner, and always maintaining that they're in compliance with class size as well. So this is the first renewal for 5 years.
Okay, board members, I need a motion and a second to approve or disapprove. I have a motion by Member Washington, a second by Member Snively. Discussion? And at this point in time, we need discussion. Member Combs?
I just have a few things to point out about South Shore Charter. It has a very, very high teacher turnover, almost 65%. Only 3% of the teachers have 3 or more years of experience. There's many substitutes. The big issues that I have with this school is the ESC's issues. Okay, so the service delivery models implemented did not align. The 504 plans, only 7 of the 49 IEPs or 504s were overdue at this school. Okay, in addition to that, it took more than 15 days to service those students with IEPs. Some students never received any service with the IEP. Also, the procedures for gifted were not followed by state law. There was no evidence of screening, eligibility, meetings, and there's no gifted teacher. So I think it's really important for our community to know about that. Also, the biggest thing is this school did not meet class size. They went over the class size, and they did not meet the class size, and that was something that the district found. So there's a lot of issues going on with the ESC population and not providing service to the students. If you're a parent of an ESC child and only 7 of the 49 students received their 504 plans, I think that is very, very concerning.
Yes. Thank you, Member Combs. I was deep into the information you were sharing. Member Hahn?
Thank you. So I appreciate Member Combs bringing up the issues around special education. As you know, I was trained as a special education teacher. I worked at USF in the Department of Special Education preparing future special ed teachers. I'm not going to read off the same ones that Member Combs just read. I will add to say that in the state of Florida, gifted students fall under the ESC umbrella. Given that we had, I think, what really kind of stood out to me is that there was no gifted teacher at the school this year. Every student is on consult status, but not all EPs, that's an education plan. It's the gifted child's education plan, indicate that, so basically there are students EPs that say that they don't get consult. They actually have to have services every day by a certified teacher. So, this is really a violation of FAPE, which is a free and appropriate public education. That is federal law. They may meet state statute, but this does not meet federal law. FAPE and IDEA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, is federal law that protects a student's civil rights. It's a civil rights law. A charter school may not violate anti-discrimination acts. The violation of FAPE is a violation of anti-discrimination based on disability. So, for someone like myself, special ed teacher, training special ed teachers, violating a student's civil rights, not implementing an education plan, that has grave concern for me as a lifetime educator. I know that we offered them a 2-year renewal, a 1-year renewal, a 2-year renewal. They insisted on the 5-year. I think we have federal law on our side, quite frankly, if we challenge this. And I will say this, lastly, it is the superintendent's job to enforce federal laws in this school district. So I am a little surprised this came to the board, but I understand, and I'm not going to be supporting this.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Washington, and followed by Member Perez.
Yes. Are they on an action plan? Any type of action plan, Dr. Elaine?
No, we just keep monitoring. This this particular ESC program is not. The next one is. But I just want to clarify something that the school South Shore does have 2 ESC teachers, one for the elementary and one for the middle school. It's the gifted teacher that they do not have.
I see they have a large population. They have like 1,150 students, right? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Washington. Member Perez?
I was going to echo the sentiments of Member Hahn. As someone who works with, on a constant basis, students with emotional and the mental wellness of our students, when you're dealing with our population who is already has some handicap issues, then you have to also take into consideration what that does to them emotionally. So I am too concerned as well when I looked at this this academy in that aspect. And I have some concerns about it.
Thank you, Member Perez. And actually, ditto, and thank you, Member Hahn, for giving that explanation. I am concerned with the low amounts of disabilities and then finding out that that's not even done correctly. But I also am concerned with, on page 9C, where there's missing data requiring updates to be handled in a prompt and timely manner. Data is critical for progress reports, accountability, oversight, and if they're missing, how do we know what's going on? That would be my rationale to not be in favor, and that's my input. So at this point in time, do we have any more discussion? So we're going to go ahead and, oh, I'm sorry. Member Snively?
No, my only question, just to reiterate, because I know the renewal statute is a little different than the application for a new charter school. Does this, even with what has been pointed out by my fellow colleagues, does this application for renewal meet the statutory requirements to be approved? Your microphone is not on.
In the overall, yes. If we have to prove denial, we will have to demonstrate that they must be closed. Yeah.
So I'll turn to your left, Mr. Gibson, and ask him that do the areas of concern that fellow board members have expressed this evening and what's been given to us in the yellow and red sections on the evaluation, is that enough to deny this application based on statute?
How I would answer your question is it's staff's belief that it is not, that despite those issues that they still met the statutory definition. The board has articulated different reasons, obviously, but that is the staff's belief.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Hahn?
So I'm just going to reiterate my reasons, because there seems to be this emphasis on state statute, which I understand it may tick all those boxes, but it violates federal law. So, Mr. Gibson, are you telling us that state statute overrides the federal law in regard to special education students?
Absolutely not, and I would point out that the charter specifically says that they need to comply with federal law. So I understand where you're going.
Thank
you. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Gibson. Excuse me. Board members, will you please vote to approve or not approve this renewal? and it is almost unanimous. Member Snively will be the one that is not agree.
Need a motion to deny.
And we need now a motion to deny. I need a motion to deny, and I need a second one. Clear the board. I have a motion from Member Hahn and a motion from Member Vaughn. I have a second from Member Vaughn.
I think the reasons that the board are articulated in the discussion of the main motion would support the motion to deny.
Okay, so the rationale that we shared supports this particular denial. Board members, and then we need a motion to deny. And we need to vote to deny or not. Board members, yes if you deny, no if you don't. Oh, but
I think the record should reflect that Ms. Snively is still a lone wolf, and her vote should reflect, the record should reflect a no vote for this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Going to the next one. This is Sun Lake Academy. And Superintendent Davis, this is 1011. This is also a renewal approval for Sun Lake Academy of Math and Science. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight?
Yes, ma'am. This is a renewal approval. This application was approved in 2014, implemented and opened in 2016. This will be the first renewal. Openly, the charter school asked for and potentially qualifies for a 15-year renewal, and the negotiation was a 10-year renewal. They have 818 students that are on North Del Mabry, and historically in the last two grades have been a D and an A school. That's shouldn't say anything.
Yes, just to clarify again, if they earn an A or a B in July, a school grade, they would qualify for a 15-year contract under the high-performing designation. So they formally requested a 15-year contract. And because we don't have the school grades yet, we negotiated a 10, simply because if and hopefully when they earn that A or B, they would come back asking to amend the 5-year contract. So with a 10-year contract, they would not come back to amend.
Okay, thank you, Dr. DeLange. Board members, at this point in time, please, we need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Snively, second by Member Hahn. Any discussion? Okay, Member Vaughn, followed by Member Snively.
Thank you. Remind me, is this an independent charter school or managed charter school?
This school is managed by Charter School Associates, or CSA abbreviated. That's their management company.
And have they been on any? Have we had any problems with them?
No.
Thank you.
And I'll remind the board, who manages this charter school is not a reason to deny a charter school application or renewal.
Okay, Member Vaughn, are you finished on that one? Okay, Member Snively, followed by Member Combs.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on the proposal, because at the bottom of the first page of the supplemental material, it has a 5-year term listed. So are we voting on a 10-year term or a 5-year term?
Through the chair, in the consent agenda, in this agenda that we identified, the recommendation is to approve a 10-year term.
Okay, because in the supplemental material at the bottom of the first page, it says June 30th, 2026. So I just wanted to make sure that we have the correct period of time. But it is a 10-year. We're
It is
voting
a
on
10-year,
10-year
yes.
term. Okay.
Sorry for the error.
And if they make anything less than an A, then they have to come back. If they make a B,
As long as they earn a B or an A this year in July,
it can
then-
continue
Yeah.
as being a 10-year contract. If they earn anything less than that, then can we renegotiate to a 5-year term if they come back with a C?
If they earn an A or a B, they're actually designated as a high performing and eligible for 15 years.
Okay.
So the opposite is if they earn a C, yeah, they would still have a 10-year.
Is there any reason to believe, based on your evaluation of their performance, their academic performance, that they would have anything less than that? They'll most likely come back with an A or a B.
It is my belief that they will earn an A or a B. Their progress monitoring data looks good.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Combs?
Just a couple questions, because this is in my area or close to my area. Can you tell me about the principal turnover? I know there's more stabilization now, but do you mind talking a little bit about that?
Sure. Yes, they've had 3 principals in 5 years. The first 2 lasted a year each. There were different reasons for them leaving. The first year, it was an AP that became a principal within the organization, and she wasn't quite ready, so they put her back as an AP. Second year, they hired another principal, and it just wasn't the right fit, and there was some parent discontent. So they hired somebody else, and that's Dr. Judy Moore. I think she's in the audience here tonight, and she's been the principal for the last 2 years, and she's done a phenomenal job.
My only concern with this school, because I have visited, I had a really positive experience, is once again, when we look at COVID and after, I really feel like a lot of the charters do not have the mental psychologist, social worker, that type of support for those. Can you tell me a little bit more about that? From my understanding, there's only one mental health specialist, and it's shared between 2 schools. Is that correct? Or what is that? What's the case with that?
Yes, by statute, charter schools do not have to have a guidance counselor on staff. Regularly, high schools, charter schools do, for obvious reasons, and the K-8 schools usually contract. They must contract out under the mental health plan. They must contract out for mental health services. So that is how they align with the law.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I personally would love to motion for 5 years, because I think due to those reasons alone, I know it seems more stable. I know it's a very, it's a very affluent area that charter school is in, but I am concerned with the mental health, with what's happening across the country in our district. I personally would like to make a motion for a 5-year renewal instead of a 10-year renewal. I think we really need to continue to look at these schools. 5 years, 10 years is a very long time, especially when we had some turnover prior to this. So I'd like to make a motion to move to a 5-year renewal.
That would be, there's a motion on the floor, so
Okay.
you're making a motion to amend.
Okay.
So that requires a second, and then the board would need to vote on that amendment, and then there's no guarantee, and Cinzia needs to speak to this, of whether they would accept that or not, correct?
Correct. We would have to negotiate again.
Because it is a contract, and both parties have to agree to the contract, to the terms. There's an amendment on the floor. You can debate the amendment for 5 years, or you could just vote on the amendment. If it passes, that will be the new main motion. If it doesn't, it'll be 10 years.
I would like to put my points out for discussion first before I vote. Is that acceptable? And Member Combs, with respect to your comments, I have had, this is anecdotal, complaints from parents. I live not far from there, as you know, regarding their students, the ESE students there, not having, not really attending to the special needs. But having said that, in 2016, they did not get a 5-year contract due to a large amount of complaints from parents regarding the ESE and the disabilities for their children. And also, my financial question is, there's a decline in enrollment. There is a decline in enrollment. I was just wondering, that makes it more than $1 million down in their year-end fund balance. But I am wondering, why did they get a decline in enrollment? I know we have good schools also surrounding that particular school, and they're high-performing schools. I don't have it by memory, but the area is very familiar. So, we have Lutz Elementary School, Walker, Martinez, Hammond. We have great schools, but there has to be a reason why they're getting lower in enrollment. I just can't figure that out. So, but at any rate, I just wanted to share those comments. They're relevant. I have doubt. And if we take what, and I'm sure that Member Vaughn might study the disability, et cetera, that's reason for perhaps supporting, and I don't know whether we can do this, a 5-year versus a 15-year or 10-year. So I just wanted to have that, and I know we have a motion and a second and discussion, but that's my discussion. So, Mr. Porter, direct us.
Excuse me, you still have, if speakers want to speak about the amendment, that would be appropriate now. The amendment is for a 5-year renewal instead of a 10-year renewal. Did you want to speak to that, Ms. Vaughn? Okay, then it would be appropriate for the board to vote on the amendment. If you're in favor of a 5-year renewal instead of a 10-year renewal, vote yes. If you're not in favor of a 5-year renewal, vote no.
Okay, board members, please vote yes or no regarding the favorability of a 5-year versus a 10-year.
Okay, so that motion passes 5-2 with member Snively and member Hahn voting no. So the main motion now on the floor is to approve the renewal for a 5-year term instead of a 10-year term. That's the main motion now. And again, the other party would need to accept that because it is a contract and both sides have to agree. But what the board is offering them is a 5-year renewal. So if you're in favor of renewing this charter school for 5 years, you would vote yes. If you're against renewing the charter, you would vote no. And now would be an appropriate time to vote, Madam Chair.
Okay, I just, I might have missed something. And
yes for 5 years.
Right, yes for 5 years. Thank you. We are all yeses. Okay, all right, that was easy.
This is what would be called a unanimous vote.
I have my microphone off.
Sounds like you're having personal issues.
Okay, I need to go for a 5K jog, a run. So be it as it may, we're now at a 5-year. We're done with that one. And we're not done. Okay, let's continue.
That's all.
We're on item 1012. This is Woodmont Charter School.
Oh, okay. Board members, we're looking now at another renewal. Last one, contract renewal approval for Woodmont Charter School in Temple Terrace. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is a Woodmont Charter School, which is a K-8. The original application was 09. They opened up in 2011. This is the second renewal for a 5-year. The last 4 years historical grades are B, and prior to that they were double D, so they've improved academically. And the recommendation is for a 5-year.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. We're going to go ahead and have a motion by Member Snively. Do we have a second? I need a second by Member Washington. Thank you, Member Washington. Discussion? Do we have discussion? We finally do have some discussion. Okay. Member Combs, then followed by Member Hahn.
This is very, very similar to South Shore as far as There aren't any ESOL accommodations. This school in particular had a very large administrative turnover. There were issues, multi-tiered system, didn't find a research-based reading program with level students. When we're looking at multi-tiering the approach, this school is not doing that. So the students who are most in need are not receiving the academic services that they need. Also, the IEPs were reviewed after the date, so as well as when we're talking about federal Individual Disability Education Act, not being compliant with that, as well as our ELL students. And there were a lot of issues with the special programs, the procedures. For the last 2 years, there were absolutely no gifted students, no gifted meetings or educational plans followed by the law for our gifted education students. This school has also been constant, a C, but at the end of the day, it's about students and not meeting the needs of the students. And sometimes parents don't know, and they take their child to the school hoping, that they're getting a great education. And sometimes they don't realize that they're not meeting their academic needs, they're not meeting their special needs and their gifted needs. In addition to that, this school had larger than by law class sizes. So they did not even meet the class size requirement. So that means that they are profiting over putting a bunch of students in a class and not meeting their ESOL, ELL needs at the same time, as well as not having a really solid academic reading program for them. So those are some of my notes for this school.
Okay. Thank you, Member Combs. Member Hahn. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Getting punchy, I'm sorry. So again,
Member Hahn, you may speak.
Thank you. Okay, so again, as Member Combs stated, this is very similar. This is very similar to the other renewal that we discussed around special education. Some of the things that were disturbing to me, and I'm going to read it right off the plan. Accommodations are documented in teacher lesson plans for 504 plans. There is no documentation to support student usage of accommodations. There are blank 504 accommodation tracking sheets in the ESE folders, so a system is in place, but they are not being used. The school has a process in place to refer students to CST through the MTSS process, but struggles to hold eligibility meetings within a reasonable amount of time following the evaluations being completed. Several IEP annual reviews were held after the due date. Throughout the school year, many IEP annual reviews have been held after the due date. Best practice is to hold the eligibility meetings, and if warranted, the initial IEP should follow it directly. The school follows parts of the SP&Ps, however, they have struggled to complete the FBA PIPs, provide services as indicated on IEPs, and hold annual reviews prior to the due date. In addition, the school lost its ESE teacher. So another teacher stepped in and took care of the action plans by ensuring all eligibility meetings were held and IEPs were updated. I believe it was the art teacher who actually was dual certified in special ed. However, as she did this, no one was providing students ESE services. This, as well as the other deficiencies I just shared, are in direct violation, again, of FAPE, free and appropriate public education, as promised under the federal law IDEA. Again, this may not violate state statute, as we discussed earlier, but it does violate the civil rights of the special education students that attend this school. It violates federal law. I'll be denying this. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Hahn. Member Snively?
I just wanted to ask a question because I think it was Member Combs that may have said that it does not meet class size requirements. And this particular supplemental information attached to the agenda item says yes, meets the class size requirement. It's also fiscally sound. It indicates it's a fiscally sound school, a Title I school, and that its grades have been a B for the last 3 years. And I think someone had mentioned that it was a C school. So I just wanted to clarify: is this a B? Is this a B school? Has it been a B school? And is the class size requirement being met or not being met?
Thank you for that. I'd like to clarify, first of all, that the ELL section has met all requirements. There are no ELL issues. The only ELL issue was under curriculum instruction, where our staff went into the classrooms and just checked their lesson plan book, and they did not see ELL, the chart showing ELL accommodations, but the ELL section did meet. The school is a B for the past 3 years, has been a B. It was a D in 2016 and 2017, has come out of it. The class size issue was in Survey 2, they did not meet it, and Survey 3, they did meet it.
Okay. And then I think the only thing I would caution, and I don't want this to come out wrong, because obviously I support our traditional public education, and I think we should just walk lightly when we start accusing charter schools of not meeting federal law requirements, because I have been notified by several parents over the last 8 years of different situations in our own schools where IDEA or ESE issues or IEP issues or 504 issues have occurred where the same evaluation could lead us down that wrong path. So I think we should just be cautious about how we are evaluating these schools when we also need to make sure we're using the same standards or better standards for our own schools when it comes to finances and it comes to ESE and 504 and IEP plans. Because I think there are probably some parents out there listening to this meeting going, I can't believe they're talking about the charter school not being able to meet that when I haven't been able to get a meeting for my child's 504 plan for 60 days or whatever the situation is. So I think we need to tread lightly on that, but that's just my professional opinion. Thank you.
Point well said. The only final points that I'll have, in addition to Member Hahn and Member Combs, Woodmont has had a history. I mean, prior to 2016, they had DDD. I mean, they have had a history of not very good academic performance. I have personally have visited that school. There is no media center, which of course is consistent with this page. Oops, sorry. At any rate, the contract renewal explanation needs improvement. A research-based reading program is being implemented as designed on a consistent basis for reading intervention. So there's a need of improvement. I might be reading this wrong, but it is disturbing that we have a disability issue. We have perhaps lack of a media-rich library, to say the least. We've had various principals. Every year we've had a different principal. So that leads me to say that their leadership has an unstable situation, not good for our children. So those are some reasons that I will probably have to say I'll deny Woodmont. If you would like to remark on that, Dr. DeLange, that's fine. Thank you.
Just of the principals, Lane Morris was there for a few years and was able to take the school from a D to a B, and Miss Kwana Lawson, who I think is in the audience this year, took over last year, and this is her first year.
Thank you. Board members, that seems to conclude our discussion. At this point in time, we are reminded that this is a renewal. Vote yes for the renewal, vote no for not, for denying the renewal. And please vote when your lights are on. And right now we have a plethora of noes and 2 yeses. Member Washington, Member Snively, you have a new friend, and we have the noes, as you can see.
You need to make a motion to deny, and again, you need to base the non-renewal or the denial on one of the criteria listed in the statute, which is failure to participate in the state's education accountability system, or failure to meet the requirements for student performance, or failure to meet generally accepted standards of fiscal management, or material violation of law, or other good cause shown. And again, you need to articulate what that is.
Okay, I need a motion for denial. I have a motion by Member Hahn. I need a second. Board members, I need a second motion. Second by Member Vaughn. Let's go ahead and give us the rationale. Member Vaughn, you'll be first.
I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. So for some, you're making us go through this.
Based on the conversation, and I'm trying to protect the board as much as possible so that we can defend this and if we get challenged. And there are reasons why you can deny it, and I articulated those.
Okay.
And each application has to be handled on its own merits and on its own information. And so that's all I can say at this point.
Thank you.
Member Hahn, are you satisfied with that explanation?
Yes, I just wanted a clarification. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we're going to go through this, the entourage. Member Vaughn?
Yes, so I am concerned about the state accountability when we're coming to providing ESE services, as well as the academic accountability with their previous letter grades.
Okay,
Yes.
You're next.
So again, my concerns are around special education as a lifelong teacher, special ed teacher, again, preparing special ed teachers, understanding the law around free appropriate education and IDEA. I have concerns that this just violates the rights, the civil rights of our special ed students. Thank you.
Thank you. My concern is the student performance and also the special education law perhaps not being followed as it should be. Next, Member Perez.
Yeah, our students' academic achievement.
Yeah, and same, I ditto the sentiments of the other members, as well as the gifted education program, which falls under, special needs, as well as the multi-tiered, that is not a research-based reading program. I'm concerned of that as well.
Thank you, Member Combs. Thank you, board members. I think we're free now to go to the next and more easier agenda items.
Vote on this.
We need to vote on this first. So, Mr. Porter, just refresh our memories.
So this is to deny the contract renewal for Woodmont Charter School based on the reasons that the board members articulated. So if you are in favor of denying, you should vote yes. If you're in favor of renewal, you should vote no.
Board members, please vote when your lights are on. Okay, it remains almost, yeah, something happened to Member Snively. She is not the most popular tonight. That's just this board meeting. Don't worry, we have 1 and 2 more weeks. Okay. Oh, and then we have our special called on Thursday, but that's rather neutral, believe it or not. So we're going to go ahead and, compared to this, right? So we'll go ahead and get into the more easier items, I hope. Not guaranteeing it. 601, agreement for technical services. Superintendent Davis, highlight the highlight
ma'am.
this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is an agreement for technical services with DeGroup Management. This is for our unemployment to verify our claims. They have a management system that looks at our audit charges, our protest area, or any protest areas, and at the same token, looking at tracking credits. So as you know, we've increased in 2020 the unemployment rate by 2,400%. So DeGroup does a really good job challenging most of those claims and being able to track small number of fraudulent claims that may exist. The reason that this has been pulled due to the fact that it's in the amount of $21,000 available for general fund.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Snively. I have a second by Member Washington. Any discussion? I have discussion by Member Perez.
Yeah, I just have one question. Is there any other place that we could pull money from this from?
Through the chair, I don't believe so. I don't think there's any other pockets that qualify for this purchase. I know we do a lot of legwork and team make certain we comb through it, but I don't believe there's anything that we can do related to outside of general fund.
Just curious. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Member Perez. At this point in time, please vote when your lights are on. It is unanimous. Thank you, board members. We'll go right to 602, which is the health insurance renewal for 2022. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this?
Yes, ma'am.
item?
This is for health insurance renewal for the 2022 school year. This is, we continue to make certain that we partner with Humana. Historically, you'll see between a 6.9 to, originally I'll say that, a 6 to 13% increase in insurance on an annual basis due to the fact that our team and, Tracy does a really good job working with Humana to negotiate the availability for our rates. We have trimmed it down from a 6.9%, what it was projected to be, to a 1.97%. Over the last 2 years, last year was a 0% increase. This year is a 1.97% increase. And Humana always makes certain that they continue to be available for us for accessibility to our employees, whether it be by phone, email, application, to be able to help them either find doctors, be able to understand bills, to be able to look at any potential mental health services. And they've done a really nice job in partnership in Hillsborough County.
And because of that, we are, 22% less claims, and because of your growing wellness programs. And that is excellent, Tracy, and I know it's late, but you deserve a lot of praise for that. So there. Okay, I need a motion and a second to approve this item. I have a motion by Member Perez, a second by Member Snively. Any discussion? Seeing, Member Snively? No. Okay, I was seeing things. Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. It is unanimous. Thank you, board members. 603, piggyback. 21067 DST-LG of the agreement between Raptor Technologies LLC and the General Services Administration, GSA, agreement GS-07F-127BA, security and protection, miscellaneous. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is a solution to be able to comply with federal and state mandates required to be able to make certain we have strong visitor and volunteer management system. We currently have Safe Visitor within our school district. That agreement is coming to a sunset. Therefore, we need to be able to move to a better solution that's going to allow us to comply with all the federal laws, especially those that came out through Parkland. This is openly brought to the board due to the fact that we're going to be using not only capital outlay money, but also being able to use general fund money to make this purchase.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve this item. I have a motion by Member Perez, second by Member Washington. Any discussion, board members? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. Okay. It is unanimous. Thank you, board members. 604 is a renewal of the implementation agreement with the Center for Advancement via individual determination. That's AVID, A-V-I-D. This is the program, the curriculum, and professional learning. Superintendent Davis, would you go ahead and highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is a renewal for contract with Avid. Avid does a really nice job in 94 of our school sites, and they serve around 12,000 students with under this umbrella. It's all about college and career readiness, focus on leadership, focus on organizational skills to really give students the confidence and confidence to be able to be successful. Also, they do a really nice job with instructional ongoing supports. And this will be used with $283,000 of College Board funding that we have budgeted. And we got 98% of our students that are enrolled, seniors that are enrolled in AVID, 98% have graduated. And of the 98% that have graduated, 42% are first generation graduates. So it does a really nice job to be able to help children excel.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. And 95% completed 4 years of high school requirements, and 91% go to a four-year college. The average GPA is 3.82. But the point is, and I'll say that in my comment, I better stop right now. I need a motion and a second. I have a motion by Member Snively and a second by Member Combs. Any discussion? Member Snively?
I'm always happy to support this program. I think AVID is the great equalizer when it comes to student achievement, because no matter where you come from, what color you are, if you're economically disadvantaged or not, you can succeed because of AVID. And so I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Ditto, Member Snively, with the average GPA of 3.82. But yeah, and they have increased the diversity greatly. In fact, that's what they were touting with us as individual board members. So the AVID program is not just for it's for a diverse group, and diversity is one of their key strategic goals, which is very important. So great program, and the more we have of this in our schools, I think the better our students will come out of this in a very positive academic way. Board members, please vote when your lights are on. What am I doing? Melissa? I keep voting for you. Okay, it is unanimous. Thank you, board members. Next, we're going to go to 608, agreements for educational services with building trade apprenticeship / pre-apprenticeship committees, Irwin Technical College. Superintendent Davis, would you please highlight?
Yes, ma'am. Hillsborough County Public Schools has had an active partnership with building trades apprenticeship committees for adult jobs. This has been a 29-year ongoing relationship. This is indirectly a pass-through, not only serving Irvin, but other counties such as Alachua, such as Broward, Duval, Escambia, Levy, Orange County, and also Seminole County. And this really helps our students in adult job trainings to allow them to be successful and find a workforce for them to be able to compete. So we get around, for every instructional hour, we get around 95 cents per student instructional hour. And this brings around $3.5 million pass-through to Hillsborough County.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I have a motion by Member Snively, a second by Member Perez. Will there be any discussion? Member Perez?
Yes, this is like the best program. Always. My son has had the awesome pleasure of being in this program for two programs. He went to carpentry and now he's in electrical. And I pray always for Dr. Good because he's had to put up with him. So, but it's an amazing program. They have the building, construction, carpentry, licensed practical nursing. The electrical, like I mentioned, it's just an amazing program. And as a matter of fact, Bay News 9 highlighted them recently. They had, the Bay News 9 went through Irwin Tech. But also, in the segue, the apprenticeship program through the union also picks up our, the students, and if they're, if through the application process, they're able to get into a 4-year training program with our unions, for the same programs. So it's just amazing. Dr. Good, thank you for what you do for our students and how you transition our students who don't want to go to college, but still are able to get prepared for life, like we do, and in these amazing careers. And thank you, and good luck with my son.
Be great.
Dr. Good, I'm so glad you're here. So you're going to hear a lot of accolades. Member Snively, followed by Member Hahn.
Thanks for hanging in there, guys.
I know.
Back there. I know it's getting late, but and I echo some of the sentiments that Member Perez mentioned. But our program for career and technical education has really evolved over the last decade. I mean, if you look at data from probably 10 or 12 years ago to data now, we have given so many more students the opportunity to choose a different career path and find success in their life, to become independent, self-sufficient, contributing members of society. And so thank you for everything that you all do, and I'm happy to support this agenda item.
Thank you, Member Snively. Member Hahn?
Thank you, Member Gray. So these programs are wonderful. I know they've expanded through the years, and I want to thank you all for that. My brother is an electrician, New York City, Local 3. And it has been a great, great career for him. He is now retired, and he's older than I am. I'm the baby. And but it has been, and I know firsthand, is what I want to say, the difference it can make in the lives of the students that are going through these programs. Congratulations to your son. He's going through the electrical program. He has a great career ahead of him, as do all the students in our apprenticeship programs. So this is a wonderful item to support tonight. Thank you.
Well said, Member Member Hahn. Member Vaughn.
Thank you. I just want to say that I want to echo the sentiments of how fantastic Irwin is. I had the luxury of touring it not that long ago, and we were actually invited to go in and do a workshop and have some sort of a lunch where they offered to use their chef staff to cook for us and give us all the information about their programs. I meant to pass on that invitation, but I'm just now getting to it. So I just echo it. I think it's so fantastic that we have, other options other than traditional college for our students, and these pathways are so important. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Washington?
Mr. Good? You look a little different from way back there. I'm kind of can't see that well.
He can come forward.
No, he's good.
But
I want to tell you, you're doing a great job. And Irvingwood Tech used to be one of my schools, and I was area superintendent. And I always loved how kids made a career, because it's all about making a career for a kid, because we're preparing them for life. So thank you all for all that you do.
Thank you, Member Washington. And, ditto, Dr. Good. And thank you, Scott Brooks. But I want to thank also our wonderful trade apprenticeship partnerships. As educators, which mostly we're here, they do an outstanding job to educate our students, not only in the effective, the vocational tech equipment, but in the affective. They teach them a career for life skills, social skills, success skills, leadership skills, being an entrepreneur, all of that in a day's work. Thank you so much for your commitment, and Mr. Jargo as well. You do so much for our children and over and above. And Kevin Barber and all the other unions that offer such comprehensive vocational tech programs. So thank you. Board members, we need to go ahead and vote at this point in time. Please vote when your lights are on. Member Washington? Oh, there we go. It's unanimous. Thank you. Yay, we still have a clap in us. Yay. All right. Continuing on. 609. We have a cheerleading an extra committee out there. Statement of work for Vision Computer Programming Services, Inc. for the Consolidated Campus Information System. Superintendent Davis, will you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is the Vision Community Computer Services created by Campus Information System that allows technical colleges and also adult education to manage their student records. So this would be a system that manages grades, financial aid, attendance for adult education. Openly, it right now will hub projected and expected to hub 14,000 records for our students, and also to be able to disperse financial aid to our students as well. This is $110,000. If we were to transition to use Focus, which we have, potentially could have, that would have cost us around $900,000 to do so.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. And I need a motion and a second to approve this item. I have a motion by Member Perez, a second by Member Vaughn. Any discussion? Okay, and Member Vaughn, you do go first. You pulled this item. Go ahead.
Thank you. I did just have a question. So this is a new software replacing the other software, right?
Go ahead.
No?
No, ma'am. It's an existing software we've had for several years.
Is it an upgrade? Because it says the current district mainframe doesn't have the capability to generate reports. Am I looking at the right one?
So yes. So the mainframe that we use for our student information system for the K-12 side of things that's what that houses. So as far as what we report to the state related to adult ed, that is a separate program. And that's what we've been using with the VisionWorks over the last several years is a separate service to house all of those student files.
So is this 110 additionally than what we've already been paying, or is this a new charge? 110.
This would be a renewal of that service.
So we paid that last year.
Did we pay that last year? Yeah.
Coke.
And it's a 1-year renewal? Okay, thank
Annual
you.
agreement.
Okay, thank you, Member Vaughn. At this time, any other discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. And it's affirmative, all yes. Next, we're going to go to 611, purchase of Gateway to Early American History. Superintendent Davis will highlight this item. And I believe, Member Vaughn, you did pull this item, so I'm just giving you a heads up. Go ahead. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. This is the purchase the Gateway Early American History, second edition, for Hillsborough County. This is overarchingly, when we look at the comparative analysis of our English FSA, we see that a number of our students, are indirectly underperforming in particular standards in literacy. As we tie that over to civics, we see that a number of our students who are level 1 students in Hillsborough County are not being successful on the civics assessment, which is assessed in the 7th grade in some of our schools. So being able to move U.S. history to the 7th grade and put civics to the 8th grade for a subset of students to allow them to be successful. And what this curriculum allows them to do, it allows them to be exposed to civic standards it was inclusive of the U.S. history in the 7th grade and infuse in additional reading strategies and allows them to be successful on the 8th grade the following year.
Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I need a motion and a second to approve this item. I have a motion by Member Perez, a second by Member Hahn. Will there be any discussion? Member Vaughn? You pulled the item.
Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, so I just wanted to, make clear when people look at this and say, why are they spending, $100,000 on extra material? It's to provide more access for our struggling readers to be able to access this curriculum earlier. So I wanted to clarify that. But I also wanted to clarify, because I've had some questions and concerns, especially with what the Department of Education just passed as far as having opinions about the history that we're teaching, that's not going to be implicated by this. This has nothing to do with that. These are supplemental reading materials to what we're already teaching. That's not changing, and it's just allowing more access for our struggling readers. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. All we're doing is buying additional material to be able to serve children in the 7th grade.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, please vote when your lights are on. It's unanimous. Everyone's saying yes. We're going to go to 612, purchase of Elevation platform from Elevation. That's 2 L's, by the way, Inc. for the 2021-2022 year. Superintendent Davis, you will highlight, and Member Vaughn, you pulled this item as well.
Yes, ma'am. This is for approval of Elevation platform. This is for ongoing supports for our ELL population and also with our teachers. This was piloted in Hillsborough County in 2014 and implemented in 2018. This will be used in Title III funds for $271,000 purchase. And when you look at this process, this for ELL, it is a data warehouse that manages and ensures that we are in compliance. And at the same token, it has 2 hubs. Not only to make certain that we are in compliance for FTE and services we provide students, but also gives a strategy side that for teachers that allows them to pull lesson plans by content, by grade level, and to be able to continue strategies for students who may need additional assistance within our school district. And this is right now we have around 22,000 students that data points are managed, and this allows us to make certain that we are students are having the resources and we are compliant with levels of English language acquisition.
And we have a Title III grant that helps pay for it.
Yes, ma'am. That's always a plus.
$271,000. Okay, we have a motion. We need a motion and we need a second. We have a motion by Member Snively. We have a second by Member Perez. Member Vaughn, you pulled the item. Would you like to have a question?
Yes, thank you. I'm just pulling some of these items because I don't want people to just assume we're on consent agenda automatically just approving a $400,000 purchase without really discussing it. So I just want to say I did have a good meeting with Mr. Connor and his staff, and he really explained what a value this program is going to be and how much it does offer the strategies as well that we didn't have access to, and even some of the lesson plans for teachers to make sure that we're supporting our ELL students even more. So I just wanted to, again, highlight that we have had thorough discussion about this, that the teachers have requested this, and this does give us more ability to support our ELL students. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. And yes, Monica Vera Tirado is very happy. And Elena Garcia, thank you. Elena, right? Or are you thanking us? But we thank you. You have helped our ELL students greatly. And your commitment is just unbelievable. And not enough said. But yes, Member Vaughn, this is a platform that helps our ELL teachers as well, and is very much used. As Superintendent Davis said, over 70,000 families used it this year alone. That's a lot of folks, a lot of parents. Board members, please vote when your lights are on. Member Combs? It is unanimous with yeses. Okay, we'll go to the next one. Proposed calendar for the adoption of the fiscal year 2021-2022 budget. Superintendent Davis?
Yes, ma'am. This is a proposed calendar that ensures that our district is in compliance with accordance with the Truth and Millage, which is our trim outline process to be able to establish the 21-22 school budget, which is Florida Statute Section 200. This trim process informs taxpayers of the public way that we will use local tax authorities to determine any taxes within our district. And the timeline is very prescribed, which begins on July the 1st, and the date the property appraisal certificate for taxable value in our school districts, justification, whatever that may be. Ms. Johnson, anything you want to add to that?
You just snapped her.
Okay.
Wake up. Thank you, Superintendent Davis. I have a motion by Member Snively. I need a second. Thank you, Member Washington. This item was pulled by Member Vaughn. Member Vaughn, would you like to have discussion?
Luckily, there's not a lot of discussion. I just like to pull these down so as we vote on it, people understand it so they don't come back and be like, when was this approved? Who approved this? So thank you very much for that.
Okay, please vote when your lights are on. And Member Hahn is away, but it is unanimous other than that. Thank you. Board members, next, we're on 702, approve Ardent Mills LLC / Rampella Garage Parking Lease Agreement. Superintendent Davis, would you highlight this item?
Yes, ma'am. This is where we are agreeing in a contract to rent out 30 parking slots to Advent Properties. We currently do this with other local agencies as well, and this will bring around $1,200 per month to the school district.
Thank you. Great. I need a motion and a second to approve this item. I have a motion by Member Perez, a second by Member Washington. Member Vaughn, you pulled this item. Any discussion that you may have?
Last one, I promise. Yeah, I just had a question as far as, do they turn around and then sell these spots to their employees as well?
Mr. Farkas.
They have the right to do that, yes. And each one's a little bit different. Usually they're employers, so they don't. They actually, it's for places like the Department of Health doesn't. They rent from us. Amalie Arena doesn't. They don't do it. But there's nothing in the contract that precludes them from charging their employees to do that. But it's only 30 spots, and it's only through December.
I was just wondering, because I noticed it's been up for a yearly renewal and we hadn't raised the price at all. And I was just wondering, you know, are we able to raise it by a couple thousand, or what would that look like? What's our rationale behind not raising it due to inflation?
We do. We make sure that those prices are similar to all the three different places that we rent to, the Department of Health, the Amalie Arena, and with Ardent Mills, to make sure we're consistent on that part of it too. So if they were raised last time, the other ones weren't, we try to keep those very consistent from a pricing standpoint. We don't want to gouge one and not gouge the other.
I see. So it's to be it's to be
Sorry, it's 10
congruent.
o'clock. I apologize.
We should use a different term. He means we should be, fair in this
Parking
process.
is fair pricing. Hey, that's exactly what I meant. Market rate pricing is
Okay, my
exactly what I
friend.
meant. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Oh.
Correct.
Take all the money you can, my friend.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. That's all the questions I have.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Farkas, for giving us a nightmare tonight.
Please delete the last comments.
Board, please vote when your lights are on. And it's unanimous. Next, 1101, we're approving Member Perez as the Advocacy Committee representative and Member Snively as the alternate for the Florida School Board Association. I think we already had this done. Jim Porter, what are we doing here?
Yeah, so board member.
It says Jim Porter.
Yes, Madam Chair. Board members, you'll recall at your retreat in January, you did your board assignments, and you agreed that Ms. Snively would be on the executive board of FSBA, and Ms. Perez would be on the alternate, and you also agreed that Ms. Perez would be the main person on the FSC committee, and Ms. Snively would be the alternate. This just requires an affirmative vote. Your other assignments don't, so FSBA requires the board officially vote. So this is just a pro forma thing. It's already been done, but it requires a board vote.
Okay, board members, please vote when your lights are on. Well,
Marita has said no one has made a motion, so.
oh, good calling, Marita. Okay, I need a motion. And I have a motion by Member Hahn. I need a second. I have a second by Member Washington. Please vote when your lights are on. Okay, Member Vaughn. Okay, we're all voted. Okay, yes, sirree. Okay, the following are information items only. 1201, Hillsborough County Public School Annual Growth Management Report. And I believe, Mr. Farkas,
Yes.
you are going to speak. Oh, excuse me.
yes.
Superintendent Davis?
No.
Want him to-
I'm giving this to Mr. Farkas.
Okay.
Actually, as part of our interlocal agreement, we have to take this before the end of the fiscal year. We plan on having a growth management workshop this month, but it got pushed around because of some scheduling issues with a couple of board members. So we're going to, we work so that everyone can be there.
I'm apologizing in advance for gouging and also calling out your calendars.
I didn't call any board members' names. We want all 7 board members to be there.
It's okay, I believe. He's
Therefore,
clueless.
We will. Thank you. No, honestly, we will. We've had one-on-one board members meetings. We've already met with 2 board members. We'll meet with the other 5, and then we have a growth management workshop that's coming, and that's when we'll cover all this in great detail. But by agreement, the interlocal agreement, we have to approve this during this fiscal year in June. That's why it's in front of you right now, as opposed to just in the workshop.
Okay, let's get moving on that. 6 months have gone by. We still haven't had a meeting yet. This is very critical. BOCC, what?
That's
Well, actually, there's, some agreement on that, but nonetheless, we have to rise above it. So, we don't have to vote on this, so we'll go to the board comments. I think, is that too good to be true? Board comments are next. I don't have any other pages. So let's go ahead and put yourself in a line. Okay, Member Hahn. Anyone else? Member Vaughn? And you all can read your name. I'll be right back.
I just want to see if, Pablo, were you able to pull those? So I just wanted to share some reading data. That's good news. Our partners in Mayan, they provide the online access to books for all the children in our community. But I just wanted to highlight some of the schools in May that had very high reading. We have, and you can see on the first slide, Lockhart, Belmont, Schmidt, Bernie, Mort, Morgan Woods, Anderson. I'm not going to read them all, but these are the schools that had very high data in regard to accessing books online. Our students have read 6,175,817 books on Mayan this school year. That's a lot of books. And I don't know if any of you have logged on to Mayan, but the great thing is that if we have students who are struggling readers, the program will read the book to them. If they have parents in the home that are struggling readers, the children and the parents can listen to the book together. It shows the whole book online when it reads to them. So it has a lot of advantages in regard to providing equal access to literacy reading materials. So it's really a great program. These were the literacy fairs. They were great partners in the fairs that I did this spring. And you can see we gave over 350 home libraries and over 700 home libraries at Sly Middle School. I know I highlighted that last time, but they've been great partners around that work. And we talk about the summer slide or summer learning loss. 4 to 6 books read over the summer can potentially stop the summer slide. So for students that want access to thousands of books, Mayan's a great option. Some students, they go to the library, they can buy books, but this is just a great option for the students in our schools, and you can see how often it's used. We have a Mayan Street team in the summer, and they have 105 visits scheduled throughout the community this summer. They go to host sites, YMCA camps, the Plant City Parks and Recreation. So that's really exciting for students who are in our camps. And then they have a reading challenge, and I love a reading challenge. I did a lot of the reading challenges during COVID for Storytime Online, and they're lots of fun. So you can go to the Mayan website, and English and Spanish, they offer the reading challenges. They're lots of fun. They give out prizes. So it's just a fun way to keep reading going through the summer. So I want to give a big thank you to our Mayan partners for being such wonderful advocates of reading and providing such wonderful, high-quality resources to our children and our families. They have resources for families on there, too. So if parents or family members want to work with their students at home, there's lots of resources on the Mayan website. So avoid the summer slide. Check out Mayan. Thanks. Member Vaughn, I hear her back there, though. Member Vaughn.
Thank you. I have a video that's going to show that talks about the STEM summer camps that we're running right now that I think are pretty amazing. I just have a couple quick comments before we play that. One, just officially on the dais, I'd like to request that, especially with Mr. Creet's comments tonight, that we go back into collective bargaining, and I just wanted to make a Oh, it's starting. Oh, thanks. A comment about that. And two, I just want to thank this board. There's some stuff that's coming out of Tallahassee right now that is concerning to me when it talks about inclusiveness when it comes to our students. And two of the proclamations tonight really showcase that our county is committed to supporting all of our students and being inclusive. So I just want to say thank you to that. And without further ado, here is the video that almost just played.
What a summer it will be for our students in Hillsborough County Public Schools. Funded through the recent Department of Defense STEM grant, we are offering out-of-this-world opportunities for students in engineering, rocketry, marine science, cybersecurity, and more. Our first camp this summer is Mission Tampa Bay, an all-girls camp led by Dr. Tracy Finara of Mythbusters fame. The camp will be held at the Florida Aquarium and Museum of Science and Industry, with an overnight stay at the museum as a part of the experience.
I'm into engineering and I'm into science, so I thought this was a good camp for me. And I get to work with other people who also love engineering and are females, and I get to go out and explore, which allows me to learn more about science. This would probably be one of the coolest projects I've done, so I like doing hands-on projects that we actually use in the real world.
My name is James Cole. Science, technology, engineering, and math is important to our family. And this program has been amazing as far as being able to put together actual devices that you're going to see underwater. The same technology that's really on the cutting edge of what's going to happen tomorrow. So to know that our middle school student is not only learning these concepts, she's actually doing these concepts, has been a blessing to our family. She's a part of these camps, and these camps are reinforcing throughout the school year her excellence. I encourage all parents to do your homework, do your research, find out how STEM can change your kid's life, but more importantly, what are the programs, what are the supplementary things that's out there to help with education? And this program is just one great example of it.
Our second series of camps are in collaboration with Space Trek from Kennedy Space Center and will feature rockets and drones for an out-of-this-world experience. 10 camps will be held at various middle school sites throughout the summer. We still have a few spaces left in the camp, so if parents are interested, they should contact the Science Education Office at area code 813-272-4439. Finally, for our youngest learners, we are hosting virtual summer camps for students in grades 3 through 5 to be taught by the University of South Florida, Cyber Florida, the Florida Center for Instructional Technology, and the College of Education. Families may receive a full scholarship to attend the camps by selecting the Hillsborough County Public Schools scholarship option. Space is limited, so register soon. Thank you to our Hillsborough County Public School Board and Superintendent Addison Davis for supporting our science and STEM initiatives.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say thank you to Larry Plank and to TBAE for putting together that that presentation rather quickly. I really appreciate that. That was fantastic. And thank you so much.
Thank you, Member Vaughn. Member Perez?
Yes. So I want to highlight one of our own Hillsborough County staff. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I don't want to work beyond like 25 years or 30 years in a place. But this staff member has worked for Hillsborough County Schools for 50 years. Can I get her picture? Yeah.
No video.
There you go. Virginia Vasquez. Yeah, she has been with Hillsborough County Public Schools for 50 years. She's the product of one of our high schools as well. She started with the Hillsborough County Schools the day after I was born. No, I'm just kidding. The day after she graduated from Hillsborough High School. Through the years, she has worked in various departments, always striving to learn new skills. She started as a temporary employee assisting the elementary and secondary departments, and then transferred into a permanent clerk 1 position with the superintendent's office. And then she assisted the superintendent's secretary in preparing board packets and proofreading board minutes and other duties. And then after working with the superintendent's office, she worked in human resources as typist 1. Later, in the health services and was created and needed a Secretary 3 position. And she became the first secretary in our school health services department. Then she later worked in the planning and placement office, non-traditional programs, office of strategy management, and now she works in the office of partnerships, engagement, and philanthropy. So I just wanted to celebrate her, you know, for being with us, and she's still with us. So, I mean, you know, my hat is off to her. Congratulations. And just, you know, when we have loyal employees like that, you know, dedicate 50 plus years to this, we know that Hillsborough County Schools just offers something to our employees, because when they come back for 50 years plus, it says something about Hillsborough County Schools. That's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Member Perez. Well said. Member Combs?
Just a couple things. You know, one of the organizations that I'm involved with as a school board is the Council of Great City Schools. And every Friday I go on a Zoom and I want to discuss, you know, we've heard a lot about the FSA scores and people have said maybe we didn't score high enough or whatever. At the end of the day, you know, our students weren't in school for almost a year and a half, and many students were at home. So I think it's something to celebrate. When I look around and I am on these meetings, there are many students that never entered school this entire year. There are surrounding districts in the state of Florida that did not have the percentage that we had. I know the superintendent and everybody in this staff worked very hard to bring students back in January. We did such a great job. Yes, we can't say we made 10 or 15 points increase, but what we did was we did what was best for kids. We made sure that we provided e-learning. We made sure that we provided Hillsborough Virtual. We moved around, and I think we need to celebrate that. And I think a lot of people are saying, well, gosh, you still have so many DNF schools. Well, look around the country. We did much better than many places around the country, and we did much better than our surrounding districts. And then one last thing, I just want to say, as having a senior this year, I was so happy that our students were able to have graduation. Colleen Fawcett did such a great job. And, you know, superintendent, at the last minute, or not at the last minute, you were allowed 4 parents to be there. And I think that was so important that we really were able to celebrate our students and celebrate the graduation of all of our students. And it was done so well. It was organized so well. And I just want to thank everyone for doing such a great job in celebrating our seniors this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Combs. Very nicely said and remembered. Member Washington?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a couple of announcements here. Okay, let's get started with let's just admit, Dr. Hahn, I really enjoyed the book fair. I'm telling you, she worked me to death. I didn't know she had time to dance. I really came to dance a little bit, but I didn't have time. But it was really nice. It really nice. Yeah, we had a great time. We had a lot of people. What, maybe 1,000? We had a lot of people around all the way around the block and in the community, and I want to thank you for bringing that into my District 5. I really enjoyed. Also, I want to thank the superintendent for the conversation we had over at Allen Temple. We had quite a few, you and your staff came over and enlightened some of the people in the community about the good things we are doing in the school system. And that's what we need to do. We need to tell our story. This coming Friday, I will be doing the proclamation Juneteenth at the National Freedom Day on Friday, June the 18th at Tampa City Hall at 10 a.m. So I'm looking forward to that. This weekend, Milton High School Alumni Association will be having their 30-year anniversary. So come out, have fun on the school front lawn. We're just going to be goofing off, having a great time. So come out. We will have a great time, believe me. Yes. This is something I think that I should do about the critical race theory. I'm going to give my feeling, how I feel about it. I'm deeply concerned about the recent action by Governor DeSantis and the State Board of Education to ban schools from teaching critical race theory in our classrooms. The Board of Education and the governor said we must teach about true American history. Well, the true American history includes black history and cannot be denied. I want to set the record straight. While critical race theory and the New York Times Project 1619 are not in our courses and have not been taught in our schools, the message sent last week suggested the state board could move in a direction that would limit or thin it representation of American history and unintentionally suppress academic discussion among students. I've lived that history. I, as a young child into my adult life, I faced various situations where we must teach our students. I was not allowed to ride on the front of the bus. I remember times when the bus would come when I was a little boy with my father, and the back of the bus would be full, and he would tell me, son, we can't ride that bus. And I always trying to figure out why we can't ride that bus, because the bus is not full up top, but we had to ride the back of the bus, and the back was filled up. I remember the times when we got on the bus and we paid up front, got outside the bus and had to go in the back door of the bus. That's history on my behalf, what I've learned. I remember the times when W.T. Crest, we couldn't drink at the same water fountains. They had a water fountain for color. They had a water fountain for whites. I remember the time when we couldn't use the restroom. They had a restroom for color and restroom for whites. I've lived that. That's a part of history for me. And we need to know that. And that's something important that we need to know and understand. I remember the time in high school, my sophomore and junior year, we couldn't play white schools. We had to go all out of town and play the black schools and athletics. I remember the time coming back on the bus when we wanted water. We stopped at this station. The man said, we wanted some water. He said, go drink out the faucet in the back. But that's okay, though, because that made us better people. I was not allowed, and you know, and this is critic race theory, suggesting teaching children the history of race cause them to hate our country. I love my country. I served 22 years in the military. I was the first sergeant. I served 42 years in the school district. I love my country. This has nothing to do with me hating my country. So I have found this to be to create a stronger citizen in me and a better person. So I had to say this, people, because this is something I deeply believe that we need to do. So on that, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Member Washington, for sharing those very historical and important thoughts. And we will be reflecting on what you said for a while, as we should. Member Snively?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really just wanted to congratulate the superintendent and Ms. Fawcett for a fabulous job they did for graduation ceremonies this year. It really went off without a hitch, and it was fun and exciting to be able to participate in the graduations, even though it was still a little bit limited. I think it was nice that we were able to do those in person. And like Ms. Combs, I too had a graduating senior, so that made it even more special to be able to celebrate that with our family and all of his graduating senior friends in person. So thank you for putting that together so well. Especially for Colleen, because that was her first year doing a full-on graduation, so she did a really, really great job. So that's all I had to say, is just and to congratulate all the seniors, and best wishes for everyone to have a wonderful summer, and looking forward to seeing what's in store for next year and getting even better and better, more normal and more normal, back to normal, to see what our future holds for this district after this pandemic subsides. So thank you.
And Member Snively, I have the same comments. Interestingly, very impressive, Colleen Fawcett. Thank you. But thank you, Superintendent Davis, for digging deep. And you did dig deep to get this graduation in a sense of normalcy, and really, sharing the greatness of our students, our wonderful teachers, our staff, just making sure that they were recognized and it meant so much for those students. And I know that Member Snively and Member Combs, it's one of the best days in our lives when we see our sons and our daughters graduate. But you really stepped it up, and I know that you pushed this to a point where it did occur. And just know that it was a monumental accomplishment. And also to our teachers, I understand that maybe Ms. Sokol is not happy with the reading scores, and I'm sure she'll have some things written. But I also know that our educators, our teachers, work their heads off to get every bit of intellectual property from the brains of our students. And, 52% to 51%, there's a percentage. We do have a lot of work to do, but we know that our teachers put everything they had into the work, and not only the intellectual, but the social-emotional, what they did for the kids to ensure stability and a sense of normalcy took a lot out of them to give to our kids and our children. And cabinet staff, here you are sitting for an infinite amount of time, and I want to thank you as well. You do so much, and we do. The board depends on you greatly for so many things, and I thank you as well. We do have not the most exciting, but it is for Frank George. He was the substitute teacher of the year, 89 years of age, and he is the coach of the decade. And he's 1 month shy of the 89th birthday. But isn't that great that we can also be looking at that? Member Washington, I shouldn't say our age, but it's a great compliment. So the love of education, the love of teaching, it never goes away. And I think every one of you all know that. And my little mini classroom mom here, Member Snively, also knows. She's got a love of the teachers and education. Thank you, board members, for being such a wonderful board. And by the way, I'm gonna give you a gift. We're going to have a workshop on the history of where we're going with our school choice. But I think you all pretty much know that this needs to be discussed. So we'll do that at another time. But I did want to cover that. So at this point in time, is it okay if we adjourn?
One question, just real quick before we adjourn. Just what's coming up? We've got a special call board meeting this Thursday at 9:30 to discuss the finance.
Yeah, the
oversight.
I mean, not the oversight. The advisory committee.
Advisory committee.
And Ms. Johnson, Mr. Warner, Ms. Johnson. Who else is going to be in front of us? Do we have a third person?
It's a surprise.
Well, we have, I know Stephanie Heaton will be there, Susie Garcia, no doubt. But we're going to finish the student code of conduct, hopefully. Yeah, so we'll try to get it both done. And we also have a principals, Superintendent Davis, don't we have a principals powwow?
Yes,
at
ma'am.
Busch Gardens?
We do. We have an synergy opportunity at Busch Gardens just for some positive interaction and some team building.
Okay.
Thursday afternoon.
Busy day, but that's the answer, hopefully, to your question. Thank you for everything, and have a good evening. Drive safe. Adjourned.